Hi, welcome back guys, this is your friend, WTFW with another fiction. What if Deku his journey as a ghost rider now? Before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The final round was one-on-one battle that they were waiting for. Within next few minutes, the match card was on the lead board. It showed their opponents that they has to face in order to move on to the next round. Until the last one stands, the festival continues. It's matter of time when the winner stands tall at leaderboard. The 10 of them who won got listed and paired with random students. Katsuki red eyes intensely followed the name across him on lead boards. And then he slowly looks at the brown-haired girl who was frozen on the spot. It's Katsuki Bakugo facing Ochako Uraraka. Izumi was next to Uraraka and placed her hand on the short girl's shoulder. Hey, it's all right. I know you can do it. Izumi encourages, because Uraraka seems stressed and panicked all of a sudden. After all, Katsuki is a strong dude. Ochako must have that much of awareness. I know. It's just. Uraraka started. She sighed, pulling out her phone. I was thinking of my parents. I told them, I'll do my best. She added and smiled at Izumi. And you'll do it, right? Izumi asked, smiling back. Uraraka looks at Izumi and thought for a second and nodded. You know, I got this. I'll do it, she said, determined. Uraraka encourages her mind with words she knew that's hard to keep. Her parents taught her to never see others smaller than her abilities and strength. And on top of that, she's facing someone who's weirdly a hero type in his own way and stronger. This is challenge she'll take way more seriously than her well-being. She doesn't have motivation to do it, but she has to step out of her limitations, and she will. Today, her limits won't stop her. She'll try. That's I wanted to hear, Izumi said, hugging Uraraka. Thanks, Ami. Hey, we're buddies. Who else I support? Izumi replied, giggling. So, what about you? Who's up against you? Uraraka wondered, turning her attention back to the lead board. Izumi sighed, already knowing who she up against. It's a guy of class 1C, I think. Shinsu Hitoshi. Truly, I don't recall I ever seeing him today, Izumi explains. Oh, if that's the case, you're at disadvantage, Uraraka says, looking at the picture of sleepy-looking boy picture above his name on the board. Yeah, I'm kind of lost there. I don't know anything on him. His quirk, Izumi says. I don't know what to say anything, but good luck out there. Uraraka wishes both of them luck. You too. Okay. Hey, Ami, you don't mind if I attend this call, right? Uraraka asked, showing her phone. Of course not. Izumi last encouragement drifted off with Uraraka lack of presence. The brunette was somehow calms her nerves if around. But when she distances their gap, the uneasy feeling currently haunting Izumi returns. Not like she's afraid of anything. Just her mentality on public interactions or public presence changed within a day. Izumi used to be confident, easygoing girl who never hesitate to speak what she wants to in front of everyone. But sadly, the said courageous side of her disappeared mysteriously. The main thing that extinguished her confidence all of a sudden is the new perspective of herself she desperately trying to portray in front of others. Be the greatest hero and become number one. That was her first view of being a hero before this whole UA admission and Izuku passing. But soon enough, without her knowing, Izuku ideology mixed up with her own dreams that lead her to this extent of her worrying what the spectators would think of her. Now her ideology is the torn-up version that merges both her and Izuku dreams together, pushing her out of her comfort zone and the understanding. Be the hero people think of first in their hearts and become the number one for them. Sadly though, she ever thought of reaching the spot of the number one all this time, and she was ready to. However, her guilt and overwhelming emotions made her follow Izuku's dream at some point, and unknowingly creating a distance between what she doing and what she wanted to be. Izumi sat there staring blankly at nowhere in particular as she felt something white from corner of her eyes. Izumi? A male voice snapped her out of her trance, making her flinch slightly. Eyes widen. She looks up at the owner of the voice. Ojiro looked back at her apologetically. Oh, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to startle you. He apologized, bowing. Izumi shook off her frozen stature as she gave him a little smile. Don't apologize for it. By the way, what brings you to me? She wondered. He nodded and sighed. I saw who's you're up against the first round. And please hear me out on what I have to say, okay? He asked politely and waiting for her answer. Izumi frowned but motioned his to continue. Starting off, I don't remember anything that happened at the cavalry battle. I know it sounds nonsense, but that's the truth. He starts seeing her frown deepen, and he looks at the lead board, eyeing the boy in the interest. I've barely remember much of it, and midway I woke up from whatever I was in. I came here to warn you, Izumi. I remember I answering his question, and after that I only remember pure darkness. He added. You mean that She put the dots together. Yes, you guessed it. Do at any cost. Avoid verbal exchanges with him. Don't speak if he's around. That guy's a bit sneaky, and there's a higher chance of him taking you off guard. He finished those lines for her. Izumi looks at him, and then at the lead board and nods. Okay, I'll utilize your advice. Thank you for the info. She said, standing up and waving at the tail hero as he walks away. 2 more minutes, and Izumi took a deep breath. At least she knows what she has to do now. Keep her mouth shut. Walking through the hallway leads the balcony again. Izuku walks calmly with hands on either of his hoodie pockets. He thought of his interaction with his sister and her friends, which wasn't his plan. Sensing some fake heroes at the less populated part of the arena, he was doing his duty, and when he was returning, he chose a different way to get to balcony again, and that's how they saw him. He do recall he saw self-doubt and little confidence, and the overflow of the nervousness in their soul and eyes, and when he saw his sister close enough, he senses she was doing worse than he originally thought. However, he didn't do anything to ease up their spirits or help out his sister. Izuku doesn't see a point of calming his sister, because there's a still part of him that hates her for she did to him. And that part of his heart is the biggest part. Sure, he should be hating Katsuki more than Izumi, but there's another reason to it. Katsuki never was his blood, but Izumi was. Whatever others do to him, being blood-related, she could at least be nice to him. However, she hated him for no reason, and then all of a sudden she got more overprotective, or she was so mean to him. Before his last breath, she even hurt him physically. There's a lot of things proves that she deserves no forgiveness. Not for now. This time Izuku chose a free seat at the balcony, still away from anyone else. He was on time, because soon the present mic screeching voice announced the main event of the festival. Ladies and gentlemen, now the waiting hours came to an end. Please welcome our first pair of fighters. Let's see who will the one advance towards the second round. He shouted. First walking to the battlegrounds, the beauty of Class 1A, Izumi Midoriya, and, with the ferocity of a mountain cat, Shinso Hitoshi of Class 1C. Present, Mike said as 2 students with those names walks to the battlefield. Izuku chuckled hearing the fantastic introductions Present Mike did. The ferocity of a mountain cat is mostly looking bored and sleepy. Then he got it right about Shinsu. The purple-haired boy looked more like a ghost than a mountain cat. Jokes aside, Izuku watches his sister and sensed her mindset. She's unusually panicking today. Her nervousness was also evident on her face as the cameras did a close-ups on both of them. Izuku was right. She's not herself now. She's just a puppet that was controlled by his long-lost dreams she picked up along the way. Izumi Pov. Self-awareness hit me all of a sudden. I don't know why, but my concentration was full on the quantity of people gathered up, and I can literally feel their eyes on me. My body was sweating and shaking, an ache on the midst of my heart. I don't know what's going on with me, but I really want to know. I'm also thirsty. Really want a drink because my throat was scratchy and dry. Those butterflies in my stomach keep increasing in size. My breathing sound was audible to me. I then looks at the boy standing across me, with a bored look on his face. I wish I was that calm right now. Little did I almost miss the Kwaon beginning the match, due to I wasn't concentrating anything until now. What now? I know my breathing hitching and heartbeat quickening. However, before I got here, I've planned a simple strategy on the way. I looks up that boy who was saying something that I cannot hear. I can see his lips moving, and I can guess he's speaking full sentences, but still I cannot hear him. Truth to be told, I cannot hear anything at all. What happening? Looking around, my vision blurred a bit with black spots and sometimes blinding white light. Soon enough I felt like floating above the ground, but I'm sure my legs are safely on the concrete, not high above the sky. Those feeling wasn't strange enough. But the next thing happened with me was my legs wobbled, even though I no longer feel my own weight for some reason. Wait, my breathing. It's like a stutter, inhaling and exhaling with a long lag. I don't know why when I looked around. All I saw was like watching a dream, but it was real. I don't know why there's no answering me of what's going on with me. After I don't how long, I did felt like I'm on my one knee now, and I had to look a bit up in order to make out the outlines of random things that I can't identify. Confusion creeps up my dizzy mind as I looked around, and I was met with a wide blue and dull eyes which was staring at me. Why though? What's happening with my lungs? They were tighter and heavy unlike usual. A warm something slid over my cheeks. With my unusually shaky hand, I reached out to inspect what that warm thing on my cheek. As my fingertips brushed with it, even after my finger was numb, I knew the warm thing is wet. Tears. Am I crying? What's going on? Looking up at those blue wide eyes, I squinted my eyes to get a better look at the person. The figure the boy was just blur to me, and my ears ringed all of a sudden. I wanted to blink, but I don't know why I don't feel anything at all. I'm sure that I was breathing normally, but why I can't breathe anymore. I subconsciously raised both my hands up and clutches my throat and slowly scratched my warm skin. I can feel my lungs shrinking and heart wasn't beating like it used to be. I can literally hear my heartbeats and nothing else. I did expected to hear crowd, but they are now silent. Wait, crowd. I looked around once more, and I saw something purplish-pink blocking my eyesight. I can't unsee the purplish-pink color anymore, and I little did pick up those colors emitting out of my body. As if it's spreading, the color soon distanced itself to mine. Without knowing, an ear-splitting scream left my mouth like I'm in an intense pain. Honestly, I don't even know what hurts anything that's not my heart, like it was being crushed. The pain was both numbing and agonizing at the same time. Is that why I'm screaming? I don't know what's what anymore. My head moved on their own as I stared up at the sky, which was so bright that I had to close my heavy eyelids. Then it was dark and my breathing was non-existent as I feel what's going on with my heart. I must have concentrated so much that I regretted it already, as that numbness of it faded, exposing me to the pain that hidden behind it. Now I know why I screamed a little while ago. Because next thing I remember is I was on the ground rolling around and my nails left scratches on my skin as I scratched it out of pain. My heart was like being squeezed, as well as bunch of knife stabbing through the flesh. Even though my thinking got more faded, I still realized what's going on with me. But it's too late though. Even though I can't breathe in correctly, I noticed a nice smell enter my nostrils that somehow comforted me and pushed me into darkness. The arena was dead silent as they saw the picture of Izumi Midoriya on the LED screen darkened and Shinso picture brightened with some letters written under it. It reads winner. Like what the hell? The match just ended before it even started. Audience and teachers stared at the scene dumbfounded as they watched Midnight helping Izumi to one of the stretchers the medical bot's carrying. What happened now wasn't what they expected to see. Izumi Midoriya was standing before President Mike gives the start signal. However, with few minutes, she was silent and was looking paler, and then out of nowhere a purple dome-like thing rounded her, and she started to scream in pain. In the end, Midnight has to step in both to stop the match and also knock out Izumi. watching the scene unfolds before his eyes and sighed. Before his death, something similar to this happened to his twin sister. In front of him, just like now. But that time Izuku was panicking and crying because she was in pain. She's fooled to just let her emotions go uncontrolled. Izuku knew what's going on with her, and has the perfect explanation for what happened to her. Izuku stood up, and for the 5th time, he left the balcony and towards one place that's his new destination. Hands in pocket, he walked through the corridors of the arena, and this time using a more public path than students-only ones. Can't risk running into someone he don't want to see. However, things always don't go that easily in life. He ran across a junction and first saw the broad shoulders of the flaming hero, Endeavor, who has his back to Izuku. I know at some point, you'll see the true capability of the powers you're gifted with, Shoto. You'll come to line. Endeavor voice boomed, and that's when Izuku realized that Shoto Todoroki, his son, was with him as well. You're wrong, old man. You got it wrong. Because I only consider my right side is as myself. My left side is cursed to me. To stumble into your line, you must have to break me first. But I have my motives that won't let me stumble on my way. I'll use my ice and master my right side, and you better watch out. I'll be someone that you never in million year can be. Shoto calm tone said with a slight hint of anger. I'll become someone who's not a monster. He added. Endeavor was staring down his own son, but before he could speak up, Shoto turned and walked away to his fight with Zero. Izuku stood there staring at Endeavor. It seems like the number 2 hero sensed his glare and turns around to look at Izuku. Endeavor could only see 2 intimidating glowing green eyes, but remains calm. But deep down, Endeavor was really shocked. Because he was around strong and powerful foes and allies before. But neither of them has the aura this stranger possessed. The strange part is that the guy is just standing there, and his aura already different than even All Might. No. This stranger aura is something outworldly that he never seen before. That alone fact was enough to let Endeavor guess. The power this stranger is stored in him. Endeavor. Izuku said the man name in a deathly low voice. Even though Endeavor is one of his targets, this part of the arena is filled with life. Izuku doesn't want anyone interrupt his job, and also he doesn't want to make the officials cancel the sports festival midway, because they discovered the number 2 hero dead body. After hearing Izuku call him that, Endeavor's spine received the chills, which he never experienced before. A tiny droplet of sweat rolled down his temple as he looks at Izuku's green eyes. They are beautiful if you're a kind person, but a sinner could only see in those green orbs are their end. The finish line of their life. Izuku moved forward and faced the number 2 hero. I heard people are comparing you to the vigilante. If I'm not wrong, I wonder if your Hellflame quirk is enough. But just so you know, I think you never saw the actual Hellflame even in your nightmares. And I also think you'll have a taste of the real Hellflame in the near future. That day is so near. Izuku said darkly and walked away, leaving Endeavor there, who was pretty shaken up. Within few minutes, Izuku got where he wants to be. The school infirmary. Not like he's there to see Izumi. He was just wandering around, and when he got there, he wasn't the only one there. The person was outside the door of the room, anxiously waiting for something. Or he should be saying, someone. Izuku stood there and smiled, seeing this brunette again. She looks good even in that pea uniform. Izuku thought and nodded at his own statement. Izuku didn't even realize when he started to being a pervert. But the funny thing is, Uraraka is the only one has that kind effect on him. She's so told others that she wanted to become a hero because she wants money. But her intentions weren't bad at all. Help your parents struggling with financial issues with your hard-earned money, and you won't take single coin out of it until your parents are okay with it. That's how Uraraka thought of her dreams. Izuku moved closer to her and let his hood fall and cleared his throat. Uraraka stiffened and looks up at him with wide eyes, and he didn't miss her not so obvious red tint appeared on her cheek. Hey. Izuku waves and she gulped. Hey. She stutters and blushed again in embarrassment, afraid he'll have the wrong idea of her behavior and figure out her naughty little secrets. What's up? Are you all right? Why are you outside the infirmary? He asked, knowing why. Uraraka blinks twice with the question. Why is she there? Standing and staring at nothing and looking lost. Oh, well, the Izumi Midoriya you saw at the field is my friend. I was told to wait outside so recovery girl ate her. Uraraka said in a gloomy voice. The sorrow in her voice was clear as day. But Izuku, on the other hand, knew there's more to it than it looks outside. Uraraka was sad, because Izumi, unfortunately, couldn't keep her promise. Izumi told her that she'll be on the top. Reality is, after all, is harsh, and that's why Uraraka learned the lesson. To not keep the expectations high. But Izumi was a capable individual who can conquer anything if wished. And considering that, Uraraka speculated there more than what she saw happen to Izumi. Izuku looks at her and smiled. That's so nice of you. This Izumi girl sure is lucky to have a kind friend like you. Izuku praised the already tomato-like girl who gained more red color as Deku compliments her. Hearing this handsome boy telling her such things as he looks at her adoringly was enough to make her heat up. She blushed even more as the heat increases down somewhere inappropriate place, and was surprised as well to experience something that's so oddly foreign to her. Uraraka didn't want to be a creep who eyeing up beautiful man and have this uncontrollable emotions. So she looks down at the ground and nodded, smiling. Like always, Izuku find it adorable. It's so strange though, that they only saw each other a couple of times, and they both having this attraction beginning to build between them. I just don't know how to think of that. I know you mean it. But to be honest, a true friend should know what's going on with a friend you care. But I don't know what happened to Izumi. And that's why I doubt my bond with her. Uraraka mumbles without thinking. But eventually she realized it. She did talk too much. But though, surprisingly, she knew that it's not a bad thing. Psychic overload, Izuku said, seeing Uraraka's self-doubts and insecurities. What? She blinked back, confused. Psychic overload. Since this friend of yours wields the power of the mental quirk, in short psychic, the power gets tangled if the mentality of the wielder is disturbed. I'm sure Izumi was a little bit uncomfortable or nervous out there. Psychic overload is same as a regular anxiety attack. The difference is, the psychic overload will crush the wielder with their own mental struggles, and I know you heard her scream. Izumi's heart may have gone through the said process, and it always leaves the excruciating pain with the force of it thickens. Izuku explains, and he knows all that because Izumi gone through it countless times. Panic was written all over Uraraka's face. If midnight did not intertwine, Izumi may have died. Oh my God, she whispers. Izuku smiled and placed his palm on her trembling shoulder, and she stiffened for a sec. Don't worry. I'm sure the God has listening to you. I'm sure Izumi Midoriya can and will surpass this, Izuku said. Now, I'm sure you're being late for your match against Katsuki Bakugo. You should go now, Izuku reminded her. Uraraka shook her head and turns around to look at the infirmary door. But she stutters, unsure if to leave Izumi's side. Hey, Izuku calls her, and she looks at those fiery green eyes. You have a promise to fulfill, he says, leaving her all shocked. Howdy. How do I know? I think it's because I understand you. And whatever I understand about you, I love everything of it, Izuku says, and give her a teasing wink, leaving her little puddle on the garden. Her heart did somersault and looks at him as he leaves. 2 days later. After the entertaining events of the sports festival of Ua, nobody was expecting the sickening horrors the following days. The public only had so much information on the Green Flame attacks. Even so, they were aware of the fact that mainly villains ever did fell into the death trap, and that pretty much it. Public, however, soon proven wrong when they witnessed a burnt, melting corpse of a local hero nearby the bridge. which surprisingly not at all an isolated area. But still nobody see the onslaught, and when they did, informed officials within following hour. The media later arrived, and unfortunately for the police, a reporter questioned a rookie officer, who unknowingly confessed. This is clearly not the first time a hero body found. Shocked and enraged, public and reporters marched towards the police headquarters and demanded some believable explanation. News spread like wildfire, and the government had no way of hiding things anymore. Public panic was the only reason the truth never left the headquarters. But now a rookie did a rookie mistake, and the higher-ups had to present an explanation. Like always, police did not spill more than necessary, and also the officer who leaked the supposedly secretive information got fired the same evening. Within matter of minutes, the higher-ranking heroes forced to take a full-time patrol in order to pinpoint or possibly capture this monster who unfortunately wields the power of the destructive hellfire. Up until now, nobody except few heroes ever saw the vigilante. But nobody ever figured out the extent or the limits of his quirk. Hell, nobody even knows the logic behind the fire quirk at all. Because whenever they find another corpse of a villain, you can clearly see the melting body and the surrounding. However, the unexplainable thing is, nobody has a clue how or why the victims of the dead villains are totally fine. No fire wound, burn mark, nothing. It's like the fire did not affected them at all. Things are fastly getting out of hand. So many heroes are spending overtime on the lookouts, and the number 2 hero is the leading one. However, Endeavor refused to carry some loudmouths on his back and left on his own. He found various nice spots to hide and observe any movement from the target. But also, that's not his way of handling things. Endeavor is smart, strong, agile, durable, and a perfect hero in a unique way. The only thing differentiating him with others is his horrible behavior. His ego, and the effort to be a copy of All Might, turned him into a monster. At least in others' eyes. In his eyes, he's right. Even though he's not. He don't realize what he's doing to his own family. Because he believes his decisions to be the best. And that same belief keeping his brain occupied as he searched for Green Flame. Endeavor, I've lost sight of you. Where are you headed to? Endeavor heard Mirko's angry voice. She probably the second leading hero of their group. While Endeavor gone, it's up to her to drag the local heroes with her around. Separating. To cover more ground. Endeavor replies irritated. This is all a waste of time for him. You happily took the leadership back at meeting, and I expected more from you. Mirko hissed. I hate things weigh me down, he replied. Oh yeah, fire trash can. People weigh you down. I now found why you never be the number 1. Mirko snapped and cut the call. Annoying. Endeavor grunts, taking a leap to another big building. He pretty much left a whole trail of melting footprints along the way, and he doesn't seem bothered by the slightest. Times like this, when leaving behind your tracks is the most stupidest mistake one could make. On top of that, Endeavor is not all loved by anyone, including villains. So there's a high chance of a villain coming after him. But still, Endeavor don't care. The notorious Green Flame is his main goal, and Endeavor never did fail to achieve his goals. But here, things are different. Not everything works on your favor. Minutes had passed. No lead whatsoever. Endeavor grunts annoyed and stands on top of a big building overlooking the city. The useless hours he spent for Green Flame frustrating him more than anything. It's unlike of him invested in one individual, and it surprised him at first too. Because All Might is the one person he ever paid attention to. Nobody ever interested him anyway other than All Might, and now a mysterious vigilante caught his eyes too. Probably the lingering mystery that interests him. Or it's all just a curiosity. Maybe after he catches this vigilante, his interest maybe will die down as well. Endeavor slowly ran his eyes all over the city down. Roads, narrow pathways between houses, alleyways, and even some old buildings. He eyes every single one of them in hopes of getting a glimpse of a green glow. Still, No sign of what he's looking for. Well, at least that's what he thought. Endeavor blew some air as he looks at the sky. With his right hand, he rubbed his face irritated. His unfocused eyes picked up random clouds. It's all in various shapes and sizes. One with huge imagination would see things that's not there. And even the number 2 hero has some imagination in his brain that keeps running as his fiery eyes make out the moving white cotton of sky. But later what happened is beyond imagination. Nor did he imagine it happening. Endeavor posture stiffened and eyes widened. He saw something between the clouds. It was quick, and like blur it vanished. For a split second, he saw something green flash by and due to it flying higher than clouds. He did not saw what caused it. Whatever it was, Endeavor had this gut feeling that keeps saying it was following him around. Being followed. A feeling he always recognized. Up in the blue vast sky, a green glow never goes unnoticed. Not for an average human. And there's no doubt a number 2 hero who possessed the power that's almost immeasurable cannot see the strange glow. The glow seems like moving. Moving in breakneck speed, which is so fast for an aircraft. Too bright and visible for a quirk user. At least a normal fire quirk user cannot produce that much of light, and to stand out the most from thousands of feet high. If they're one to possess such abilities are probably considered more advanced or rather stronger. Even Endeavor cannot stand out from that high. And the lingering feeling of being followed not helping at the moment any slightest. It's as if somebody keeping an eye on him. Sure, Endeavor cannot confirm his doubts, but over the years of his services, he no longer stranger to identify these types of feelings. If there's really his doubts come true, Endeavor knows that it must be someone or something beyond strong. Fascinating. A single thought crossed Endeavor as he stared up at the sky. Well, he didn't have stare at the clouds for so long. Because it happened again. The green glow has returned. The same green light which strangely caught his eyes. But there's an exception to it now. The vanishing green light no longer disappeared. It just lingering there, circling one spot centering him. The sight of it caused his eyes to twitch. Endeavor so badly want to fly up there and research what's going on there. The problem is, even his egoism won't admit it. Endeavor cannot reach that high in a million years. His high speed of flying doesn't matter here. The truth is simple as that. The so-called number 2 cannot reach someone using their quirk illegally, and all he could do is think of thousands of useless ways to capture them. One of the few times he ever felt useless. His mind keep running and revising ideas. The lingering feeling of being followed is still there. And that thought brings him to another few questions. Who is this pursuer? What do they want? Are they even hostile? And last but not least, is he even looking at a right angle here? What if it's not him they pursuing? What if they're not what he think they are? Those are few the questions that yet to be answered. But all of a sudden, his mind processed what's going on. The glow is green up in the sky. A green he's possibly after all this time. A green glow they set an entire mission to track down, and finally, the origin of this green glow is no more foreign. It's familiar, and Endeavor knows who it belongs to. The one and only green flame. The notorious infamous vigilante, the bringer of the mass murders happening around. Now here is Endeavor, on a mission to capture the said vigilante, and on top it off, he found the said vigilante. But there's a complication. He can't get a hold of this vigilante, even after being in front of his eyes. So close yet so far. Endeavor grits his teeth and veins started to pop up on his forehead as his fists clenched to a point where he could hear it crack. Endeavor is going through a mental conflict right now. You know, the one you feel when you have something so close to achieve, but an annoying obstacle that's immovable, blocking your way, preventing you from reaching the glory you crave. Endeavor, lost in thoughts, refused to contact any other inconvenience, such as the heroes assigned with him. This is one of those times where you aren't interested in sharing the victory. The circling glow lingered there for a few more seconds, But soon after Endeavor eyes look away, the glow halted on one spot. No, it didn't halt on one spot. In reality, the glow was descending the vast sky towards the ground level. Endeavor eyes widened in surprise as the glowing orb came down. Just as before, the speed it's showing off was outstanding in many levels, and the heat of it seemingly mimicking the one that of a morning sun. Either way, Endeavor's shock short-lived as he realized his target getting much more closer to him. What else great opportunity he have? Not wasting the said opportunity. Endeavor cracked a smirk on his face, and he almost jumped up at the falling target. Keyword: almost. He stopped because he finally saw it. The green glow is not very big enough to fit the vigilante appearance. The thing emitting the light possibly just feet big. Just half of a normal human being. The conclusion of this doubt finally cleared. And that is, it's not vigilante he's looking at. It's just something else. The distance between them lessened quicker than a blink of an eye. But the incoming projectile speed and aura nowhere near promising a friendly touch, but pure impact that could create a huge crater. That thought alone made Endeavor think or move faster out of the harm's way. Like a missile, the projectile crashed into the same place Endeavor stood a second ago. Endeavor flew up just as the dust kicked up and small portion of big chunk of debris got thrown everywhere, and some even almost hit the number 2 in the process. Surprise was evident in Endeavor's structure as he landed few distance away from the crater. The crater itself was huge and deep. Dark smoky dust almost hid the attacker who presumably on the center of the big crater. The key word yet again. Almost. Because the green glow was so bright to be missed. But yet again the appearance of the attacker still remains hidden. But soon enough the smoke faded, slowly revealing the said attacker. This time though, Endeavor's surprise could no longer be contained. His anger vanished, and the replacement of it was pure shock and amazement, topping it off with bit of confusion. His expectations wasn't even close to the true reality, which is getting unfolded before his very eyes. The mysterious pursuer and attacker didn't turn out the way he thought few minutes ago. A humanoid illegal quirk user, who is 6 feet tall and muscular and scary. That's what he was expecting. Not a bird covered in green fire, which logically impossible to happen. He could see the black charred bones poking out of its blade like feathers, and could see its eye socket is empty with fire raging inside. Overall, the creature resembles a thing came out of the darkest pits of hell. It flapped its blade wings to hover few feet above the crater, and the firebird already has its attention on the number 2 hero. "What are you?" Endeavor subconsciously asked. Obviously, there's no response. Within seconds of this mysterious encounter, Endeavor came up with a believable argument. This bird is a doing of some illusion quirk user or a shapeshifter. Either way, he's seen enough chaos already. The deaths of villains and random heroes don't matter anything to him. But the priceless value of the victory encourages him to stop this abomination once and for all. Endeavor soon regained his troubled posture. Appearing uncertain and troubled in front of your enemy leads to your own downfall. Endeavor learned it the hard way back in his rookie days. The firebird, however, mirrored his same still and calm look as it stared through his soul and seemingly refusing to back down. A deafening silence envelopes the surrounding environment, and their standoff intensified its tension. The slightest of hesitation behind his every motion added an unfamiliar weight on his shoulder, was something he thought he lost it long ago. But seeing this unexplainable creature brings back the lost emotions and uncertainty. That one thought shows him that he's now confronted something stronger. Even All Might don't have this kind of effect on him. But a single bird covered in fire does. It is strange. "I do wish to know who you..." Endeavor got cut halfway through his line before the fire raven was on to him. Due to lack of distance between them than before, the fire raven did manage to crash into its target. Endeavor's surprise was priceless. He did not expect any of this. Being thrown around by a small bird really affecting his pride and egoistic mind. A small bird that appeared out of the blue. Turned out this fire thing somehow inherits overwhelming power to know down a giant man. This giant man here is Endeavor to top it all. In midair, Endeavor spinned and tried his best to land on his own 2 feet. When landed, he didn't stop before skidding and colliding with a building behind him, creating a big dent on it. Blinding agility, brute force of a strength, extremely heated up physical abilities. What is this creature? Endeavor questions himself. Never in his whole hero service he ever came across such an enemy before. There's obviously no answer, but a slight sound of the blade wings flapping. Kodachi hovered on one spot, but Endeavor spotted a twitch on its body and saw through an upcoming strike. The exotic bird, just as expected, was on the move. Like a missile, it charges again with its flames intensifying and left a path of black smoke as it flew up to him. Endeavor, however, don't fall for the same thing twice. Charging up his Hellflame quirk on both hands, Endeavor blocked the bird just as it crashed onto him. Endeavor got a strong hold on both of its wings, and a smirk appeared on his face. The impact got nullified due to the spring-like motion Endeavor done with his hands, and the culprit of the mass murders is finally under the strong hold of the number 2 hero. I won't fall for that again. Endeavor roared and slammed the charred bird onto the already damaged ground floor and continued to slam it multiple times more. The force used on each slam was earth-shaking, and there's no doubt the bird is not going to make it out fine. While Endeavor is at it, there's a thought keep poking his brain. The bird is still struggling violently, and few times he almost lost his grip on its wings. The unexplainable thing is, why or how is this creature got this strong? If you look from afar, all you see a grown giant man throwing around a mutated or deformed chicken. But if you are in Endeavor position, you'll get an idea that how lively and almost invisible the creature is. Sure, the powerful slams affecting it, but it doesn't doing much. After the 5th slam, the heat on the Raven intensified, and the fire quirk user himself felt its intensity. Until now, he completely ignored the heat of its fire. Well, now tables have turned. Green fire suddenly envelopes both of its wings, and the heat almost melted Endeavor gloved palm. Sadly though, he lost his grip, giving the bird a chance to get back into the air. Endeavor hissed a bit as he takes a look at his slight burnt hand. Black smoke rose out of the red burns as he observed the damage. Thank his quirk for being a fire type, the burns did not affect him much. Kodachi recovered sooner than expected and was on his side in a second. Endeavor saw through its attack and focused his quirk on his right hand and shot a massive amount of scorching hellfire on the floor between the two of them. The firewall obviously didn't slow the killer bird on its tracks and easily cut through it. But Endeavor had it right where he wanted, because the firewall was a simple distraction while he leaped up in the air just as the wall was created. Seeing Kodachi slow when it lost the sight of him, Endeavor came back down with a fire punch with his right hand. His left hand did the job of a booster, which continuously shoots fire to speed up the descent. The fire bird got caught off guard as Endeavor threw the devastating fire punch. Sadly, it hit the mark, right on its torso, sending the deformed creature back to the big crater. The hit was nowhere near gentle or painless. The punch was clearly aimed to kill or hurt the foe real bad. The results are clear, and one could hear the boom it created from afar. Dust and piles of debris got kicked, and the green glow lost its shine. Endeavor landed a few feet away and admired his handwork. With a smirk, he concluded the results on his own. "You have lost," he announced. Ego spills out of each words came out of his mouth, and a victorious smile appeared on his lips. Soon the dust cleared, revealing the firebird whose fire now died down. Even though he no longer saw green fire but black smoke, he saw its body twitching with life. Is this really what you are? A strange bird? A quirk user? The infamous green flame causing trouble around the street? If you are, how or why nobody able to capture you? A pathetic piece of trash. Endeavor mocked his downed opponent. He halfway forgot the strength it has stored due to the overwhelming pride and self-respect. After all, he finally defeated the notorious and so-called dangerous vigilante. Turns out it wasn't a vigilante, just a bird with an unknown origin. I thought you could give me a handful, but I think I pushed you too hard. Endeavor says as he climbed down the crater and picked up the black charred skeleton bird, which still got black smoke all over. Endeavor picked it up using its black metal wing and was about to return to police headquarters with his accomplishment. All of a sudden, green flames erupted in Kodachi's eyes, attracting Endeavor attention. Staring straight at Endeavor, Kodachi opens its mouth, and lets an ear-splitting screech which sends supersonic waves directly hitting the number 2 hero. The sound was so loud, Endeavor almost felt his ears bleed and his eardrum break. Second time during this strange fight between an overpowered human being and a creature alienated from this world. Endeavor was once again lost his hold on the creature. Kodachi couldn't fly up in time and fell down with Endeavor, who cupped both his ears because it was ringing and hurting. All he could hear is the ringing and nothing else. Endeavor had his one eye closed and the other was open, painfully looking at the struggling fire bird. Kodachi did its best to fly up, but the attempts turned out fruitless in the end. Endeavor power did quite a lot on Kodachi, and the hell-powered healing factor did nothing to lessen its damage. Without its master, Kodachi is almost vulnerable. Almost immortal, but still killable. Endeavor breathing raised more as his senses are temporarily disabled. He cannot hear anything. He's pretty sure the wetness on his left palm is blood oozing out of his ear. Endeavor still gave the bird his all attention as he watched it stumble and flap its wings for almost a while. During that time period, his hearing abilities slowly restored and the ringing almost died down. What felt like forever, Endeavor finally rose up to his feet, staring down the healing fire bird. Kodachi managed on to its 2 legs, still having trouble to stay straight. "I must admit, you got me there," Endeavor said in annoyance. His voice was high, because of his busted ears. "Super strength at first, speed of light. Now the annoying screech of yours." Endeavor started and leaned down to get a better look of Kodachi. "And truth to be told, I was wondering, what are you?" Endeavor questions. As if his question is some sort of trigger, something happened. The struggling bird all of a sudden halted any sort of movements and stills. Then, SSSSSSWOSH. A sound echoes as if metal chains are swinging, and the bright green light comes with it was as blinding as the sound is deafening. Either way, Endeavor training and experience let him overcome both of the said uncomfortable feelings, almost to a limit. Still, he pretty much struggled to focus. He saw the source of the sound, which was a hole made out of black charred metal chains and green flames enveloping it. Fire circle appeared few distance away from Kodachi, and the rubble melted under the heat of the fire circle, which exactly looks like a portal of some sort. Endeavor squinted his eyes to have a better look at the circle, and all he see is green fire and multiple fire chains and sparks flying around. "What the?" Endeavor grunts. Few seconds of staring at the fire hole, his eyes got adjusted to the intensified light. Atmosphere changes its temperature quickly, and the fire quirk user felt the heat, which is surprising. Normally heat don't bother him much, but this time is the first exception. Cling, cling, cling. The metal clinging sound, which sounded more like footsteps, came out of the fire portal. Endeavor eyes looks closer to see something clearly, but to no avail. Then there he saw a silhouette slowly becoming visible as they were getting closer to the portal. The person got out of the portal before it closes behind him, revealing Deku, who stood there looking down at Kodachi. This time, though, his identity didn't kept behind his hood like usual, and his real face is visible to Endeavor. Slowly Deku looks up at Endeavor directly in the eyes, and the number 2 hero brain clicked with realization. Endeavor seen those green intimidating eyes before, and he clearly remember where did he see it. "You," Endeavor started. "You figured me out. I was hoping to see you soon, but never thought of it being this early," Deku said. He then crouched next to Kodachi and placed a palm on top of its head. Then the green flames healed the fire bird, which elegantly took off into the air and then shifted back to its normal form before landing on Deku's shoulder. Endeavor watched it happen, and he could barely hold back the look of shock appeared on his face. "You're saying that? You were looking for me? Why? To hand over yourself?" Endeavor mocked. Izuku chuckled softly and shook his head. "Ha ha, you know what I like about you the most, Endeavor? You always looking fearless even though you are unsure of your decisions. I have never seen you afraid, but your soul answers me." Deku replied, which earned a strange look from Endeavor. Endeavor then examined the individual standing in front of him. Sure, if the bird he thought was the culprit have a master, then the bird is not the one he's looking for. That means, so, the whole Tokyo was after you. The mysterious vigilante and the murderer of hundreds. Turns out you're just a child. How about we make this quick? Put up as little struggle as possible, and I'll do the rest. Endeavor said. I'm afraid things go way different. Deku replied with chuckle. And, do you know something, Enji Todoroki? Deku started. Endeavor face dropped when Izuku called him by his real name. Do you know that? Your family asks the same question you asked my companion whenever you fail to become their world. They ask the same about you. The question, what are you? Deku finished speaking, leaving a speechless Endeavor. I thought, heroes do exist so people could live in peace. But your family got the worst version of a hero in their household, I guess. Izuku said when Endeavor failed to reply. What are you getting at? Are you speaking with false assumptions? Endeavor questions, but sounded desperate. His personal secrets are no longer secrets. Endeavor is aware of what is the vigilante getting at, but refused to confess. Oh, I believe you know the truth. The suffering and grief you caused on your own bloodline for the past few decades. It doesn't matter you confess or not. I have my ways to deal with stuff. Deku said in dangerously low and threatening manner. Endeavor don't buy this anymore, so he took a more heroic approach. Beats me what you're saying. Whatever. Just surrender Green Flame. Or whatever your name is. I know media don't get every answers, so they create their own. And I know you don't go by the name Green Flame by yourself. If you do, then the name is stupid. Endeavor replies coldly. Deep in his heart he knows that he's hiding the truth. But what matters more is keep this fire quirk vigilante behind bars. See? I knew you were smarter. I guess you're right. Green Flame sounds lame. Izuku started. Spit it out. It may be helpful for me later, when I make it to the front page of the newspapers. Endeavor says arrogantly and moved forward, threateningly close to Deku with his fire raging. Oh, with pleasure. I'm really happy to go by who I really am. Deku said with a unsettling wide grin. Endeavor left eye twitched, a sign of danger. His eyes then picked up the black smoke rising from the vigilante shoulders. Even though Green Flame is self-explanatory name, I have a title of the writer. Izuku continues as the black smoke grew in quantity and his eyes turned bright green, and his voice grew heavy to a point where it sounds like it belongs to a demon. The Ghost Rider. And I see the sins your soul is stained with. Let me see K. Deku's sentence got cut short when something heavy came and connects with his side. Kodachi just in time flew up as its master got kicked off of his feet. Endeavor looks at the source of the distraction and growled at the one person he didn't want to deal with right now. What are you doing here, Mirko? Endeavor grunts. You want me to answer your questions? Too bad I despise you. Mirko says and stood there facing Deku, who is now slowly getting on his feet. I see you found someone here, huh, Mr. Flaming Trash Can? You did things well for the first time, huh? Mirko says, earning a hard stare from Endeavor, but she ignored him. Mirko looked closely at Deku, who is now standing there staring at Endeavor and her. She saw his glowing green eyes and black smoke coming out his body. I heard you two talking. Endeavor wasn't lying, you're just a kid villain. Tsukachi probably has a ton to ask you, Ghost Rider. Isn't that name a bit too creepy? Mirko comments as she analyzed Deku, who chuckled in his current deep voice. His voice sends shivers down their spine, which was so odd. It's so rare that a villain has this kind of effect on them. You're calling me a villain, Hero Mirko? Then what you call your friend over there? What you call this hero community? I'm sure you got the perspective of this world upside down. Deku said in his deep voice. He's in middle of both his normal and hell formation personalities that he says things wisely and calculated with a terrifying grin. They only see a monster ready to pounce, but pretended he has no effect on them. Say what you want when you're in jail, writer. I advise you to stay put and don't think of any funny ideas. Mirko commands taking a fighting position, just in case. I see no stained soul in you. Deku said, pointing at Mirko, who raised a brow in confusion. Rumi Uzajiya. He finished, taking her off guard. She's startled like never before. A highly classified or personal information, which she never revealed it to anyone, even her fellow hero team members. That doesn't explain why a psychopathic murdering vigilante is aware of it. That gives you enough reasons to stay out of the way. Deku said in a low voice. I prefer the same. Nobody wants you here, number 6th hero. He and I have personal businesses. Endeavor says. I don't care what you two have, but I won't let him slip out again. Mirko stated confidently. I've seen enough bloodshed. She added. Deku then laughed. Not smile, nor chuckled. He laughed like a madman. His voice added the extra terrifying factor, which possessed the ability to creep out anyone. Oh, trust me. When I'm done here, your wish will come true. Just as he said that, both heroes could feel the ground shake. They instantly figured out something is wrong. They leaps out of the way just as dozens of fire chains erupts out of the ground and attempted to grab them. Thankfully, they managed to escape. What the hell? What's going on? Mirko shouted as she landed and stared at the snake-like spiky fire chains. The next second, they vanished back to the ground. Endeavor confusion and amazement was evident on his face. He didn't see it coming. His quirk? What is it? He thought. Mirko looks at Deku and sighed. Screw it. She cursed and took off straight at the vigilante. On the way, multiple fire chains came out of the ground, and she dodges it left and right. She faced hard time to evade the chains. However, one thing was strange. None of the fire chains produced any heat, even though they looks like they are melting. She cleared her way through the fire chains forest until she has view of Deku. She used both her legs to power up jump and flew up and came down with a punch ready to hit him. Deku rolled out of the way. Her both legs radiated a massive shockwave, creating a crater upon contact on the already destroyed floor. Deku took his eyes off of Endeavor only for a second, and before he knew it, Endeavor was on his side so fast. Izuku ducks just in time to miss a raging fist, but Endeavor used his knee to hurt Deku's chest. Endeavor knee connects painfully against Deku's chest, sending him across the battlefield. Seeing his master in pain, Kodachi tried to transform, but couldn't. Deku stops its transformation via mind link. Stay down. I don't want to cause you any permanent mark, Mirko says. This time, though, Deku was as silent as a calm sea, hiding danger in its calmness. He looks at them with his green glowing eyes and stood up from the place where he fell. I wish you two were understanding, Deku says. The next thing they know is something wrapped around them. Mainly Mirko. Fire chains wrapped around her like thousands of snakes, and thankfully the hellfire didn't burn her. Only one chain came in contact with Endeavor, which wrapped around his left hand. But the chain wrapped around him melted both his clothes and skin and flesh, unlike Mirko. Endeavor tried to hold back his screams, but was successful halfway. Mirko saw this, which added more fuel into her confusion. You won't win, Endeavor. Sinners must punished, Deku said, gaining both their attention. The crimes you've done don't deserve any forgiveness. you will feel the pain of your family, your victims. With that being said, the fire in his eyes intensified, and the black smoke rose off of his body increased by the passing second. Then his face cracked and charred, which peeled away his blackening skin, revealing green flame, black smoke, and burnt skeleton in it. Now they saw no boy with power. They saw no vigilante with psychotic grin. They only saw a monster out of a nightmare who make you scream because you're petrified of it. They saw it standing there and seemingly staring at them with its hollow, fiery eyes. There stood the rider. The Ghost Rider, declaring the number 2 hero fate. Both hero had their eyes bulging when they saw this new abomination. The fire skeleton wearing burning leather outfit, and its surroundings lightening up and melting under his fire heat. Kodachi turned into its hell form with its master and sat on the rider's right shoulder. They finally started to wonder if they even witnessing a grim reaper. The rider took a metal clinging step followed by another, and another then another until he's directly in front of Endeavor. Rider tilted his head sideways and stared deeply into Endeavor's soul. Endeavor don't know what to do when this fire skeleton is in front of him. But containing what left of his courage, he mustered enough confidence and aimed a punch directly at Rider's skull. Midair, Endeavor fist was caught like it's nothing. Endeavor fist is in an iron grip that is impossible to free out of. Endeavor even used a fire barrier to push the rider away. But the green flames sucked the orange flames in and nullified Endeavor quirk. Mirko don't know what's going on right now. She's literally watching a skeleton walking around covered in fire who possessed the power to take heavy hits. The logic behind it got thrown out of the window. There's no logic to begin with anyway. Rider then finally looks into Endeavor's eyes, and then the pain followed. The Endeavor, who is as rough as a cold stone, finally started to scream at the top of his lungs in pure agony. His stained soul hurting him the same way he hurt others. He hurt his family, so it hurts him double. Flashbacks and memories of what happened with his family and his victims flashed before his very eyes, and he is now feeling every single pain he inflicted on others. Endeavor's fiery eyes turns back to normal, and the fire covering his face and suit disappeared. Ghost Rider destroyed one thing that lead Endeavor through the path of arrogance, and that is his quirk. Finally, the punishment was over. Endeavor's unconscious body then fell and was dangling on the fire chain. After what he did to Endeavor, he turns back normal and a fire chain portal appeared behind him. I hope that helped you any better, Deku said and walked back into the portal. The chains holding the heroes on the place vanished as Deku vanished into the portal, leaving a completely fine Mirko with her now wounded enemy. The following incident caused fatal injuries to the current number 2 hero Endeavor. Number 6 hero Mirko, however, did not sustain any injuries and will be in remission shortly. The vigilante who originally named Ghost Rider continues the killing spree, which seems unstoppable at this point. The last hope we have is you All Might. May no more bloodshed happen at your watch. With that, TV was turned off by Momo. She held the black object close to her chest and looks down at Todoroki, who was frozen on the spot of the couch he's seated. They were getting along just fine and decided to take advantage of the Sunday by watching any movies. Turns out, they switched to the wrong channel at the wrong time. Todoroki's usual void of emotion face now has the expression of shock, confusion, and fear. Fear of losing someone who he thought he hated the most. But somehow he can't hate the person anymore. The difference between Shoto and Enji is that Shoto still has a longing and young heart. It cannot handle any sudden shock. Ghost Rider, the notorious Green Flame, finally gone through his father and beat his old man so bad. He is almost at a near deathbed. The students are all now as scared. The number 2 is defeated and almost died. What chance do we have? They all thought. Bakugo brain cannot reach to a decision, whether or not he should be sacred or laugh it off. Or whether or not he should stand up and accept this non-verbal challenge or cower back into his sheet. Todoroki moved finally. He rested his elbows on his knees and plants his face right into his palm. He's visibly is tensed. No friends of his don't know what to do. Izumi also don't know what to do. Soon enough, Mr. Aizawa enters the hall with Midnight, and by the looks of it, the heroes also is aware of the incident. Obviously. Aizawa looks at Todoroki with his usual dry look and sighed. Todoroki, come. Your sister wants your company at the hospital. Aizawa announced, gaining everyone's attention. Oh, Mr. Aizawa, is it true? Is Endeavor? Mina's question died down before she realized the situation. Not now, Ishido. Aizawa calmly says. Todoroki, without no words, stood up and followed Aizawa out of the dorms. The son of the famous number 2 hero never thought there is someone out there who could defeat Endeavor other than All Might and him. Now this vigilante who popped out of nowhere, almost a short time ago, annihilating whoever crossed his path. This is chaos. Nobody, even professionals, doesn't have a single clue. What's the motive behind this killing spree? Why murder villains and heroes evenly? The reason behind only could be answered if they get a hold of the newly identified vigilante, the Ghost Rider. A name that sends shivers down everyone's spine, especially after what happened to Endeavor and Mirko. Young Shoto. Todoroki heard All Might calling him. Toshinori stood on the doorway to the exit in his buff form. Fighting with the Namu made it hard for him to switch to his power form. He recently spit out so much blood, and that never happened before. Todoroki blankly stared at All Might. Young Shoto, may I have a talk with you? All Might asked hopefully. Sure, came Todoroki's cold answer. All Might took Todoroki in secluded area of the academy and looks down at the young man. I may sound stupid. If it does, forgive me. Are you feeling okay? I know it's a lot to take in. Shoto looks up at All Might and shook his head. I don't know. Am I supposed to feel fine? All Might sighed, knowing he did sound really stupid. Look, young Todoroki, I want to talk to you about something. I know it's hard to take in, but heroes do sacrifices. The responsibilities are much more bigger, and sometimes it's hard to fulfill your role in it. Your father knows that too. I want you to know that. All Might says carefully as he could. By the looks of it, it's really hard to miss the troubled eyes of Shoto, and All Might knows how it feels. You don't speak a word, All Might. My old man sees you as an opponent, and my all life, I was taught to hate you. To overcome what you built up. Whatever you say, it doesn't matter no more, and I'm not feeling anything at all. Shoto says. Anything else you want me to know? Todoroki questions. All Might senses the uneasiness and shook his head a no. Nothing else. You may go now. All Might instructs and Shoto left. Maybe, whatever he'll see at the hospital may create a fear in him. If not, the strongest and cruel man to ever exist for him is his father. And seeing that strong father fallen is not something he ever expected to see. His sister sat next to the IQ, a solemn look on her, and by seeing that, Shoto theorized that it's really something to be worried about than he thought. Shoto walked slowly to the door, but his sister stopped him. You can't. Doctors won't let anybody in yet, she said sadly, earning a nod from her little brother. Fayumi looks up at him and patted the seat next to her, asking him to sit down next to her. Shoto took his time, but he did as she told him to. Fayumi is thinking she do owe him an apology. Shoto, it's something I need to talk to you about. It's kinda bugging me. Fayumi started. Shoto looks at her for a moment and nodded her to continue. It's about, about father, she said, and the father word came out as a lagged breath. Knowing what's going on with her family and her so-called father, and how Shoto was treated, she sure as hell feels sick to call Endeavor her father. Her siblings gone through enough, and she knows how much they're unforgiving when it comes to their father. What about it? Shoto calmly asks. I think I owe you an apology. To find out about him the way you did. I should have informed you myself. I'm sorry. Fayumi finished her line, but Todoroki shook his head. It's better this way. If you informed me before the news I saw, maybe I refused to visit. Something about this green flame or the Ghost Rider somehow attracted my attention. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe not. Either way, I hate to see you keep apologizing for what he's reasonable of. Shoto confessed, which obviously didn't appreciate it by Fayumi. But she understood why he said that. However, deep in her mind, she knows that Shoto do care, even if it's not involved by Ghost Rider. After all, they are the same blood. Have you visited Mother? Fayumi asked. Not yet. Does she know? Came Shoto's question. Her hospital room has one of those LED TV. I won't be surprised if she heard the news already. Fayumi replied. Then there was a silence between them. Fayumi wasn't doing much, but Shoto is lost in his thoughts. There's part of him telling him that now there's something to fight the vigilante for. Not sure why, but he thinks that way. Maybe the urge to surpass his old man came with the ultimate plan of defeating the someone who almost killed Endeavor. Maybe defeating the infamous Ghost Rider will consider as surpassing Endeavor. Maybe even All Might. As far as he's aware, nobody ever saw the limits of this dangerous vigilante, and Shoto is happy to figure it out himself. Meanwhile, Kodachi happily sat facing its master, who happened to be deep in his thoughts. They are both on the top part of this ancient church, enjoying the cool wind rustling the vegetation around. Dark clouds happens to be a regular occurrence, but the dark vibe it gives, strangely, was soothing for Deku and his companion. They were chatting like a long-lost friend meeting once again. But Deku thought of something else. Do you ever wondered, how come we're still here, living our lives, as if we never died? Deku says to Kodachi, who's seemingly understanding what he's saying, and tilts its head. Wonders never cease to end, I guess. Funny thing is, before I got you, my mind always stayed blank. Maybe I never realized how lonely was I until I'm not lonely anymore. Deku continued. Then something else poked his mind. A thought he had since the beatdown he gave to the heroes. Deku looks at Kodachi, who eagerly waiting for him to speak. Its master's voice always makes the ghost bird feel like home. Another thing though. What was that all about yesterday? He spoke with his thoughts rolling all around his brain. I felt like I'm a psychopath. I behaved somewhat different. Like, I almost ignored the cleanse his soul first part of the plan. That big fireman messed up my senses of holding back a punch. What do you think, huh? It's always me who talks about random nothings. It's your turn, buddy. Deku said, playfully poking Kodachi. The raven bird loved that, and its eyes glowed. A sign that its mind linking with Deku. Oh, you think so? I had my doubts. Theoretically, my nerves acted along with his sin soul, and I basically just gone cold like Endeavor. Either way, I don't care as long as he ever revert back into what he was few hours ago. He better stay better. Deku said, and the last part of his sentences came out as a mumble. A habit he had before he died, and now it's back. Accepting what or who he is does that to you. Gives you free access to the lost memories and experiences. But being the Ghost Rider, Deku knows that he better stay dead for those who is familiar with him. He won't try to hide, but won't let them see him so easily. In fact, he doesn't care. Eliminating sinners is something he loves to do for the better tomorrow. That's why he's the true hero behind the built-up name of a mass murderer. He won't correct nobody. A true hero can withstand the harsh criticism. But there's still an exception. Deku doesn't feel like calling himself a hero. Ghost Rider is something that no words can't describe, and Deku knows that. He also knows that, even after all this killing the sinners and facing bunch of heroes, he's still a mystery to the outer world. Kodachi was chilling and was loving the moment. Its master do care, and now petting it. Kodachi never eaten anything before it almost died. And miraculously, the death took it to this man in front of it. An angel who is a fire skeleton and terrifying. But instead of burning in the hellfire of its master, That same fire gave it a life that no animal ever got. It feels living luxury. With the hellfire enhancing its physical and mental abilities, the ability of thinking enhanced as well. That made it appreciate its master's kindness. They sat there, cherishing the moment. No crime happening so far. The news of the beatdown really kicked fear into some thugs, it seems. At least that's how it felt, though. Then something happened. Deku could feel a pit in his gut. A feeling. Something so far. Something that's unclear but obvious. It's almost felt like a cry for help. Maybe it is. Kodachi's head froze on point, as it felt that same thing. It's far though. Really far. Have they felt the same thing before? Yes. But never evident or obvious. This feeling sounded more like a heartbeat, which continues and was getting louder or intensifying. However though, it only lasted few seconds. Deku slowly stood up as the feeling died down. That was something weird. He felt that same thing before. When he first became the rider and saved that boy from those thugs. And that triggered the obvious explanation. Another child is in danger. Deku looks at the direction of the feeling, and he cannot feel it again. It means someone died on his watch. A child, that is. Deku narrowed his eyes in frustration. Even though he's too late, maybe her soul will be in peace if he destroy what destroyed her. Maybe. But before he could think any further, the feeling of the child's cry came back. As if they never died. Deku felt the hope and relief, but then again, the feeling stopped, like she's dead again. What is this? Why is it happening? He asked to himself. The feeling lived and died live forever. He never dealt with anything like this ever. But he won't sit here doing nothing. He looks at Kodachi and looks down at his motorcycle on the ground and looks at Kodachi again. Guess what? We're running out of time. How about we become one? Somebody really needs us. Deku said, and Kodachi understood what he meant. Let's go then, he said as both of them started to heat up and let out black smoke. Meanwhile, at the dormitory, students all gathered up in the living room. Aizawa wanted them there. Shoto still haven't returned yet. Izumi sat there along with everyone, discussing random things. Ochako was visibly tensed because of things happening to the hero community. Dying villains and strangers wasn't enough. Now the iconic heroes are dying too. For what? Why is this happening? She wondered. What? Minta butted in. He, being a pervert, still managed to get his chances fruitful. But now he too is scared shirtless of what's going on. Everyone looks at her, including Izumi. Ochako sighed. I mean, you know what? People are dying. Even heroes who saves those people. And we're heroes too, right? She says, and that lone line freaked out almost everyone, and Minta screams in terror. You saying that? We're gonna be next. We're gonna die too? Oh crap, no, I don't wanna die. He screams and hugs Sui. As always, he earned a slap with her tongue. Everyone present there looks at each other and gulped. No, that's not what I meant, Ochako said. Then, Kaminari asks, I mean, as the future heroes, what's the best way we could stand a chance against this vigilante? Remember we tried to catch that scary-looking bird? Ochako asked to other girls. Boys at this point leaned more in to hear everything. The girls nodded. It was fast, Jiru said. And strong, Mina added. Like, we didn't stand a chance, Toru said. And the last hope of beating the infamous Ghost Rider got thrown out the window. We're heroes. No matter what is the consequences of standing up to face this villain, we'll stand our ground, Kirishima said in such a hype that others felt the positivity. Well, we should stop worrying. We have All Might. What could possibly go wrong, right? Minta said nervously. PFFT, I'm gonna say to you, you ignorant fool. That bird Namu thing was inches away from ripping off All Might head. Remember, who destroyed that strong-ass thing? That Ghost Rider guy. Now you think, You should rely on All Might. Grow up. Bakugo screams and Izumi and others looks at him. Izumi didn't like his tone one bit. But she knows he's right. Well, sort of. Have faith, Katsuki. I'm sure All Might knows how to deal with this. But we won't stay quiet though. At least we could try. Izumi says. And you better keep quiet. I'm already dealing with enough headache. Came Aizawa's voice, which silenced his students. They missed his presence since he was there for 2 minutes. Well, they are worried. Shoto didn't come back yet. The defeat of 2 higher-ranking heroes left a negative aura around the campus. Mr. Aizawa. Almost everyone said as they saw him. I'm here. Aizawa started but couldn't finish it, because a rain of questions erupts in the room. Where's Shoto? How is Endeavor? Is Mirko out on work? Where's All Might? But the questions died down when Aizawa used his quirk to look more threatening, and it worked out fine. Stay quiet and listen, he ordered. They all agreed. Yes, sir, they said in unison. Aizawa looks at each of them and sighed. As you're all aware, the dormitory system mainly focuses on the defensive side of the future hero work you all face, which is inevitable. Doing your studies in the boundaries of UA, without the worry of what's going on the other side of those walls. Aizawa started. Yes, sir. We're comfortable here. Not much, but still. Momo said. Well, that comfort zone needs to be cited for a while. Aizawa said, confusing everyone. What? So said. You mean, we no longer staying at the dorms? Izumi asked. Everyone waited for an answer and looks at one another. What I meant is something way more profitable. Principal Nezu thought of this plan carefully. A camp. Aizawa said. There was a silence, and before everyone could scream, Aizawa activated his quirk. Before you say anything, this is not a tour, but a training camp. You all go through intense training. Double the stuff you're all doing here at the gym. If you want to stand your ground against any threats, take this camp seriously. Class B will be there as well. We won't throw you at any danger, but train you enough to face it. Aizawa finished his words. That's all. With that being said, he left. That's all. Aizawa said, then left the room, leaving all startled students behind. A training camp? Why there is a training camp? Isn't Principal Nezu wanted them from harm's way? That's the reason why the dorms exist in the first place, right? To keep them safe. Then why a training camp, happening so openly? They got notification on their phones, just as Aizawa left. The timing was perfect, nonetheless. It says the following. Dear students of UA Academy, as the principal, I am informing you all about the training camp, which scheduled to conduct openly at one of our trusted training grounds. Wednesday morning, Class 1A and 1B is requested to join their teachers outside by the bus. More information will be given upon departure. Momo has the only one holding the phone while the others gathered around her. Okay, that was a bit too sudden, Kirishima said. I'm sure it is. Kaminari agreed. But I thought we're not supposed to go outside, Sari reminded. Well, unless you have a teacher to guide, Ida said. Wait for what Principal Nezu has to say. We don't know where are we going, right? Let's just hope it's not somewhere open, Momo said. We can't change whatever is going to happen, Kiro, Asui said. Besides, I suggest think through this in a positive way. We're going to train like never before. Are you guys not excited about that? Izumi said, and others looked at each other and nodded slowly. Izumi's right. Running won't help us get stronger. Besides, we are a great team, right? Teamwork bring down giant-ass villains before. Toru hyped up. Yeah, whatever. I taking a breather. Don't know about you nerds, but I'm feeling trash with you all in this room. Bakugo announced as he opened the sliding door to the backyard. Yeah, air is pretty thick here. Kirishima added and followed Bakugo. Others don't have any other suggestions and followed both boys to outside. Izumi shrugged off the uneasiness in her mind. Since her outbreak at sports festival, there's something nagging her calm mind. Maybe the defeat weighing her down. Moments like these, a little brother like Izuku would have been helpful. Sadly, there's no more of that green-haired boy. He died. Gosh, Ami, you keep wandering off. I was talking to you. Uraraka complained. Izumi grinned sheepishly and apologetically. Sorry about that. You know it's hard to merge in with my problems. I have plenty of it to bother me. Izumi genuinely stated. Oh, no worries. I wasn't talking about anything interesting. Uraraka said, and she noticed Izumi's look. A look Izumi has while she's thinking of her family. Her brother. I know what you're thinking, she added. Izumi nodded. I think I will overcome this. Just the memories are too much to forget. Izumi said, and gave Uraraka a small smile. You don't have to forget if you only remembering it to be happy. Forget it, if you are blaming yourself for nothing. Cheer up for us, Ami. Uraraka comforted. Thank you, Yura. I appreciate your words, Izumi said. They all stood there talking and laughing until it happened. A sound of swoosh came, which was a bit loud, and they felt like the ground vibrating slightly. They all caught off guard as they froze on the spot. They experienced this type of events before. But this time, there's no earthquake-like tremors. Only vibrations of something so far or high above. They all looked around and panic swelled inside their hearts, as their eyes ran all over the place. Nothing was visible, but eventually it happened. Look, up there. He's coming for us. Oh shit. We're gonna die. Minta shrieked in horror and points up at the sky. They looked at the sky and saw it. The green fire glow piercing through the lower clouds like an aeroplane, and with an unsettling and frightening sound. The vigilante who up until now never gave anyone a clue of his flight abilities. And they're sure that's the Ghost Rider passing by. It's almost impossible to forget that light and color of the mystic fire always wrapped around him. The horrors of Usji still as clear as day in their mind. The onslaught they witnessed. The deaths of villains who overpowered them. The annihilation of the bird monster who almost killed All Might, like an apex predator. The previously known green flame appeared that day, wiped out everything and everyone on his path. Now they are seeing the vigilante flew by. Like always, their glad Minta words never came quite right, because the vigilante just flew across and out the visual reach. And first time they're glad, Minta screams never came to reality. Bakugo somehow irritated by it, and used his explosion to fly up to the rider. At least he tried. His explosion didn't work out somehow. Keep your anger concealed, Bakugo. I'm sure you could have a long life if you stay. Came Aizawa voice, who happens to be right behind them. They all looked at him, and he is already looking at the distant green dot light. Even my quirks seem no effect on him. That's why you're all going to the camp. Overwork on those quirks and make a better use of them. Remember, it's smart to lay low to avoid danger. Strike with a plan, not with distracted mind, he said. The students are now don't know what to feel. The Eraserhead, who could erase any quirk, cannot erase the quirk of this vigilante. And that feeling alone scared them even more. They are looking at the vigilante, and still he's a complete mystery for them. What is he? Where did he even came from? Why he's on a killing spree? Why they're still alive after what happened at Asji? And why didn't kill All Might? Ghost Rider saved one hero, only to kill dozen more. Izumi's eyes stay glued on the vigilante inside. She have to admit one thing though. That green fire is so beautiful that it could hide the danger in it. Unlike any type fire or fire quirks, the fire of the vigilante seems more outworldly and mesmerizing. Even progressing so far from eyesight, the beauty of the flame still can be spotted. And being a pyrokinesis quirk user, she's so jealous of the Ghost Rider. Her flames don't possess such the glory and beauty elsewhere. A small box laid on top of the brown polished table, which was hallway empty. Inside the blue metallic box was neatly arranged red objects that highly resembled bullets. Well, technically they are bullets, but for a different purpose than killing. The production itself is as gruesome and bizarre as the use of the bullets. Aside from the neat brown table, nothing else in the room was as neat. White paint jobs and tiles now has the messed up color of red, and papers and tubes scattered around it. And the said red color isn't just a color. Pure blood, fresh and warm, wasted on the ground like it held no value. Maybe the sickest part of it, not the blood itself. The source is way more tragic and horrifying. There laid a child, clad in white, and covered in her own blood. Her breathing was heavy and lagged, almost as if she's crying with dry eyes. However, no physical injuries could be spotted on her small figure despite the fact that the blood came out of her veins and flesh. No open wounds, but lot of blood. Messed up as it is, her father sat on one of the couches, away from any filth, and he eyed the bullets and the girl evenly. By that look alone, it's not hard to guess who's hurting the poor child. "Have you behaving all bratty, Eri?" He spoke in his calm and collected demeanor. "See what I did? You should have been in your room playing with those toys I brought for you. Instead, you outsmarted that new babysitter and tried to run away. Because of you, I have his filthy blood all over me. All because you." Overhaul, the leader of Shy Hasakai, said to his daughter, "You should known that the less painful way for this is to be a good girl and obey me." He finished. "Overhaul, there's something," one of his henchmen said while entering the room. Chrono was already next to Overhaul. "Did it work?" Overhaul asked. "Not quite. They tried it on a hero at the city. They reported to seeing the effects of the drug nullify within 10 to 5 minutes. The beta version is not what they are looking for. The bullet sale dropped in past few hours. Nobody willing to try it out, unless it's a guarantee," the goon reported. Overhaul sighed. A positive start, nonetheless. How come? Chrono wondered. It was expected to not work out as we need. Give it some rounds, and I'm telling you we have lot of time. Overhaul states and looks down at the broken little girl, who at this point lost faith and hope. She heard him, but there's nothing else to do but to wait for more pain. But fate has different plans, it seems. Bwooum. Yakuza bass shook violently, with an ear-splitting banging sound, like a bomb explosion. Lights exploded, and the hallways and rooms envelopes in darkness. White walls cracked and tiles started to break. "What is that?" Mimic screams. The small man almost face planted on the ground by the force, but managed to remain his balance. "Lights are out. What could it be?" Shin wondered. "If it's a planned attack is my concern," Chrono said. "You mean heroes found us? But how?" Shin asked. "No, I don't think it's the heroes. They don't have any evidence to open fire. Probably it's one of those villain groups we're in touch with few years ago. I think someone really is not happy with our services." Overhaul calmly states. "Is security systems functional?" he asked. "No, only my tablet working," Chrono said, and he types a few things in the screen inside. "The main generator's destroyed. The backup one needs to be activated manually," Chrono said. "You heard him, Mimic," Overhaul says, and the small figure nodded. "For you, Overhaul." He shouted and grabbed a syringe out of his mask and injected it into his neck. The small villain immediately grew in size, taking a shape of a bulky muscular man, and immediately submerged into the concrete floor. With all the ruckus going on, Eri dragged herself into the corner of the room and curled up into a ball. Her shaking figure is enough to tell that she's terrified. She can't even deal with her father, and now there's a possible villain attack. Either way, she's still at the receiving end of pain. That's what she thinks anyway. Soon enough, the hallways automatically repairs as Mimic used his quirk to manipulate the concrete. The objective he was given is to manually activate the secondary power generator. And you have to go all the way middle of the labyrinth-like hideout. Nobody else could see him obvious, because he's inside the walls. That doesn't mean he can't see them. Roaming around the facility, whilst fixing the damage on the way, he headed straight to the power supply room. Boom. Another blast could be heard, and the shockwave and tremors badly affected Mimic, who happens to be inside the conductor of the tremors, which happens to be walls. Amazing, damn it. Mimic screeches when he felt the sound blasting in his ear. Which moron is it? I swear I crushed them into a bloody pulp. He screamed, extremely annoyed. I gotta turn on the generator. He grumbled and proceeded on his way, faster than before until he was forced to halt on his way. His eyes widened in horror at the sight, and behold, the upper part of the Yakuza base is gone, exposing their secrets to outer world. The house on the top is just a pile of rubble now. On the ground under the big hole was a huge crater that only forms if a small meteorite lands on it. One thing is sure, no bomb was used. Mimic knows the #1 hero can do insane things like this with a flick of his finger. But what he saw around the crater don't make him believe that it was done by All Might. His gut churned and terror filled his heart. His voice hitched and eyes widened even more. There laid one of the most powerful quirk users they collected over the years, and given the opportunity to become Yakuza members. The same individuals are now nothing but burnt and melted corpses, which can be counted up to 50, 60, or even 80. As if they are nothing. Whatever attacked them is not a peace lover, it seems. He never seen this much carnage and gore in his whole life. Even Overhaul's punishment methods are less scary. By the position of the corpses, Mimic realized something. They are set afire while they were alive, and when they were melting like iron, they tried to crawl away or roll around. What's taking so long? Came Overhaul's voice through his earpiece, and he flinched. It's horrible out here. Our men. Mimic screams back. You gotta see this. With that being said, Mimic rushed to the power room and struggled to activate the generator with his shaky hands. There's only one CCTV survived the blast, and when the power came back, the monitors of the lab lighten up with bunch of static screen and one screen with footage. Just like Mimic, no words came out of their mouth. Because they never seen things like this. Sure, they are used to seeing blood and gore. Nothing ever come close to the carnage in front of them. Within seconds, 80% of what they built up got destroyed with the men they recruited over years. What do we do? Overhaul? Mimic asked, still staying inside the walls. For a short time, Overhaul was silent. Evacuate. Take Erie and our project somewhere else. Understood. Mimic heard Chrono and Shin reply. But before he could reply, boom. Something fell, or more like thrown, into the already existing crater from the sky. This time, too, a large amount of debris flew around, and smoke and dust blocks his vision of view. What the? He mumbled and looks closer at the thing, and due to his quirk, he can barely see what's going inside the dust cloud. A huge wounded and bloodied figure laid still, and half of his body got burnt. Mimic soon realized who that is. Ricky Akatsuki, the powerhouse of the group, now laid there beaten and wounded. Overhaul and others saw that too via the camera, and right away they knew. They should be more quick if they want to avoid the attacker. Mimic was about to do something when he saw the green light up in the sky, which descending faster than sound towards the ground. The green light stopped just before touching the ground and hovered up in the air. Mimic saw the appearance of the attacker. Black burning leather outfit, hoodie-covered face, and green fire all over their body. And they were holding a hug-fire spiky sledgehammer and chains. The figure has wings coming out of their back, which is made out of black blade-like feathers. Mimic cannot see their face due to the green fire coming out of his hood. The figure looks down at Rikia for a couple of seconds, like he's trying to figure out something. Mimic was froze on his spot, out of fear he never experienced before. Sure, he's unsure and a bit cowardly than his comrades. But now he's terrified. Mimic didn't know what to do, but he felt a relief. Nobody can spot him in his hiding place. He can see them, but they can't see him. At least that's how he wanted it to end. However, Mimic then saw the figure slowly looking up and towards him. Mimic tried to convince himself that nobody could spot him. Just that, he cannot believe himself on that. The figure stayed there, fixated in the air looking at his direction, causing goosebumps all over his body. The next second, the figure was right in front of the wall after moving weirdly and inhumanly. Mimic flinched in surprise, and before anything he could do, the figure slams his fist into the wall, so roughly that the thick wall shattered, and the impact hit the villain right in the gut. Mimic felt the wind knocked out of him, and a metallic taste of blood followed. A metal grip took a hold of Mimic's neck and ripped him out of the wall and raised him up, so his feet dangling a feet above the ground. Double H? Who airy asshole? Mimic screams, but it wasn't understandable. Mimic saw the figure tilting their head sideways, looking at him for something. But before anything, a wall of crystals slams onto the figure's hands, which only could loosen up their grip on Mimic. I suggest you let him go. A man's voice spoke, attracting the figure attention. The crystals shattered as the figure swings the sledgehammer at it. There stood the remaining yakuza, except for Overhaul, Chrono. They already evacuating, and the rider knows that. The child he's here to save is in their hand, and she's afraid and hurt, which angered him more. The yakuza was ready to strike except for one, Rappa, who stood behind them. Seeing their fighting stance, his gloved palm brightened, and in front of their very eyes, Mimic screams in agony as his body dissolved due to the heat. The bones crumbled and fell on top of the bloody pile. Seeing their manager die like that kicked up fear in their hearts, and they looked at each other and mustered up enough courage and dashed at the Ghost Rider. Shin aiming gun and others, except Rappa, powered up their quirk to attack. Deku normally kill the sinners one by one. However, this little child really need comfort. For that he gotta be quick. Up until now, Kodachi and him was in a spirit bond that helped them to merge, and seeing them coming closer, they got separated in a second, and the wings on the rider turned back into Kodachi. Kodachi, without wasting time, took off in the missile speed and stabbed through every villains who's striking at its master. Kodachi stabbed right through their chests, killing them all in seconds. With the job done, Kodachi looks at Rappa, who was frozen on his spot. However, the rider didn't sense any fear in Rappa's heart, but only admiration and wonder. Rappa is a fair fighter, and that alone makes him different. So, that's what you can do, but I won't let you pass unless I'm dead. Rappa said and readied his fists. I can see my death, so I request you to beat me by yourself, Rappa said. Kodachi returned to its master and out of the fight. The rider was in front of Rappa in a second, and both started to punch each other in lightning speeds. The fists of both connects each other, and Rappa was clearly the only one having serious damage. The rider punches like a meteor shower compared to Rappa bullet-like punches, and with few more seconds Rappa chest punctured and blood splashes around, but he refused to stop. However, the rider can sense the satisfaction of Rappa, who's finally happy because of the opponent he got. And there's no going back now. Within seconds, the rider right fist punches through Rappa. The fatal wound hurted a lot, but Rappa died with grin on his face, despite the fact mask covering his face. Meanwhile, Chrono and Overhaul rushed to get out of the facility through one of the many passages, and up until now, they didn't thought they have to almost run. They're men supposed to hold the attacker or possibly kill him. But with Chrono Tablet, they saw almost everything that happened, and only Chrono figured out who they are dealing with. The news and rumors of a dangerous vigilante on a killing spree, hardly ever noticed by Yakuza, considering their workloads are too much. Yakuza barely watches news at this point, but being the assistant of Overhaul, he did his fair amount of researches, and during one of several updates, he heard that Some of the fellow drug dealers gone silent, or was brutally murdered. Everyone blames only one individual for that. And that said individual is a vigilante. I think I know whose this guy is. Chrono spoke. I don't think it matters anymore. We're gonna make it out of here and start over again. Overhaul stated. Where are we going? Our hideouts aren't available for us, remember? Chrono asked. A random building is enough to build up what we started. I want all the dirt cleaned. Overhaul said. With the exit few meters away, they considerably slowed down. Maybe it was overconfidence or ignorance. Whatever it was, they did the wrong thing. BB boom. The loud blast startled them, and the wall in front of them got destroyed. Dust cloud formed, and they could only see green bright light inside it. Eri froze and almost activated her quirk in fear. The loud blast was a bit too much for her. She snuggled closer into Chrono's hands. Not because he comforts her, but because there's no other place she can go. When the smoke cleared, they saw the bird that wiped out the rest of their men. Even though it is smaller than them, it's way more dangerous than anything. Its skeletal and hellish appearance scared Eri even more, and she whimpered. Never in her life she saw something like that. Overhaul wasn't scary enough that a ghost-like bird trying to kill them. Soon enough the metal footsteps could be heard, and out of the hole in the wall came out an equally fiery humanoid. I don't care who or what you are. I suggest you leave. You killed my men and infiltrated my home, and I think you achieved enough. We're both killers and consider it as a deal. Overhaul said and slightly removed his gloves. He's not a fool, and knows there's a chance the fire guy will decline the deal. Ghost Rider, however, stayed still and silent, which freaked them out. When you're facing something unknown and silent, it makes that individual even more mysterious and terrifying. I think he's the vigilante people are talking about, Overhaul. His motives are unknown, or theirs isn't one. Chrono said, attracting their Overhaul attention. Chrono felt Eri stiffen, and both of them noticed it as well. When they looked back at the rider, he's already in front of them. And it wasn't even a second. Overhaul reacted quickly and ducked, touching the ground, creating spikes out of the ground. The spikes was huge and capable of killing anything. But the spikes melted before even touching the rider, who tilted his head sideways looking at him. Hiding his surprise, Kai manipulated the ground and created walls between them and the rider. Here, take this. Chrono handed over the pistol containing the quirk erasing bullets. Overhaul aimed the gun as a fist punches through the wall, and the rider walked out of the rubble. Overhaul aimed directly at the rider's chest and fired. Conveniently, the rider didn't dodge or move out of the way. Just stood there as the bullet hits him. For a split second, they thought it worked. But nothing happened. Why isn't it working? Overhaul shouted. I think it takes time. Maybe his quirk. Chrono was cut off short as dozens of chains came out of the ground and snaking around him, and just Kodachi out of nowhere came and snatches Eri out of his hands and flew out of the area. She screamed in fear, but for now Deku has an abusive father and a fellow supporter to deal with. What the... Both Chrono and Overhaul mumbled, and soon enough, Chrono was screaming in pain. The chains developed a spiky edge and tightened around him, tearing his flesh and melting it at the same time. Chrono was killed rather painfully but quickly. Overhaul's eyes widened in shock, and all he did was punch on the floor to create spikes, barriers, and weights. But none of it harmed the rider, who just like before came face to face with Overhaul, and instead of attacking, he reverts back into his human form. Overhaul didn't realize it, but both his hands are trapped by Izuku's strong grip, and it is bended so he cannot touch and kill Deku. Overhaul only could see Deku's two green eyes that felt like staring at his soul, and Overhaul also felt his confidence dying. I'm sure you weren't scared few minutes ago. Why? I can see fear in your eyes. Maybe all it takes to break your will is by slaughtering your strong sidekicks. Deku started. I'm Do you know why they had to die? It's because you corrupted their morals and brainwashed them to work with you. All of them committed sins that is unforgivable. They didn't even feel sorry for a child. Who? W. You used your abilities in a sick manner, and that's why you're not allowed to have it again. With that being said, Overhaul felt his hands heating up, and an unintentional scream escaped his mouth, and he screamed even more as the pain grew. Soon enough, both his hands crumbled into ashes. For what you did to that child, I'm going to make you experience the pain you caused upon others. The burnt part of his hands lightened up, and the hellfire got inside of his veins, which was agonizing, and finally the penance stare followed. Overhaul saw and felt their pain. His screams could be heard all around the place, and Deku finally drops him. Overhaul will die, but very, very slowly, painfully. Slower than any other kills Deku has done. And Deku got the idea of how long the hellfire keep him alive. Almost 6 to 7 hours. Even if anybody tried to save him, it's impossible to. Deku walked out of the hallways and towards the top of the destroyed Yakuza base until he stops outside a door. He could hear a heartbeat, which was beating slow. The soul of the individual has done sins, but they weren't unforgivable. Deku knew the girl Eri needs someone. Izuku opened the door and saw an old man laying there with many tubes running in his body. Deku immediately knew what happened. The old man showed mercy to us homeless boy, and that same homeless boy did this to him. The serum was still present in the old man's vessels, and he placed his gloved hand on the man's chest. The warmth of the hellfire mixed with the bloodstream of the old man, and to an extent increased the immunity, and even destroyed half the venomous serum. But Deku could do only that. The old man's body is fragile to completely destroy the serum. But with what he done now, the true leader of Yakuza will wake up eventually. Izuku knew where the girl is and proceeded to walk. Kodachi and Eri was outside the hideout, and Kodachi already shifted back to a normal raven. But she's still afraid of it. Izuku slowly and carefully walked closer to her, causing her to crawl back. She's scared of him, and she's thinking he will kill her too. Izuku knew it and lowered his hood, revealing his face and white hair. Hello there, Eri. Please don't be scared, okay? I'm helping you out. Nobody will hurt you, okay? He comforts her, but wasn't as successful as he thought. But he cannot do anything about it. I'm here because you were in pain. Sorry if I scared you, Izuku said, and that attracted her attention. You're lying, she mumbled. I cannot change your opinion, so I leave it be. But I know something about you, Izuku said. What? She asked. You don't like your quirk. Am I right? He asked, and her already big eyes widened even more. How do you know? She stuttered. Really, how this stranger know? I know because I'm here to help you. Why? I'm a nobody. Because of me people died. I'm a curse, she said, and tears fell. Crying is something so normal for her. The torment she gone through and the pain she endured. If you were a nobody, I would have ignored you. I'm here because you matter. That words lifted some weight out of her heart. Ray, really? Really? I was just like you, Eri. People hurted me too. But turns out, my service do matter in this world. Saving precious people like you is what I'm doing, Izuku said. I'm not a nobody, then? Eri asks. Ha. You are way better and precious than people who lives in this world. They think they own the world. But you, Ariete, keep thinking if you're bad. And only good people think that way. So, will you let me help? He asked. Eri was hesitant at first, but nodded slowly. Izuku nodded and touched her horn, and instantly it vanished in green fire. Eri only felt a sting now. Izuku was about to say something, but he heard police sirens. Heroes and police are on their way. The disturbance of the explosion he caused must have gave away the location. There. With the quirk you fear is gone, I'm sure you won't see yourself as a curse anymore. The police are coming. Will you wait here? I'm sure they'll take good care of you. He asked, and Eri touched her forehead and nearly busted in joy when she realized she ain't no Mondstadt anymore. And without any thoughts, she jumped and hugs Deku. And she immediately felt safe in his arms, like he's some kind of guardian angel of hers. He has the aura of an angel, unless you don't mind his hell formation. Izuku froze as well. When was the last time someone hugged him? He don't remember, but still happy that she trusted him in a very short time. Now, Eri, I must go now. Remember me if you want anything, and I will know. He said, and Eri slowly released her grip and nodded. Heroes will give you a place to live, and if anything goes wrong, don't worry. I'll be there. He assured her and whistles. Eri was surprised when a motorcycle emerging from the ground. Deku mounted the bike and drove away. A long-planned operation ended the day before. Operating Shai Hasakai. They investigated and patrolled the area for some time now. They heard some nasty rumors and almost got some info on the organization. Shai Hasakai is a long-lost organization that everyone thought gone silent. Until recently, Mirio Tagata came across some suspicious incidents. Multiple times. Some criminals claimed that they're in business with Hasakai. The negative side was obviously the lack of evidences and witnesses. Night Eye Agency was the leading group who was assigned to track down the organization by collecting the evidences of the illegal activities they're rumored to be committing. They had a lead. That's it. They had. What happened next wasn't something they were expecting the slightest. Sir Night Eye heard of this ghost rider, Vigilante. At some point of the first week, the rider appeared. Night Eye was one of the investigators that approached by the higher-ups. He had enough to worry about that time and decline. Up until now, Ryder never messed with his duties. It all happened yesterday. Like usual, Night Eye and everyone in the mission was doing their meeting. The topic of discussion was whether or not involve other few heroes on the mission. They mostly done with the decision, and there's when they got a phone call. Shai Hasakai has fallen. The rider was there and massacred every single one of the occupants with exception of only 2 individuals. They heard the gruesome details, and they immediately reached the site. The horror awaiting them was sickening, frightening, and disturbing at the same time. Only a monster is capable of this killings. The Ghost Rider did it. The one he refused to pay much attention to. Sir Night Eye only heard of his doings because of how little free time he had. He barely even watched the news. He even didn't pay much attention to Mirio words. Well, the news of All Might new successor caused that. Night Eye wasn't so happy at first knowing what happened. But now he's seeing with his own eyes. The Ghost Rider turned out more frightening than he ever imagined. The sight of the destroyed hideout, mutilated burnt the melted corpses, and an alive but slowly dying Kai Chisaki was enough to give them nightmares, even when they are wide awake. Night Eye, however, was surprised to find out something else. 2 occupants survived. The rider saved them according to one of the survivors. Her name is Eri. Strangely, she wasn't scared or disturbed, but had that glow of happiness and relief in her eyes. That's why today everyone gathered in his office again, including other heroes that came across the rider. Aizawa, All Might, Midnight, Present Mike, and also Mirko was there. She's the only one who saw the rider real identity, and she haven't told them that. But she will. So, you weren't taking this seriously until now? One of the heroes questioned Night Eye. No. I refused to investigate because it was out of the perimeters of my agency. Shai Hasakai was our main target, and we heard of a drug they're producing. Night Eye reasoned. The local hero questioned him, scoffed. Drugs? Really? Have you ever heard of TV before? Or at least heard of what's going on with that freaking vigilante? Murdering, saving, murdering again. Like he's crazy. The hero said. I've heard of his activities around the areas, but I also knew how strong and experienced heroes are patrolling there. I don't see my role, and besides, Shai Hasakai is one of the dangerous organization ever rule Tokyo. I started investigating on them before this vigilante showed up. Nightai calmly stated. Don't take him seriously, sir. This dude thinks he's better than everyone. Just ignore him. We understand your reasons. One of the female local heroes said politely and dared the arrogant local hero to speak. He obviously didn't and only scoffed. Nightai sighed and looks at All Might and observed his form. Nightai immediately spotted the pain in the number one hero eyes. He's hardly even keeping his buff form steadily. Nightai then looks at all the heroes who ran into the vigilante and finally set his eyes on a tired-looking Mirko. Pro Hero Mirko, he called her, and everyone looks at her. She slowly looks at him and nodded to continue. As far as I'm aware, the last heroes encountered the rider is you and Endeavor. Am I correct? He questioned and looks at everyone else to confirm it. They can't tell who's seen the vigilante in person, and everyone looks at Mirko. Yes, Endeavor was leading one, and at some point ditched us. I followed him, and the rider already was talking to him. I don't know half of what they were saying, but I only heard him saying his name. Ghost Rider. She explained. Nightai nodded. But I'm wondering something else. Nightai said, which caused everyone to look at him. That is? Gran Torino asked. How come you aren't injured if he attacked both of you? He asked. Every eyes are on her now. Mirko don't know what to say. Whatever happened there had no logic. She sighed and decided to tell everything. Something strange keep happening during our fight. I attacked him first though. But he tied me up with his fire chains that keep coming out of the ground. And that's when I realized something. Endeavor is his target, not me. And I think Endeavor never found him. He found Endeavor. She explained. That's something new. What's the strange part you were saying? Nightai asked. Mirko looks at them all and nodded. He knew our identities, and he was keep talking about our soul, as if he could scale it. He called Endeavor a sinner, and that he has a stained soul of innocence. Something along those lines. She said, confusing the other few heroes, and she saw it. Don't ask me what that even means, because I don't know what does that mean either, she said. Then the female local hero supported Nightai before, slowly raised her hands to ask a question. She's the most polite one here it seems. Yes, Mirko asked. If I heard you correctly. You said that the vigilante tied you up with his fire chains, right? But your body doesn't look like sustained any burns at all, she asked. Everyone looks at one another, and then at Mirko. They didn't thought of that. I don't know. I'm sure chins were looking like they're about melt. It wasn't hot even if looks like it. But the strange thing is, Endeavor flesh was melting when the chains got a hold of his hands. And the chains were moving like they're alive or something. That kid got some strange and frightening abilities that has no logic behind it, Mirko said. Everyone's eyes widened when heard that, but Nightai eyes widened because he heard something else. What did you mean by that, kid, Mirko? He asked. The room was silent all of a sudden. Nobody uttered a word. She called him a kid. They wondered. Mirko wasn't thinking before speaking out loud. She called him a kid, and that means she have to explain the rest, including how she saw his face. Mirko, you saw his face? All Might was the one asked that. Mirko looked at their questioning gaze and knew she cannot hide anything. Yes, he's just a kid, but more terrifying and outworldly. I'm still afraid of what I saw. She started. Why haven't you told that sooner? Some of them asked in unison. Because I couldn't even believe my eyes. Before I landed a punch on him, he was just a kid with a demonic voice. But after he tied me up in Endeavor, he transformed into a real ghost, it seems. His flesh and skin was gone. He transformed into a burnt dark skeleton with green fire covering his head. He even transformed back into his normal appearance when he did something to Endeavor. That fire skeleton stared into Endeavor's eyes. Endeavor was screaming in pain. Not because of the fire chain eating away his flesh. He was in pain because something I don't understand. After he's done, he created a portal and was gone. She explained all in one breath. Everyone looks at her as if she's gone crazy or something. There's so much information that's hard to believe. Before anyone could say anything, Midnight raised her hand. Some of you don't look like you don't believe her. But his firebird also resembles a skeleton, she said. Firebird, you say? Night Eye asked. Yes, the Ghost Rider has a pet bird. So intelligent, strong and deadly. The last time I saw it, it was killing bunch of villains. Just like its owner. That bird cuts off limbs and leaves them to die. Midnight said the gruesome details. Pet bird? What else this vigilante possess that I'm not aware of? Like I heard of his crimes in many areas of the city. How can he be everywhere so fast? The local hero asked. At Uzj, he appeared on big burnt truck that's on fire, and the other time we saw him, he was riding a bike covered in fire. Midnight said. Night Eye listened to it all, and even he tried using his quirk, but was unsuccessful. He looks at Mirko and remembered what she said. So you're saying that a kid is behind this massacres, he asked. Don't believe me if you don't want. But I told you everything I saw. Mirko replied. In my whole career as a hero, I've faced deadly foes and witnessed murders and catched murderers. Seen massacres, and never before I've seen a kid behind it. I've seen his strength, and this deadly foe causing nightmares to everyone is just a kid. Unbelievable. All Might said to himself, but others heard it too. Then there was a silence. Night Eye already asked Mirko to remember the rider face, so an officer could draw it with her description. Few minutes have passed since then. What about the survivors of the Hasakai incident? Gran Torino asked. 2 survived. A child named Iri and her grandfather, who is also the former leader of Shai Hasakai. Strangely, the girl Iri is happy. She said the rider was there because she was in pain. Turns out, Overhaul was experimenting on her. Iri said, the rider got rid of her quirk she hated so much. I don't know how, but the rider actually got rid of her quirk. Night Eye said, shocking everyone. What are you talking about? Now he can take quirks too? How? The local hero asked for everyone else. I don't know. But there's something I want to ask you, Eraserhead. Night Eye said, and Aizawa nodded. Iri grandfather hasn't woke up yet, and considering her mental state, an open environment will help her. Why don't you let her stay here with your students at the dormitory? It will help her to get better. Night Eye requested. Aizawa raised a brow and sighed. What other choice do they have? Sure. First we need Principal Nezu agreement, and then Iri can stay there. I can't guarantee if she turns out any better if she stayed with bunch of problem children. He said, and Nimiri and Mike's sweat dropped. SSSSSWWIsh. Everyone in the room snapped their heads in direction of the sound, and had their eyes bulging out when seeing a green fire portal made of fire chains. Every hero's present there wasn't expecting it, and before they could stand up in a fighting position, they heard metal clicking sounds and realized they are footsteps. They immediately realized who it belongs to, and they immediately stood up and faced the fire portal across the room. Everyone charged their quirks ready to pounce anytime. However, thank you, haha. They all stiffened when they heard a small female sound. Then a metal underside boot steps outside the portal, followed by the rest of the body of the rider. They could attack now but realized something else. The portal disappeared behind the rider, and their eyes widened when they saw he was holding Eri in his hands. Oh, you're welcome. Deku said and chuckled, and he had his hood already up. Deku then looks at the heroes, and they saw 2 green eyes staring back. Wow, Eri. That's some company you got there. Deku jokes, pointing at the heroes. Eri stiffened on his hand, and nervously looks at the heroes. She's not used to being around these people. They don't have that brotherly aura around them like Deku. He sensed it, and shook his head and moved closer to the heroes, and placed her on top of the desk. Deku looks at the heroes and back to Eri. Don't worry. It's all right to trust them. They're good guys. He said, surprising everyone. But if they're bad, I'll punish them. So don't worry, okay? He comforted and Eri nodded. Deku ruffled her hair, and then the heroes saw his right hand glowing green. For a second, they thought he's going to attack. But Deku summoned a beautiful fire covered with glow of his hellfire. The flower was so beautiful, and nobody's seen something like that before. He gave it to Eri, who took it happily, and even though the flower has the hellfire on it, Heroes was surprised to see that it doesn't done any harm. Every eyes are on him. The murderer behind the massacres. The one and only Ghost Rider is here in front of them, and they can't even attack without hurting Eri. His presence demanded respect and promised dominance. Even All Might don't have the aura around him. Duty calls. Eri, I'm going. Just call me when you feel lonely. I'll be there. And place that flower in a flower pot. I'm sure it will become a beautiful plant. He said to Eri, who nodded. Deku then looks at every one of the heroes and his eyes finally landed on the arrogant local hero. Deku points his finger at the hero, making him flinch. You're guilty. But I'll forgive you. If you ever take tips from innocents you're supposed to protect, I'll be there. Be a hero this society needs, or you'll be down in hell. I'll make sure of it. Deku threateningly said. Eri was calm because Deku's comforting hand was on top of her head. The local hero started to sweat, and everyone looks at him. The heroes are confused. But the local hero knew what he's saying. Nightai was trying to use his quirk on Deku. But shockingly, he couldn't. Your foresight won't work on me, Murai Sasaki. I'm not here for any of you. Deku said, and Nightai was surprised to hear that. Who are you? Why are doing this? What is your goal? The female local hero asked in a small, nervous voice. Deku looks at them frighteningly. The corrupted hero society is the reason I'm here. The soul of the innocents needs the justice they deserve. How many of you knew about that lab I destroyed last week? Had many children was being treated as slaves and was being sold as if they are objects. How many of you knew about Eri? He asked, and nobody has the answer for that. Only me, I guess. Deku said. But who are you to decide who's the criminal and who's the innocent? We have law. You're a murderer on a killing spree. Midnight said. Deku felt Eri tense, but calmed down again when he patted her head again. I don't care about your law. As far as you stay as the good heroes you are, you're on my good side. If I was just someone with no goal, you won't be standing there. He replied and looks at Eri, who is admiring the flower he gave her, and looks at the heroes again. Keep her happy all the time. She deserves it. This flower is a token of her bravery and toughness. She's a survivor. Either of you take it away from her, you are insulting her life. She gone through a lot. Trust me, I know. Deku said. We won't harm her. We do care about her. But we'll capture you. Your way is unacceptable. Marco said. They wanted to capture him now, but Eri is still here. Of course you will. That's the real words of a hero. Deku said and crouched to face Eri and tilted his head sideways. See you later, Eri. Remember me like you did today. I'll be there for you. We'll visit the amusement park again. He said, and the portal opened behind him again, and Kodachi flew in, and Midnight recognized the bird, even though it is no longer a fire bird. Kodachi landed on Deku's shoulder, and Eri eyes lit up. Hello, Kodachi. I'll miss you too, she said, touching Kodachi's head. Heroes stood there watched as the bird let her pet it. It even has a name? Midnight wondered. Other heroes heard her and figured out this is the same skeleton fire bird she was talking about. Take care, Eri. Bye. Deku said and walked backwards, and he entered the portal before it vanished. Ghost Rider was right there, and they couldn't even touch him. The heroes looks at Eri, and Nightai saw how happy she looks as she held the flower close. So, Eri, Midnight called and crouched in front of Eri, who tried to keep the flower away from Midnight. "Hey, don't worry. I won't take your flower," Midnight said. "Thank you. It's the only reminder of the best day I ever had in my life," Eri said with a tearful smile. Midnight and others nodded. Ghost Rider said it was a token for great survivor. But they are not sure if the flower is dangerous or not. But they can't take it away from her. His words sounded so genuine and serious. They didn't want it to insult her life. "Can I ask you, how and when the rider take you with him?" "And how?" Midnight asked. "Mr. Izu told me to remember him if I feel lonely. I wasn't expecting him to appear as he promised. He took my curse away, and I was so happy when he showed me the amusement park. He bought me a apple candy," she happily said. "Izu?" Aizawa asked. "Is that his name?" Mirko asked. "I don't know. I felt like calling him that," Eri replied. The meeting continued, and Eri going to you. Then the heroes were coming up with ways to capture the vigilante. With many information on him, they still don't know what to do with them. Every new info on him are completely different than the first one. He's in the end was strong enough to escape, even though they were few feet away from him. "Really? She's going to stay with us?" Mina chirped, seeing Eri standing next to Aizawa. "For now, be careful with her. I don't want her involved in any of your problems," Aizawa reminded. The students gathered around living room nodded. Eri don't know what to expect. With her quirk gone, there's now another turn in her life. As far as she could remember, she only remembers staying with Overhaul and being in pain. After Deku saved her, life is so gentle with her. Even though it didn't hurt anymore, this new life is so foreign and lovely. Eri looks at everyone gathered to greet her. The lovely girls, smiling boys, grumpy Katsuki, and a neutral Shoto. Overall better than bunch of psycho with creepy grins. But neither of them has the warm comforting aura like her Mr. Izu. The Ghost Rider is the best thing that happened to her, even though he's a monster people are afraid of. Izumi's eyes are somewhere else though. The white flower plant on the corner along with Eri luggage. The same flower she saw at the cemetery. The stranger who turned out to be the Ghost Rider placed on the tombstone of Izuku. Eri has it now. Izumi looks at Eri, who is closely looking at Izumi, and she smiled at small girl who eyes widen. Izumi didn't know what got into her. Izumi waved a hi and crouched to Eri level. "Hey there, Eri. I'm Izumi. Nice to have you with us," Izumi sweetly said and gently waved. Others seem interested by the gesture. They seen Izumi sweet, but not this gentle sweet. Eri blinked few times and absent-mindedly touched Izumi's cheek. "You look so matching," Eri said. Izumi raised a brow and Aizawa cleared his throat. "Show her around. Let her use everything to play and don't be rude." "Can I trust you with her?" Aizawa questioned. "As a class representative, my duty also comes as to keep everyone on the line. Eri will be my #1 priority, Mr. Aizawa." Ida chopped the air, and Eri awkwardly looks at the odd behavior. "I hope so." With that, Aizawa left. Then everyone walked around the living room and found something to do. Some of them invited Eri, but the little girl has her attention on Izumi, who found it surprising, strange, she doesn't know. Mina crouched next to Eri and waved small hi. "Hi, I'm Mina. Can we be best friends?" she happily asked, and Eri eyes looks at the pink girl and found her 2 horns interesting. They looks like 2 hooks. "Can I touch it?" Eri asked curiously. Mina nodded, and Eri poked it a little, found it more interesting. Rest of the girls and boys introduced themselves while being across the room playing games or doing their own time passes. Eri learnt that waving is a friendly sign, so she waved back at them and tried to smile. But she couldn't smile though. With Deku, she was laughing loud. But these people are different. Friendly but different. However, she started to like them as well. They're good guys, and she knows. Knows it because she's been with bad guys all the time, and these people don't have that sickening aura around them. Uraraka saw Izumi staring at something, and when followed her gaze, she saw the same flower the rider placed on the tombstone of Izuku. But this time it's a plant. Iri, can I ask you, where do you get that beautiful flower? Yura asked. Iri was curiously looking at Tsu, but immediately tensed up when hearing that question. But calmed down when knowing that they won't take it. It's a reminder. Mr. Izu gave me that, Iri said. Katsuki and Izumi heads snapped at her direction when they heard the name, and other girls also looks at her. Mr. Izu? Kirishima butted in. Yes, he said it was a token for me and gave it after he took me to amusement park yesterday, Iri replied. Everyone looks at the breathtaking beauty of the flower, and some even tried to look closely. Iri all of a sudden was blocking their way. Please don't touch it. It's mine, she requested. Others realized she ain't comfortable with them near the flower and respected her request and nodded apologetically. What kind of flower it is, anyway? Kaminari asked. The Ghost Rider flower, Uraraka said without even thinking, and immediately slapped her palm over her mouth. Everyone stiffened hearing his name. Eri spotted the fear in their eyes and didn't know what happened. She knows that name too. Ghost Rider is the hero name of Mr. Izu. That's all she knows. How do you know Mr. Izu? Did he save you too? Eri asked, confusing them more. Everyone looks at one another, and they knew better than to tell the girl that he's a killer. But he saved them once at us though. Yeah, he saved us too, Izumi said. Eri eyes lit up when heard that. Mr. Izu saved me too, Eri said proudly. Others don't know what to say though. This Ghost Rider is definitely weird. He saves and also kills. He's sane and insane too. He's like someone with split personality disorder. So, how is Mr. Izu? Mina asked. She's one of the curious ones interested in Ghost Rider. She's the first among the group to show interest in the vigilante. She expected to hear something along the lines of gruesome, brutal, or something. He's so nice and kind. He was the only reason I'm not in pain anymore. I heard somebody call him Monster. But he's the only one who taught me how to be happy. This flower makes me happy, Eri said happily. There's a long silence. The Ghost Rider is everything in their opinion, but whatever she said. They can't picture a murderer being friendly unless they are trying to manipulate someone. Is the rider manipulating her? If so, why? You sure about that? I mean, he's a pretty scary dude in my opinion, Kaminari awkwardly said. Eri shook her head. Mr. Izu isn't scary when you have done nothing, Eri said, the only thing she understood about Deku. Her words sounded like it makes sense for them. But they don't know what to think of the vigilante. It's just matter of time before he strikes again. Who knows who's going to be his next target? Izumi didn't want the conversation to continue, so she and the girls agreed to show Eri their dorms. They spent next 1 hour visiting everyone's rooms and roaming around the place, and even walked outside under the night sky. Eri was so stunned to see the stars up in the sky. Eri was holding the small flower pot all the time, and the girls found it cute. She's like a Tinkerbell hugging the flower. Except the flower is small. I've never seen stars before. They're so beautiful, Eri said. Other girls felt sorry for the little girl. Shy Hasakai incident was live yesterday. They yet again seen the horrors caused by the rider. Censorship didn't help much, as if they could make out the scene, and their fear was something you cannot scale. Every single massacre takes away their confidence of stopping the vigilante one day. But he saved Eri and her grandfather. To save 2 people which you can save stealthily or something, the rider murdered dozens of people instead. What kind of savior is he? They wondered. Not as beautiful as you, Mina said to cheer her up even more. It worked. But eventually her mood dropped. The girls noticed it, and Mina thought it was her fault. I should be thankful that Mr. Izu was there when he did. I was a curse before he helped. He told me I'm a very important person. This new life is like a good dream for me. Eri spoke, and she looks at Izumi. You remind of him a lot. Eri said, surprising the girls, and they looked at Izumi, who had her eyes wide as a plate. How? She wondered. Your eyes. When Mr. Izu's eyes aren't glowing, they looks a lot like yours. Identical, if I say. You saw his face? Mina asked. Yes, why? Eri replied. Just wondering, Mina replied. The rest of the bright night, they spent playing games and eventually sleep overcome their minds. 2 days left for Wednesday. Tomorrow they have to prepare for the camp. So everyone for the first time slept earlier. At the hospital few hours ago, Fayumi slowly walked passing many people and patients. Hospital hallways sickened her, and the smell of medicine and chemical threatening hit her nose, almost causing her to throw up many times. Today is the day Doctor promised to reveal the fate of the number 2 hero. After all, the injuries are life-threatening, and just forget about his career. Endeavor hand is burnt and barely even got into a position where the amputation is not needed anymore. But the worst thing is, Endeavor still hasn't opened his eyes. He's sometimes whimpering in his sleep, as if he's in a lot of pain. Fayumi doesn't know what's going on with him. Sure, he's an abusive father, but they don't want him dead. The Ghost Rider who showed up one day caused many horrifying acts, and over the span of a week, many victims got slaughtered so brutally that thinking of it scares you shitless. Fayumi heard of him and his crimes and victims. But never in her nightmares she thought Endeavor is going to be his next victim. Fayumi knows Endeavor power. He's one-man army. Endeavor is one of those heroes who accomplished every impossible tasks just like All Might. Fayumi knows what Endeavor is capable of, and even knows how much he hates Ghost Rider and wanted to catch the vigilante. Fayumi saw Endeavor prideful strength ever since she could walk for the first time. But that same Endeavor is now here, at the hospital bed fighting for his life, but barely even kicking. The powerful hero has fallen because of a vigilante who one day appeared. Fayumi now knows what kind of threat the vigilante is. As far as she knows from the news, the fight was one-sided. Even after being with Mirko, Endeavor still got hurt. A terrifying thought scared her. If Endeavor is not enough, who could possibly beat the Ghost Rider? On top of that, his name alone gives you nightmares. As she approached the IQ, her eyes caught 2 individuals waiting outside, and she recognized them. The 2 of them saw her coming and tensed up. Fayumi tried her best to smile and wave at them slowly. Mr. Tsukachi and pro-hero Mirko, it's surprising to see you here. Fayumi greeted, bowing to show respect. Hey, Fayumi, if I got that correct? Mirko wondered and got closer for a handshake. Yes, that's me. Fayumi politely said and shook her hand with Mirko. With the introduction done and signed, they decided to come to the point. I want to start with an apology, Fayumi. As a pro-hero, my duty is to protect everyone in danger, and even if I have to sacrifice everything. Us pro-heroes has that sort of mentality. However, as you know, I was with your father that day, Mirko said. Fayumi immediately got the hint of what she's getting at and shook her head. Please, don't apologize. Father chose his career. It's not your fault he got hurt doing it. And it's not the first time he's like this. I still remember those times I saw him with a black eye or broken nose. Just don't blame yourself for his mistakes. Fayumi replied genuinely. Endeavor ego ain't something she's unfamiliar with. In fact, his greed for invincibility ruined their lives a long time ago. It started with their elder brother and almost ended with Shoto. Endeavor still has that side whenever he comedy back home. Mirko sighed, nodding in understanding. Just to let you know, I ain't was friend or anything with your father. But I should have tried harder. But there's something else we're here for, Mirko said. If it's some answers you're after, I'll answer your questions if I'm familiar with it, Fayumi replied. Mirko nodded. Things may get personal, but we need the answers, Mirko said. Okay, go on, Fayumi said. So basically, there's one or two questions I want to ask. So, while the writer attacked Endeavor, I heard him say something about sins that your father did to your family. I don't want to assume anything, but I trust you have our answer, Mirko said. Fayumi knows when these types of questions are asked. Fayumi also knows that they already came up with some answers on their own by now. Domestic abuse is one of those. If they thought of that, then they are correct. But should she answer straight away? Her father is a horrible human being, but now is not a time to go against him. If she spoke about anything against him, police will take Endeavor in custody. The worst thing that can happen if it happens, Endeavor won't get any medical attached like now. Not like they won't take care of him, but the police has enough to worry about. Endeavor treatment might get sloppy. However, Fayumi won't defend him as well. I don't know how the Ghost Rider knows anything about us, but he's sort of right. Father is different. His ways are horrible, but that's all his characteristics, I say. But it's because of his earnings we had food on the table. But now I don't know what happens next. Fayumi said her honest opinion. In fact, she doesn't know what other sins Endeavor has done. I don't see lies. However, we'll deal with this later. Endeavor may have broken the code of being a hero. If so, we'll see if he's guilty or not, Sakachi said. Fayumi nodded. Well, I do understand. He can't escape anything, she replied. By the way, any updates? Mirko wondered. I think doctor should be here already. He said it's something serious. Fayumi said, worried. Eventually, the said doctor came and nodded at them. Just in time, Detective Tsukachi and pro-hero Mirko. The doctor said and looks at Fayumi apologetically. Endeavor health progressively gets better, and that's the good news. Doctor said. Any bad news, doctor? Fayumi asked, concerned. Doctor looks the there of them and nodded. A very big bad news. Endeavor quirk don't seem responding like it should be. Basically, it's non-existent strangely. The doctor said, shocking the three. You mean? Sakachi started. That Endeavor quirk no longer a part of him. I'm sorry to say this, but he's now quirkless. The doctor finished. Then there was the inevitable silence. A deafening one on top. The number 2 hero no longer has his power anymore. Day before the camp. So far a beautiful morning, and weather seemed calm and warm. Just can't figure out what kind of calmness it is. A very pleasant calmness, or a calmness before the storm. Eri is now a part of them now, and they're happy to have the girl around. So they decided to take her with them to shopping, and only the difference is that entire class is going. Everyone needs at least something to buy, and they didn't even knew that Class B already purchased everything a day before. Vlad King strictly dragged them, so they're well prepared and has a head start. Well, it's not like they're going to camp without Class A. Aizawa obviously going with them along with Midnight, who don't have anything to do. Well, she have a cosmetic store to visit. The first thing she saw in the morning is her lipstick gone. Her cat is a bundle of mischief. Everyone gathered at the living room and decided to do their own business until Aizawa and Midnight comes to pick them. Boys played games taking turns on the console, while girls sat there watching them play. It's really fun how the characters in the game moving around, and it almost looks picture realistic. Izumi don't know much about game development, but knew that making one isn't something to take lightly. Mina and Toru cheers Kaminari and Shiro, while they compete each other. However, Uraraka was in a world of her own. The last time she gone shopping with her friends, something embarrassing happened. She had enough to worry about that. She almost forgot about someone she met. Not forgot, but she didn't have the time to. The Ghost Rider was everyone's fear, including her. But now she remember every single details about a certain someone. She feels bad that her mind making her think weirdly about that boy Deku. He probably wants her as a friend or something. Or he talked to her because she's a US student. She's not even attractive in the first place, and she knows it. Well, she thinks that way. Times like this, It's not rare to you compare yourself with others, and Yura did that as well. Multiple times. But in the end, she learned to love herself. Truth to be told, she doesn't even know if she'll ever meet that boy again. Not always someone could be found in the same place you saw them last time. She sighed in her dreamy state. Why think of someone like Deku, who is many leagues ahead of her standards? She thought that way, though, only if she knew the truth. Uraraka finally came back to reality and shook her head to get rid of the weird thoughts. She closed her eyes for a few seconds and breathed in few long breaths and sighed. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a smiling Izumi looking at her funnily. Izumi had that teasing look on her face, which made Yura blush. The gravity girl knew that Izumi knows something. I know that look, Izumi said. What? Uraraka stuttered and regretted even opening her mouth. Now she sounded way more like denying the obvious. Izumi stood up from her seat and sat next to Yura and threw a hand over the gravity girl as if preventing her escape. You know what? Izumi said teasingly. I don't know why you're talking about. Yura's face heated up crimson as she stuttered even more. Oh, just to let you know, I've been there. Your behavior can be matched up with mine a few years ago, when I was one of those lovebirds, Izumi said. Uraraka felt horrible when she's lying and didn't know what to do, so she didn't speak and only nodded. And I know you're self-conscious now, as it should be, Izumi adds, surprising the gravity girl. How do you know? Yura mumbled. Experience, Izumi said. And I'm not going to ask you who is he, even though you pretend like have nothing with anyone. Just let me say that do not question yourself and your appearance. This stage of having crush on anyone is common. And that's when many people go for something like heavy changes, like the clothing style or the looks. Izumi explained, and Uraraka stared widely at her friend. Izumi smiled and pulled out her phone and touched something on the screen and showed it to Uraraka. It was my makeover when I grew self-conscious, Izumi said, and Uraraka looks at the photo. Her eyes widened even more when she saw how punk-emo-ish Izumi looked. A slightly young-looking Izumi with colored hair, which was short and has the undercut. Instead of her normal green color, Izumi had black hair with green highlights, pierced ears and black lipstick, and she even got dark eyeshadows. Then a spiked choker around her neck gave her a crazy yet stunning look. But Uraraka was more surprised to see how revealing her clothes back in the day. Ripped black shorts that was too short, an equally ripped white top, which only reaches down her breasts. And Uraraka also shocked to see that Izumi has a wing-like tattoo under her chest. Izumi wore black combat boots and even had a half-empty beer bottle on one hand. Uraraka can't believe her eyes. The sweet Izumi she's familiar with don't even look the slightest like her in the picture. Izumi back in the day looked like a troublesome punk who is as crazy as a dude out of mental asylum. But now she's totally and really different. Uraraka's shocked expression got noticed by Toru, who told that to the other girls. Mina snatched Izumi's phone and looks at the photo, and as other girls stood behind her. Their expressions can be matched as Yura. Izumi from past and Izumi from present is like two different people. Izumi didn't try to snatch back the phone, but instead let them see it. Izumi smiled and looks at the girls as they stared at her wide mouth. Even Jiru-Imo's appearance cannot be matched with Izumi. That's me back when I had a brother, constantly bothering me about being a hero. He just was a crybaby and didn't like how I looked, Izumi said with a smile. She remembered those times. She was one of the people who hurted Izuku for fun. And I was slow to come back my senses. Oh, I'm sorry to remind you of that. Uraraka apologized. Don't be silly. It was me who decided to show you guys this. Don't blame yourself. Izumi reassured the gravity girl. But I can't believe this is really you, Momo said. Yeah, I never knew you wore revealing clothes, Mina shamelessly said. Asui and Jiru don't know what to do other than stare at the different-looking Izumi. Their sweet and kind friend once used to be like this, and her appearance alone screamed troublesome. 2 ears twitched when hearing revealing clothes. In a second, the phone vanished from Mina's hands. Oh, Izumi. Minta crouched on the corner of the sofa and shamelessly eyed the photo while drooling all over the place. Hey, give that back. Mina shouted, attracting rest of the boy attention. When seeing Minta watching something closely, Ida, Kirishima, Ajiro, Kaminari, and Siro looks at the phone screen. As expected, they blushed and looked shocked as well. Izumi, however, is used to all that. After all, she's the one who used to wear those types of clothes publicly. But she wasn't seducing anyone. Instead, she beat up anyone who tried make a move. Izumi chuckled. Okay, don't act surprised. That's me long time ago. She confirmed in hopes of ending their shock. The boys and girls equally stared at her up and down. Why don't you look like this now? You looked so hot. Minta said, making Izumi chuckle. Things change, right? But you know I used to carry a bat with me. To beat up anyone who's going so perverted. Right now, I don't need a bat, you know. Izumi said, cracking her knuckles, and threateningly grinned at Minta, who gulped audibly. The next second, the phone was back on her hand. Oh, thank you, Izumi teasingly said. I never knew you were interested in those types of looks. Mina said for everyone. Bakugo looks at Izumi and at the them. That's nothing new, you damn extras, he said with a huff. Oh, back when things were so weird. Hakatsuki? Izumi Midoriya was a crazy chick, she said, making him gulp a little. Others saw how quickly her behavior changed. She sounded more arrogant and threatening. Bakugo didn't said anything, and just in time, Eri walked in wearing her brand new outfit, and the mood changed suddenly. The thick air loosened up and Izumi waves at the little girl. Hey there, Eri. Looking beautiful as ever, she said, and crouched in front of the young girl. Eri blushed a little. Thank you. Mina and other girls gathered around. Eri compliments the girl to make her blush more. It's so strange for Eri. Her entire life was so dark and painful, and all of a sudden one day she's living like normal. In her whole life, she never wore outfits like this. She only used to wear hospital robes. Where's your flower? You don't leave it anywhere, right? Yuriroka wondered. Oh, it's in my room. I don't want to lose it, Eri replied. Minta, on the other hand, tensed up hearing that. Even though it's a flower, it's still like a symbol of Ghost Rider. Why do you like that flower? Isn't it dangerous to keep with you? He said out loud, making everything go silent. Eri looks at him as if he's crazy. I mean, isn't it belongs to Ghost Rider? He got cut off as a Siro smacked his head. Why did you even open your mouth? He mumbled at the great boy. Eri looks down at the ground and Izumi placed her hand on top of the girl head. Eri stiffened only to relax. Eri remembered the same gesture Mr. Izu does to calm her down. And Izumi doing that favor now. Don't listen to him. He's a loud mouth, Izumi said. Even though Ghost Rider is an enemy, they can't make Eri uncomfortable because of a flower he gave her. Eri nodded and leaned on to Izumi's hand, who found it cute. Eventually Aizawa and Midnight came in and told everyone to let's go. And as big group, they had to walk as a big group towards the mall. An hour later, they finally reached the mall. Just like always, the place was crowded and overflowing with many things that attracts attention. Souvenir shops, hotels, jewelers, game corners, pet shop, and many more that is hard to count. But they're here to only buy what's needed for the camp, like whatever you can use in a camp. Minta, however, wanted a binocular. He has some crazy intentions. If split up, gather back here in an hour. And remember why you came here for. Aizawa instructed. Okay. And can we take Eri with us? Please, Mr. Aizawa. Momo requested. Aizawa looks at Eri and back at the girls, and knew they won't take a no as answer and sighed. Keep a close eye on her. It's easy to get lost here, Aizawa said, and the girls nodded. Yes, sir. The girls said unison and walked away, leaving Aizawa alone with Midnight. Shota, there I found it, Mimiri said, and dragging Aizawa towards a cosmetic store. Meanwhile, the villains haven't made a move. Ever since the Gosh Rider appeared, things are going downhill for All for One successor. Shigaraki had plans. Well thought, executable plans. But those plans had Kurogiri as one of the main cores. But now he's in prison. Ghost Rider restrained the Warp Gate man, as if All for One transportation quirk don't work on him at all. Well, he came up with a theory that Ghost Rider Flame has all the power, and that's why the black goo never reached Kurogiri. But still, the transportation quirk is enough for their missions. Only if they had one, that is. No matter what they do and where they go, Ghost Rider is there to slay them. For example, Uschi and the Old Factory. In fear of Ghost Rider, they recruited some heavy villains on the way. They were Magni and Muscular. Both of them were strong criminals with no place to go nor had a team. Shigaraki was desperate enough to let them join. Sadly, one day Magni left to take or something, but she never came back. Rumor has it that she got slaughtered by the rider on her way to wherever she was headed to. Eventually, 2 more people joined the team. Twice and Mr. Compressed. The reason they joined was the same as Muscular and Magni. The sad reality is, who's going to get slaughtered next by the hand of the vigilante is unknown. Maybe they'll all die, or they'll dissolve one by one. Jurin also said about 2 new recruits, Mustard and Moonfish. They'll be here eventually. Now only one thing that is pending in Shigaraki list ID to eliminate All Might. Everything comes after, including the death of the vigilante causing them the lifetime. But there's something else though. All for One informed him about a camp of UA. All children caused him the trouble will be there, including a possible candidate for joining their team. As far as they knows from the sports festival, his name is Katsuki Bakugo. And one more on the list is a girl named Izumi Midoriya. Her mental breakdown at the festival shows that they can also break her and manipulate her or turn her into a Namu if she's useless as herself. A great plan that's not so great when it comes with risk of being caught up by the vigilante. As far as they know, the camp is far away from city and is confident that he won't know anything. Tamura at least want to think that way. And on top of that, they're bringing a whole lot Namu with them. What chance do the vigilante have? Well, that's not something they can predict. Dabai was shocked to hear his old man is almost dead fighting the vigilante. Things are way different now. An hour later. Maul is far behind as they made their way towards dorms. Half of them got what they wanted, but some had to adjust with stuff that was only available. Uraraka didn't bought anything because she doesn't have any need. She's there because she wants to be with them. All girls again ate ice cream, and Eri was so happy to have it for the first time in her life. Momo was like always paying for the ice cream, and she even bought bunch of clothes for Eri who didn't know what to feel. Midnight and Aizawa walked next to them as they walked. Shoto? Aizawa called Todoroki, who nodded. You should visit the hospital. Your sister called and informed about something really important. I'm sure she'll explain everything better than me. Aizawa said. Everyone immediately knew something was wrong. Shoto knows by Aizawa's tone how important it is. Can I go now? Shoto requested. Sure. Be careful on the way. Aizawa said, earning a nod from the double quirk user. Shoto ran towards another way and vanished from the view. Mr. Aizawa. What happened? Is it about Endeavor? Momo asked. Aizawa was silent as they walked and eventually nodded. Yes, but I won't tell what happened. If only Shoto is willing to answer, then he will. It's not my place to answer, Aizawa said. Further questions are pointless, and they knows it. So they followed both their teachers. Eri was holding hands with Izumi, and she was so deep in thought. She wanted to see Mr. Izu again. Without the flower with her, she felt sometimes uncomfortable. You matter, a word that presented her self-love and faith. Mr. Izu was the first one to ever come to her life with a lot to offer other than pain and suffering. She finally ate ice cream. Thinking of it made her mouth water. What if Mr. Izu never come for her? Then she would never think that good people and delicious food exist. In her stay back with Overhaul, the only delicious thing she had was apples. She loves apple. And yesterday, Mr. Izu bought her a more tasty version of apples, which also a candy. Now she remembered. Momo asked if she wants anything else to eat. Eri didn't know any of the food items and said she's full for now. But she now think she should have asked for apple candy. Thinking of it, her mouth watered. Only if she could eat one. Eri sighed and looks ahead, and at some point looks at Izumi, who looks down and give a smile. Eri found Izumi's smile reassuring, just like Mr. Izu. But he's better. Her young mind concluded. But soon they heard a sound. Everyone halted, and before even knows it, the firebird descends the sky and was face to face with them. They didn't even saw the bird coming. Eri eyes lit up and tried to move forward, but Izumi didn't let. Don't move closer. It's dangerous. Izumi said, crouching next to Eri, who tilts her head in confusion. Both teachers blocked its way, but stood there as the bird didn't attack. Students freaked out a little and wasn't as scared, because it was just hovering few feet ahead of them, and finally their eyes let them concentrate on something else. The firebird was carrying a paper bag, and which shockingly not burning, even though it's made of paper. Why is it here? What's in the bag? Midnight wondered. I want all of you to stay still. We can't risk provoke it. Aizawa ordered to his students, who were doing it before he said it. Eri saw the paper bag and realized something. Last time she thought of Mr. Izu, he appeared. Now she was thinking about apple candy. Which means. Eri smiled and freed her hand out of Izumi's loosened grip and ran towards the bird. Everyone's eyes widened seeing that. Before they run behind her, Aizawa stopped them. He and Midnight remember what happened at the meeting. Eri was with the rider, and the firebird was there, and Eri also was happy to have it around. The last thing they want is run after her, provoke the bird, and endanger everyone. Students stopped and fearfully watched Eri, and then looks at Aizawa. She's in danger, Mr. Aizawa, Izumi said. Not if we wait here, he said, and the students looks confused and scared. Not scared because of the bird, but the fear Eri getting hurt. However, Kodachi. Eri called the bird happily, and the bird immediately shifts back normal. Izumi and her friends were shocked to see the transformation. The firebird is now an ordinary raven, and watched as it hovered in front of Eri, who happily took the paper bag. Kodachi carefully then sat on her face, as if it's not wanting to hurt her with its claws. Kodachi? Mina said to no one in particular. It has a name? Toru said. And how does she knows its name? Kirishima said. And it is me or the bird actually looking happy, Kaminari said. And why is it acting like a normal bird? Minta asked. And how did that thing looks like a normal bird? Zero said. All of them had questions. But neither of them had answers. Eri basically letting a killer bird to sit on her shoulder, and the bird don't even look like gonna attack. You fools thinking the wrong shit. Just open your damn eyes. We can catch that thing right now. Bakigu shouted. No, we can't catch it without Eri getting hurt. Do not attack. Aizawa ordered. Students understood what he's saying. Katsuki wasn't happy but huffed. Izumi was worried. So much worried than anyone else. She doesn't know why, but Eri is one of the people who she loved being around immediately. She doesn't know what that bird gonna do next. They watched as Eri picked up a apple candy out of the bag and was confused. Apple candy. Why on earth that carrying around one? Who knows? Thank you, Kodachi. I'm happy Mr. Izu sent you. Eri said, taking a bite out of candy with sparkling eyes. Kodachi made a sound to let her know it's glad. Eri takes a small portion of the candy on her hand and offers it to Kodachi, who ate it. When she's done, Eri looks at Aizawa and others. Can Kodachi stay with me until we reach home? Please, Eri requested. Eri was with them because she needs a lot of nice things in her life, and saying no means making her sad. Aizawa's eyes twitched, and he rubbed his temple and groaned. He looks at the bird who not doing anything but looking at him as well. Why, yeah, he said, sounding dead inside. So they proceeds their way, and Eri was talking a little with the bird, as if it can understand what she's saying. And surprisingly, the bird sounds like it understand as well. Eri was a bit ahead. Izumi and others kept their eyes glued on the two. They're in state of confusion and shock. What is even happening? Their own enemy acting like a friend. It doesn't make sense. Eri eventually looks back at Izumi and stopped so they can get closer. Izumi saw the look and walked a bit closer. See, Kodachi, she looks like Mr. Izu. Eri said, holding her hand with Izumi. Kodachi made a sound as if saying yes. Izumi was sweating. She had her guards up, in case. Eri looks back at Izumi as they walked. Wanna touch him? Kodachi won't hurt anyone. Eri said, and Izumi's sweat dropped. What on earth? Touch that bird. And God knows if it's actually a bird or not. Izumi sighed. To make her happy, I guess, she thought, and looks at the bird who curiously watching her. Izumi sighed. Screw it. She mentally screamed and reached her hand and finally touched the bird. She had the worst outcome. In her brain. But nothing dangerous happened. Kodachi sat there and let her touch its head. Was that it? She thought, and felt how soft and warm its feathers are. Even though it's a killer bird, it didn't go berserk and attacked. It just let it happen. If it was an ordinary bird, her friends would have tried to touch it. But it's the rider bird, and they don't want to anger it. See, I told you, right? Eri said happily. Izumi awkwardly chuckled and nodded. She eventually let go off the bird. She can't believe she touched it. Last time they couldn't even stand their ground against this creature. But now it's like an obedient puppy. Keyword like? It's far away from being a cute puppy. Who knows what happens if she did something it don't like. Eventually, they reached the Ua gate and Kodachi slowly hovered back in the air. Eri knows it has to go. Bye, Kodachi. See you later. Eri said, and the bird flew a bit more high. Everyone watched it flying up a bit slowly and saw black smoke coming out of his body, and soon its eyes gone and feathers turned into blade-like and green fire covering its body. Eri waved it, and like blur, Kodachi flew up like a rocket and vanished out of sight. They stared up at the sky dumbfounded. The hell transformation stopped their brain from processing anything. And that's how the day before the camp ended. A bit more intense than it was needed. The day started with a debate. Whether or not bring Eri with them or not. Nezu wanted her to be near Aizawa and students all the time. He noticed how comfortable she's around with, and knew nobody else could take good care of her and keep her accompanied. Midnight was ready at first, but she had enough responsibilities and Nezu wanted her to concentrate on her students. Eri is their responsibility, and they least want is to make her uncomfortable or alienate her. So in the end, what other choice do they have? That's why she's standing outside the gate with Class 1A, waiting to board the bus. She got a big white round hat, one with her usual outfit, as she held the flower pot with her. She first thought to leave it back in her room. But she wasn't feeling good leaving it behind, so she took it with her. To her direction. Class 1A scattered around laughing, chatting, as they waited for Class 1B. Hey, there, Eri. Sorry to leave you here alone. Izumi apologized, crouching in front of the little girl. Eri nodded. It's okay, she replied. Izumi smiled and ruffled her white locks. So, you carrying it everywhere I see? Izumi said, eyeing the white flower. Yes, I don't feel like missing it. It's so important for me. Eri replied. Izumi nodded, understanding the girl. Whether they are against the rider or not, if his flower keeps Eri calm and happy, they should let her keep it. Izumi is aware of the possible danger ahead when it comes to the flower. After all, it's a gift from a murderer. If it ever comes to a point where they have to get rid of the flower, Izumi will do it, even if Eri will hate her for it. So, are you excited? Izumi asked. Eri looks at her confused. I don't get it. I mean, how do you feel going to the camp with us? It's gonna be fun, right? Izumi wondered. Eri then thought about it for a few seconds and shook her head. I don't know what to feel. Because I don't know what a camp really is. Should I be happy about it? She innocently replied. Izumi raised her brows, realizing that they didn't told her about anything. What to say? Well, we're going to train ourselves and I'm excited about it. For you, I'm sure there's a lot due. In my opinion, yeah, you should be excited. We're going to have a great time there. Izumi said. Great time, and I should feel happy, Eri repeated while thinking. Izumi chuckled and nodded. Yes, you heard, right, Izumi confirmed. Eri smiled a little too, and her eyes soon shifted Izumi's side and saw someone behind her. Hey, 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 look who we have here. The supposed toppers of our batch, I see. Came a loud and weird voice, attracting everyone's attention. When turning around, they saw a weird smirking Monoma and sweat dropped. Hey, aren't you class 1A is attracting attention? On top, it's the unwanted attention that will cause us all trouble. Hey, I thought you'd be dealing with the vigilante since you guys are supposed to be stronger than us. Hey, before he could continue, a chop connects with his neck, knocking him out immediately, making all of them sweat drop. I'm sorry for his behavior. Class 1A? Monoma is a crackhead sometimes. Kendo apologized and dragged him towards their bus. What was he saying? Eri asked, confused. I think we should not be worried about that. After everyone boards the bus, it rode towards the destination. Next stop, a hotel or a resting place to chill out, and then camp. An hour later. The expectations was high. They thought the camp was so far. But what they thought was a resting place turned out to be the camp. They stared at nothing but jungle ahead of them. They stood on top of a huge ledge, and they looked dumbfounded. It looks nothing like a camp. On top of it all, the jungle seemed unforgiving and dangerous. Is it? Ciro wondered. Where's the hotel then? Kaminari asked. And why are we here? Minta asked. Mr. Aizawa, are we going to rest here? Mina asked nervously. Aizawa grinned weirdly, making them panic. He only does that when there's really something to worry about. No, we're here, at the camp. He answered, and before any of them could answer, they heard a car engine. And out came bunch of cat-like people. Lock on with these sparkling gazes, Mandalay said. Stingingly cute and cat-like. Pixie Bob said. Wild, wild pussycats. Both women said in unison as they did some dance-like things. As they giving poses, a bored-looking boy stood next to them, as if he's questioning his own life. The students stood frozen solid and didn't even know what really happened. Long time no see, Aizawa said, bowing and looks at the students. They are the pussycats. Throughout our stay here, they'll have a role in your training. Greet them now. Aizawa said. Hello, and thank you for being here. The students said in unison. Eri looks at the three newcomers, and then her eyes landed on a small boy around her Aggie. He, on the other hand, seems so uninterested to be there. But when he sees her, he didn't have any reaction and looks away. Eri blinked, confused. She never seen someone around her age before. And that kid really don't seem interested in her presence as well. Only if she could see a blush on his cheeks. So, we'll have to say something before we start. Mandalay started making them look at her. We own this land, and we'll stay there at the foot of that mountain, she said, pointing at a far distance. The students all looked at the place and wondered. So, why are we out of the bus already? Ciro asked. If we're out of the bus already, that means, Kirishima said in sweats when reality struck him. It's 8:30 in the morning. Mandalay started with a smirk. The students shook their head, realizing what's going to happen. If you move fast, we can expect you by afternoon. And if not, no lunch for you. She finished. Others realized what's going on and awkwardly chuckled. "Ha, we should definitely go back into the bus," Kaminari said. "Yeah, sure. Definitely," came different replies. Aizawa already moved Eri to his side. "Now, hurry up. Class B already started the course," Aizawa said, seeing the students fleeing. And when he said that, the ground beneath the students fell, dropping them off the cliff. They screamed as fell 10 or 20 feet drop and landed on top of the fallen debris of the cliff. They groaned and sat up. Looking up, they realized how high the ledge was and was surprised to be alive. "Ouch. What now?" Kirishima groaned. Soon as he said the words, ground shakes startling them. It didn't felt like any regular earthquake. It wasn't an earthquake to begin with, honestly. It was something else. Everyone looks around and only way out is through the trees, and towards the direction Mandalay ordered them to go, and the tremors came from the same way. It took only few seconds, and their hearts skipped few beats when seeing what came across the way. They've never seen anything like that before. A big dinosaur-like creature that is completely looks like sand and mud with many green plants all over its body. "I think that's next." Izumi answers Kirishima's question. The creature up until now didn't even see them. But when did it already was on them? The creature approached fast, and they couldn't move on time. But one did. Bakugo flew like a jet using his explosion and splattered the big monster using the same technique. Sand and mud flew every directions, due to the impact being tremendous. Bakugo landed few feet away and looks back at them. "I don't know about you extras, but I'm going to fry some turds," he yelled and took off, seeing another one at a far distance. His actions gave others the green light, and they felt even more confident. Izumi was the first to take off. To achieve her goal, she needs to master both her quirks. She doesn't want the psychic to tire her out or drain her strength. Nor she wants her fire quirk to burn her or fry her bones. She locked on her target and used her psychic to hover, and used her burn to throttle and move forward quickly. Within few feet away from the monster, she concentrated fire on her right fist to power up the punch, and brought down an impact that made the creature head shatter into sand. As her fist connected, Izumi landed next to rest of the students who already dealt with many creatures. However, all of them already felt tired, and Bakugo and Izumi wasn't an exception. Izumi could feel her headache kicking in and groaned. To make matters worse, few more creatures spawned out of nowhere. They mentally cursed and almost cried in irritation. Time. Skip evening. Sun was setting. Eri stood next to Aizawa, Pussycats, and Kota. Eri was feeling lonely. Izumi and others still aren't back yet. It took a full day, and they still haven't came back. Last time she saw them was when they fell down. She panicked and almost cried, but Aizawa calmed her down, saying they'll be okay and that it was part of their training. Eri looks at the scary-looking woods and sighed, and looks at the three grown-ups and Kota to find a positive reaction. She only saw them looking at the woods like she's doing, making it obvious that they have no clue either. "Why did you stare at me?" Kota asked harshly when seeing Eri looking. I'm sorry." She apologized, not knowing what else to say. She didn't even do anything to begin with. Kota was like this all day, and he was rude when she asked if he wanted to be friends. After being around with Izumi and others, she expected him to be saying something positive. But he rudely said no, and that he don't want to play with someone who's with heroes, and that he hate heroes and hate her because she is with them. Eri felt bad. It's like there is still people around that is cruel and rude like her father. She doesn't know why Kota hates heroes, but didn't dare to ask. "Kota, what have I said yesterday? Do not be rude with anyone. Now apologize," Mandalay demanded. Kota huffed and looks away. Before Mandalay speak more, They heard rustling of the bushes and some groaning. When looking at the woods, Eri saw the class crawling on the ground and dragged their weight, and they had many cuts and bruises all over their body. Eri saw the exact same thing when the other class made it half an hour ago. Eri's eyes widened and ran up to them. "Oh no, you guys are hurt. What happened?" she asked, worried as she checked on Ajiro and Shoji first. "They are just breathing heavily," and couldn't answer her. Eri checked on every last one of them until her eyes landed on the girls. They are equally hurt as the boys, except Izumi, and Uraraka looked even worse. Izumi had her eyes closed and was sweating, pale and whimpering as she leaned onto a tree. And Uraraka's cheeks looked hollow, and she sat next to Izumi. Other girls sat on the ground. Eri reaches them and checked them as well, and she was panicking. "How are they hurt? Who hurt them? Why are you guys hurt? Did somebody hurt you?" she asked, concerned, and Momo was the only one who could reply. "Hey D, don't worry. It's just a part of the training," she reassured Eri, who don't look slightly convinced. But you're hurt," she said, and touched both Izumi and Yura's cheeks. Izumi saw it and barely smiled. "We'll be all right. Don't be scared," Momo said. "Now." Mandalay spoke loudly enough for them to hear. "Today you are provided with some delicious food. Enjoy it. But tomorrow you work as a group and make food for everyone," she said. And that's when they felt like their souls leaving their body. They're officially dead inside, and to top it all, they have to eat what they cook. It's a nightmare they are in, and they so badly want to wake up. Training started early morning with barely even time to sleep last night. Aizawa warned them about how tough it's going to be, but they never thought about this. Basically, they are overusing their quirks, pushing the drawbacks as it weighs them down. It's the same thing happened during their way to the camp yesterday. Tired, aching, hurting. But in the end, nobody of them pushed their quirks this much, and is sure that they're gaining a bit more tolerance and strength. Turns out the wild pussycats aren't a two-women team. There's two more of them, Ragdoll and Tiger. Students with physical quirks are supposed to be training with Tiger, who is double crazy when it comes to train them. A bit more violent type indeed. The ground was huge, and every single one of 1A and 1B students occupied every corner of the place and working with the equipments they are provided with. Like Shoto sat in steel bowl filled with water, and at each time he used fire and ice. The water turns hot and cold in the process. And Bakugo had to create as big explosions as possible. Uraraka is at point that she continuously vomiting and looking pale as she used her gravity. Izumi had to wear a heavy jacket and use her psychic to fly, move rocks, and she got to dip her palm in hot water before using her burn. Her condition was just as bad as any of them. Sweating, pale, dizzy. Being a hero ain't as easy as their expectations. Aizawa is the example. Even after being just a mere human with non-physical quirk, he is one of the best heroes that accomplished every mission he took. He's strong in his own way and could defeat almost everyone he wanted to. But Izumi has the physical quirk, but still she's struggling. Aizawa and the pussycats stood on top of a rock, looking at the students and helping them if needed. Only Tiger is the one who's at it completely. Eri sat there with her flower pot in hand, watching closely at everyone as they used their quirks. It's still new to her even after watching them for hours. She's surprised to see what they could do. She never knew. Shoji can do whatever he wants with his limbs. Mina could throw around melting acid. Minta ball hair can be used as a glue ball. Izumi could fly and use fire. Jiro could create loud sounds. Eri amazement was priceless. The training gone for rest of the day. Nothing huge happened, except the students are a mess. By the end of the day, half of them almost cried realizing that they have to make everyone's food today. Shit happens. All of them thought. They all had a role in preparing the food. Lighting fire, chopping vegetables, washing rice, mix ingredient, collect dry wood. With everyone's effort, things are going good. but the taste of what they're making may not be great. Night sky darkened, and stars were visible, creating a beauty to witness up in the dark blue canvas. Students didn't have the time to look up in awe. Their struggles weren't pointless though. Even though the food not even smells fantastic, everyone's stomach grumbled. Kota stood a few distance away, disgusted to even be around bunch of hero wannabes. He hates them because they weren't there when he cried and begged for God to give back his parents. However, two people continuously bothering him. Two girls. The first one was around his age, and the second one was a green-haired girl. Even though he said he hates them, they still are so nice to him. But he doesn't want anyone to be friendly, unless they hate heroes too. He doesn't want any attention, and didn't bother to go near when seeing they're serving the food and eat. They're laughing, as if everything is a joke. A fault he saw in every hero. They don't care about anyone but themselves. That's why they are horrible. Kota saw Eri looking at his way and huffed before he walked away, and he decided to go where he always go. At the cave he always found peace. He walked away, not noticing that Eri already shown Izumi where he's going. Eri is afraid of the woods, and that's why she thought he's in danger, and informed Izumi. Izumi looks the way he's gone and sighed. He probably is hungry, but because they're here, he's not going to eat anything. She thought and decided to bring a plate of food with her. Are we going after him? Eri asked. Yes, he's probably hungry. Izumi replied with a smile. But he hates us, right? Eri said. Izumi shook her head. I don't know. Maybe we'll talk and change his mind. At least we should bring him this. Izumi points at the food. I hope so. It's just that I feel so bad for that boy. He reminds me of myself. He's hurt. Eri said. Izumi nodded. She knows the feeling. Maybe that's why she also wanted to be nice to the boy, even though he's rude and hate them. Everyone has reasons, and maybe he has one too. Izumi said and picked up the filled plate and motioned Eri to follow. Let's go, she said, and both girls walked the way Kota left. Truth to be told, the woods seemed spooky and was extremely dark. It's scary to a point. Few minutes later, Kota sat in front of cave overlooking the camp and woods. A place he made a spot worth peaceful and comfy. Just the fact alone, nobody will find him here, makes him less stressed. At some point of his life, he learned the harsh truth about heroes. They always leave you behind, even if you need them the most. Kota's ears picked up sounds of footsteps, and his eyes twitched in annoyance. Hey, Kota, Izumi called him. Kota sighed, irritated. Leave me alone, he snapped. We will. But you haven't eaten anything, right? Izumi said. Kota was a bit surprised. They bring food for him, even though he said he hate them. I don't want any, especially the ones that heroes make. I hate it. He replied coldly and looks behind, and wasn't expecting the Eri with her. Eri looks worried about him, but he looks away. Something about her makes his cheek heat up. He didn't know why. Izumi sighed. Not a frustrated sigh, but a disappointed one. I know you hate us, but the food is simply food. We should not direct our anger towards it. It's not tasty and all, but we want you healthy, Izumi said. Like you care, Kota said. Izumi knew talking further means frustrating him more, and she didn't want that. I'm leaving it here. Please, eat something, okay? Izumi requested gently as she knew. Kota heard that sound and her request didn't go unnoticed. Why do you hate us? Eri slowly asked. Kota didn't answer. I once hated people too, she said, making him look at her. I was in a lot of pain. My father ripped off my body parts for my blood. It still hurts to think. She continued, and Kota was surprised to hear that all of a sudden. What made him listen to her more is that he didn't saw lies in her eyes. He only saw truth and fear. She's afraid of what she's talking about. I never knew heroes exist in my whole life, Eri added, getting emotional. Koda subconsciously leaned in to hear more. Izumi stood there listening as well. She knew Eri was hurt when being with shy Hasakai, but she wasn't aware of the gruesome details Eri is speaking about. Her own father tortured her like that? It's horrible. But one day everything changed, she said, making Koda look confused for a second. I lost hope of a day without pain. But somebody came. He was there to save me. A man covered in fire. I was so afraid of him. He killed everyone there, and I thought I'll die too. I thought so. But then I realized that he was there to save me. He was a monster one moment. But when he saved me, I saw an angel. He took my curse and taught me how to smile. Because of him, I'm here and not in pain. Izumi was also nice to me. Gave me everything I never had. It was possible because I gave them chances. Eri finished and looks at Koda. You remind me a lot of myself, and I know how you feel, she said. Koda opened his mouth, but no words came. Izumi touched Eri's head to calm her down. Izumi looks at Koda and smiled. I know you don't like heroes but don't know why. But I want to be a hero too. Izumi started and both kids looks at her. You two remind me a lot of my little brother. He always wanted to be a hero, but he didn't have a quirk to live his dream. Izumi continued, and Eri noticed her eyes tearing up. Eri didn't know Izumi had a little brother and wanted to know more about him. He was the best thing ever happened to me. Give me a purpose and taught me how to dream and become a hero. She continued. If it wasn't for him, I would never be here. But now I wish he was here. He knew how to be friendly. He was better than me, and you guys would have loved him, Izumi said with a smile. Koda wasn't expecting to hear any of that. Where is your little brother now? Eri asked curiously. Izumi sighed, and a lone tear fell. He gave me everything, even his dream of becoming a hero. He passed away a few months ago. It was a hard time in my life. Without him, things aren't same anymore, Izumi said, shocking Eri and Koda. Izumi crouched in front of both kids, and she touched his shoulder gently. If you hate heroes because they hurted you before, please remember that not everyone is bad. Heroes like my brother still exist. But rare. If you give us a chance, we'll show that we aren't bad, Izumi said truthfully. Koda didn't speak anything and looks down at the woods. Izumi knew that he needs time to think and respected his choice. We'll leave you alone. We'll be there if you want anything or want something, Izumi said sweetly. Koda was surprised when Izumi patted his capped hair. Eri looks at him and got closer. Can we be friends and talk to one another? Please, she requested. Koda looks at her eyes, and she was being genuine. Koda wasn't sure if he could be mean to her anymore and nodded. He thought he's the only one suffered. Turns out others weren't an exception. Thank you, Eri said and sat next to him and picked up the plate, offering him. Koda looks at the plate for some time and slowly takes it. So, I'll go. Call me if you need me. Okay? Izumi said, and Eri nodded. An hour later. Who? The students screamed when they heard what the Pussycats had to offer. A game where a group of people has to go through the dark woods and reach spot and bring a small flag. Class B is given the task to make the course even harder by scaring the group. In reality, Class 1 was the ones who groaned. Just like that, the game's beginning, and nobody could see few figures spawning and staring down at them. The dark figures had a sickening smirk on their faces. The following destruction will be unnoticed and sudden. Nobody will leave the woods, and they'll make sure of that. Class B already in there, at the deepest, darkest part of woods, waiting to scare them. Class 1 already divided into some groups with 2 people each. Basically, they are playing a test of courage mini-game. At least that's what Pixie Bob described it. Long story short, they're gonna hold their scream when Class B startles them. Otherwise, it's going to be embarrassing. The future heroes screaming like kids aren't something they wanted. Each group follow the route with 2 minutes gap. First to reach the finish line scores high points. Remember that. I won't keep saying it. Pixie Bob shouted. The students have been gone through worse during the stay, and the game now feels the same. Yes, sir. They shouted back. Game started soon after. Each group gone after every 2 minutes. Due to the woods being like a maze, half of them turned wrong corner and put themselves into the lost category. Izumi was by herself, because of their numbers was uneven. Still, though she didn't mind it much, things like this happened all in her life. It ain't foreign. I hope those guys aren't well hidden. Just who am I kidding? Izumi mumbled to herself, and she almost took Class B as a minor threat. She almost forgot the boundaries of being a hero. That boundaries had laws and rules. One of the rules are do not underestimate your opponents. At some point, she heard rustling bushes and prepared for it. But nothing came except a bunny hopping across the small pathway. Even though it's a bit dark, she saw 2 red eyes of the bunny, which startled her slightly. What she was missing is something that worth concerned. She couldn't see it. The huge thing on her right side of the pathway. But there's also something. She didn't see it. But the foul stench it produced tickled her nose, which made her gag. She slapped her palm over her nose and groaned. What the hell? Her voice was muffled because of her hand, and she looks around to find the source. It was a stench, as if something rotting. Not something, but to say particular, it was the stench of rotting flesh. Izumi had tears falling because of she ain't used to it. Eventually her head looks at the same way the huge figure was. Her heart skipped a beat. Eyes widened. A scream almost came out of her mouth. Her eyes are fixated on the thing she saw and took a few steps back. The figure was as tall as half the tree, and that's enough of a reason to be afraid. She's now looking at the thing even though it's a bit dark. But her eyes don't fool her. She's looking at a being which has its brain exposed. An identical creature resembles the Namu thing. No, it is the Namu thing. Izumi instincts worked on her veins, and she's immediately took a defense stance, as if the Namu will pounce at her any moment. What she saw at Usju was enough for her to understand that she should, at any cost, don't let it touch her even a little. All might fell for it attack. She won't survive, that's for sure. Few seconds passed as she stood there, and was panicking internally. It's a matter of seconds the beast strikes. But the creature eyes are void emotion and concentration, as if it's not conscious. Its eyes aren't looking at anything, like it not even looking at her. Just straight ahead of it, and avoiding her presence if it seems. Her posture relaxed a little. Only a little. It's taking a long time to attack, as if it doesn't have any plan to do so. Izumi moved to the side test, whether the creature follow her direction at all. But nothing. It stood there frozen solid. She realized something. It's not conscious at all, just like statue. But it doesn't look like rotting away because it's dead or anything. It's just standing there waiting for something to happen. The air around her started to shift, and she didn't notice it getting more purple because it was still thin as it flowed with the wind. Izumi's mind then sat in calculating mode. She thought of the Namu is here, whoever brought it is here too. Only villains had this type of thing. And that means villains are here too. The villains are here. Her soul left her as the shock almost overtook her mind. First at Asji and almost killed them, now here. Unbelievable. Just like that, Izumi noticed the air change and her eyes widen. The air seemed turning violent and Izumi immediately knew breathing in whatever is was a bad idea. So she slapped a palm over her mouth and nose. The last thing she needs to die breathing in whatever is it. Her eyes picked up movements in the Namu. But she knows that trying to fight it is bad idea. I gotta find others, she thought, and ran towards a randomized direction in hopes of finding someone. Just hope that someone doesn't turn out to be any villains. On the way, Izumi heard blasts go off as the fight started. When Izumi turned a corner, she saw blue fire was slowly spreading all around. Last time she didn't saw any of the villains' quirks, so it's hard to guess which quirk belonging to who. Or are they attacked by the same group at all? What if there's someone else another than the people at Usji? Izumi wasn't planning to that way, so she gotta take a long one. She eventually breathed in air once she figured out that the purple gas hasn't reached here yet. But it also not far behind. She gotta find the teachers as soon as possible. Or any of her friends. As she ran, something came and her instinct told her to duck. She did just in time to avoid a skeletal Namu hand. Izumi rolled out of its way and took off towards another direction. Thankfully, the Namu thing wasn't as fast as the last one. She stumbled many times and fell here and there, receiving a lot of scratches, and her elbows and knees are bleeding at this point. Soon she found a clearing in the distance and prayed to God that the clearing is their training ground where she last saw the teachers. She hoped it is what she wanted. But when entering the clearing, the opposite side was on blue fire. But thankfully, on the middle of the clearing, she saw Mandalay, Pixie Bob, and few of Class B and A students, looking around panicked and confused. "Oh, thank God, you guys are okay." Izumi called out, made her way there. Mandalay saw Izumi and looks behind her. "Where's the rest of the kids? Have you seen them?" she asked. "No, I haven't. I'm sure they're in there somewhere. We gotta be quick, come on," Izumi said, and was about to leave, but Pixie Bob got a hold of her hand. "You're not going anywhere. Look at those wounds. And it's not your place to run out there and fight. You can die, you know," Pixie Bob said, dragging Izumi back. "But we can't stay here and do nothing. What about my friends? They are in danger," Izumi said. "We know, but we already set searching party. Your teachers and my teammates, obviously," Pixie Bob said. They argued until one of them saw something emerging from the tree line. The same Namu Izumi came across a few seconds ago. It wasn't the fast one, but tracked her all the way here. It's like the Namu are active all of a sudden, as if they were being waiting for orders. But who giving them orders? The same man she saw at Usji. If it's him, then they're again after All Might, but keep having false news that All Might will be here. At least Izumi thought that. Mandalay and Pixie Bob came to the front to defend the students. "Stand back, all of you. We don't know what it is," Mandalay ordered. Izumi thought one thing. "Hero Mandalay, can I ask you something?" Izumi requested. "Now," Mandalay said. "Yes. Can you use your quirk and inform everyone that the villains attacked us is here and they got bunch of Namu? Please, it for everyone. At least they'll be prepared," Izumi requested. Mandalay looks back at Izumi. "How do you know any of that?" she questioned. Izumi sighed, shaking her head. "We don't have time. Please. Others are in danger," Izumi almost begged. Mandalay looks at Pixie Bob, who nodded. "Okay, I'll do it. But I need time to communicate. And this clearly not the correct time," Mandalay said. "Don't worry, we'll cover you. The time is limited. Please," Izumi said, and stood next to Pixie Bob facing the creature. Fine. I'll try to do it as fast as possible," Mandalay said, defeated, and other students joined Pixie Bob and Izumi. They're not courageous or anything, but for everyone they gotta do it. While Mandalay was doing her job, they confronted the beast, who is basically bones and skin. It has few metal points at the top of its head, and the Namu moved towards them slowly, as it could, it seems. "We gotta do something about the exposed brain of that thing," Izumi mumbled. She aimed her hand directly at the brain of the Namu and fired. It connects correctly, and the fire almost fried the brain. The creature wobbles a little, fell on its hands and knees. But things gone south just in a minute. As the creature hands touched the ground immediately took another form. The sand turned moist and soft like a quicksand. On top of that, small wave-like formation can be seen on the surface. Before any of them could do much, the awkward ground caused them to fall as well. Just as they fell, the ground slowly started to swallow them. "Oh crap," some of the students shouted. "Shit, I can't move. Izumi heard some say. She so know their name, except few who belongs in her class. Koji and Ioma was there trying to get out as soon as possible. Don't struggle. It'll make you sink quicker. Pixie Bob shouted and tried to create a sand creature of her own. But due to the ground was acting weird, the formation of the creature she built wasn't perfect. It was wobbly and blob-like. Okay, things are going worse than I thought, Pixie Bob said, and made her giant beast to attack the fragile-looking Namu. Because of how worst its form turned out, the hand of the blob shattered after inflicting some minor damages on the Namu. The Namu, however, wasn't doing anything but staying there on its hands and knees. They are halfway drowning in the sand. Izumi tried her best to aim at the Namu and fire her quirk. Only a few of them hit the mark because of the ground was wobbly. The blob-like sand creature accidentally got destroyed when Pixie Bob lost her focus. Little by little, every single one of them drowned in the ground, which sounds mental. Drowning in ground. Izumi really just want to think it's ridiculous and wake up from whatever nightmare she's watching. But the reality is always disappointing. At some point her left hand drowned as she struggled a little, and now the mud is over her shoulders and slowly reaching her throat. Her breathing quickened nervously, and she closed her eyes. If this is it, then there's no wonder why old memories are coming back. She shook of the thoughts and opened her eyes and barely could look at everyone. But soon her roaming eyes fell on a cliff at the distance. It was just a regular cliff, but the memory it had was frightening. Izumi's eyes widened in horror and looks at Pixie Bob and Mandalay, both of them trying to keep some of the drowning students on top again. Mandalay, did Kota and Eri came back when we started the game? Izumi shouted. Mandalay and Pixie Bob froze and Izumi saw fear in her eyes. Mandalay looks at Pixie, who shook her head. Kota. Mandalay mumbled and looks at Izumi. They're in danger. We gotta do something and find them. We can't lose them. Mandalay desperately said and tried to crawl out of the mud, only to sink a bit more. Izumi had the same effect. Both of them are up there at the cave. She left them there. It's her fault that they're in danger. Kota. Both of their faces appeared in her mind, and one more face appeared on their side. The third face belongs to the young Izuku. She can't lose them too, like she lost Izuku. A tear fell, and she blamed herself mentally. She should have brought them with her. Now she has to fix it. If anything happens to the kids, Izumi won't survive. It's already too much to handle. Izumi's teary eyes narrowed and looks at the Namu in pure hatred, and her eyes glowed purple. The only thing to survive this pit of quicksand is to push her quirk even more. The psychic. A last resort that will give her a lot of pain. She gotta use it help others and herself. Mainly the two children whose life is precious than hers. Izumi looks at others, and she concentrated on everyone, and she already started to gasp quicker. She never used it on many people at once. As her concentration solidified, a purple aura outlined Harold and others. Soon they stopped struggling and watched Izumi as she used her quirk. She was having a hard time, but whatever she's doing is working. She groaned and let her psychic lift them up. The thing is, it's not heavy at all, but the cause of her discomfort is the poor concentration and brainwaves. Slowly they are being lifted out of the mud, and before landed, Izumi wanted to do something else. She lifted up the wobbly mud with the quirk and formed the mud into a tube-like formation and sent it crashing into the brain of the Namu. Instead of stabbing it, Izumi let the sand go through the slit of the brain and filled the inside of its head. The Namu screeched when the piling up sand ruining its brain and destroys the nerves and cells. Its body twitched as if it's malfunctioning, and eventually its quirk died down, and the ground solidified, including the muddy sand inside its head. When the mud hardened inside its head, it was too much to be contained, and the amount of it didn't help at all. So, its head exploded like a mini bomb. Izumi let them drop, and she also fell with a thud. She whined because of the overuse. But her migraines aren't worse like it used to be. The training worked out for her. Others laid there as well, and Mandalay was the first to stand up. "We gotta find Kota and Eri. They're defenseless out there," she said and crouched down to help Izumi. Izumi was gasping for air and shook her head. "You gotta help them out of here," she tired said, pointing at the students. "But we gotta find them." "Pixie," Mandalay was cut off when Izumi stood up shakily. "Pro-hero Mandalay. I know where they are and I gotta go fast. It's my fault. I let them stay there. So it's my responsibility to keep them safe. Please trust me. Others need you here. Please." Izumi begged. Mandalay looks at Izumi, not knowing what to say. "Trust me, please." Izumi's voice was so low and pleading. Mandalay sighed and rubbed her temple. "Don't let them get hurt. And avoid fights on the way. Eri and Kota is our main priority now." Mandalay said. "Okay, I promise." Izumi said that unknowingly. Promise? Really? Can she keep it? She shouldn't have said that. Promises can be broken, even if not intended. Izumi will regret saying it, because she has a feeling that something is about to happen. "Okay, now run as fast as you can. When you find them, head straight to the main building and let Vlad King know your presence. And do not leave the building," Mandalay ordered. Izumi nodded and looked towards the direction of the hill and sighed. Her migraines were effective, but she didn't let it get on her way. Izumi sighed and took off the way, and the blue fire was surrounded the small pathway. The heat it produced was unbearable at some point. Thankfully, her quirk helped Bit to adapt. The narrow pathway, however, ain't the straightest she ever seen. While turning every corner, her body slightly grazed the fiery branches of bushes. Izumi hissed in pain every time the fire hits her. Her hands are burnt here and there, just like her legs and stomach. Her clothes ripped due to the fire grazing it. "Shit, it hurts," she cursed. But still, she didn't stop. Even after seeing few burning trees up ahead. She can't stop now, right? So she didn't stop. That's the mistake from her part. She should have stopped. Her right foot stumbled on a rock, and her own speed caused her to land 5 or 6 feet away, rather painfully. Wind got knocked out of her lungs, and she screamed in pain. But that's not it. She heard crackling of burning wood. She looks up, and her eyes widened in panic when seeing a thick branch covered in fire falling down and about to land on top of her. She almost saw death right before her eyes. Meanwhile, Eri and Kota stared horrified at the scene happening at the woods surrounding the camp. Fire and purple mist was all over the place. Boom sounds echoes, and they even heard screams not too long ago. The camp is far and between the chaos. Even if they try to run back, there's no way they'll survive. Thankfully, they're too scared to even try such a thing. "What is happening?" Kota mumbled. "I don't know. I'm scared," Eri replied, fearfully watching the raging fire. Kota looks at her and around. "I should have stayed at the camp. It's my fault we're away from the camp," he said. "Don't say that. We didn't know." Eri comforted and looks back at the destruction. "I hope everyone is fine," she mumbled. Kota felt bad. If only he stayed at the camp, then Eri should have been with her friends. It's his fault. "I'm sorry," he spoke. "Huh?" Eri asked. "I'm sorry for everything." He apologized again. Eri didn't know why he said it, but before she say anything, things gone really horrible. It started with them hearing heavy footsteps just behind them. Both kids froze on the spot and slowly and fearfully turned around. What they saw was horrifying. Or simply say, who they saw was horrifying. There stood a huge figure clad in black and had black long hooded coat as an outfit. They could only see a white mask full of holes instead of an actual face. "What a wonderful evening. Thought I'll have a better vantage point up here. Turns out there's 2 of the unlisted ones are here too," the man said, amused. The way he said it scared both kids, and they couldn't even utter a word. They're about to cry until this point. The man is so scary for them. The big man takes a few steps and eyed both kids as if a predator watching his prey. They're literally a toothpick compared to the huge man. W. What do you want? Eerie's small voice said in hopes that the man is not here to hurt them. They wanted to believe that. If not, how are they going to survive? It won't even take a hit to obliterate both of them at once. That's how much strong the man is. His aura is, I want many things. First of all, the big man said, and took off the mask, still not showing his face. Let's trade your nice hat with my stupid mask. It's not cool at all. The big man said in a sickening, deathly tone. Kota shook his head and grabbed Eerie's hand and ran towards the only path that will allow them get off the hill. Muscular groaned mockingly and just did a small jump, and he's already landed in front of them, blocking their escape completely. Muscular already dropped his mask, and he exposed his hand out of the hooded clothing, revealing the red tissue of his muscle meat. It wasn't covered with skin at all, and it was moving as well. Doesn't matter. Just start with the beautiful red, warm blood. Muscular said as bunch fleshy muscles bulked up his right hand, and when he stretched it backwards, the hood moved out of the way of his face, revealing his identity. Kota saw this, and his whole color drained and eyes widened. He recognized the man. The man he saw in a news channel. The man who's a murderer. The man who massacred many. The man who took everything from him. The man who robbed his life. The man who killed his parents. Now he's here, building up power in his hand for a punch that could wipe out anything on the way. Muscular was already moving towards them with speed. But for Kota, everything slowed down. He didn't even notice Eri was trying to drag him away and out of harm's way. Kota was focused on the man's face and didn't even aware of the incoming punch. He didn't notice Eri screaming his name. He's only see the man. Why you? He mumbled. But was too late. His eyes widened in horror. It wasn't because he saw the punch coming, but he was shocked to see something else. He saw back of Erie's head. She's already in front of him, in hopes of protecting him from the impact. Things was going even slower for him. Why is this girl trying to help him, save him, protecting from death? Why is she so kind even after he wasn't so nice to her? Why? That's when Kota realized why Eri was in front of him. He saw the fist coming, and Eri willing to die to save him. And no, he mumbled in realization. It was too late. The fist was few centimeters away from obliterating them. He couldn't even move to help her the same way she's trying to help him. But before the first rip apart their bodies, Kota felt something warm and friendly came out of their right side and took a hold of both of them, and the force alone caused them to move out of the powerful punch. But before they landed, the fist came in contact with the ground. Then there was a shockwave. Rubble got thrown all the direction because of the force, and the shockwave hit the three of them midway and knocked them out of each other's grasp. The next second, they felt themselves land God knows how much distance away so painfully, and the impact made them roll few distance and skid to a stop. Kota fall got cushioned while he was on top of whoever came for the rescue. Rubble and debris was on top of them. Izumi groaned and cried out in pain. It hurts a lot, and the flying debris hit her and cut few part of her body. It felt like forever before she turned her head painfully towards Kota, who was laying there crying loudly. He's hurt, she told herself. She has to get up, hold both of the kids closer. And that's when her heart almost stopped. Eri, Izumi called in cracking voice. Eri wasn't in her eyesight at first. But Izumi gasped and groaned as she got on her elbows and knees and again looks around. Eri, she called again, and Kota heard it. His voice hitched, and he also sat up, as if her name triggered a switch in him. Soon their eyes landed on a pile of dust and rubble. Eri, Izumi's heart numbed, and all the pain of her body died down as a rush of adrenaline kicked in. Izumi struggled to get back on her knees, and everything around her was forgotten as she stumbled towards the dirt pile. Except it's not a pile of nothing. Eerie, Izumi mumbled, and she moved as fast as she could have fell down multiple times, but she ignored the pain and fell on her knees when reaching the spot. Iri's right side was visible and Izumi cried out loud as she moved the rubble and dirt off the poor child, who not moving the slightest. Iri, Izumi called out and tears fell. Lot of tears. Izumi picked up Iri shakily and held the little girl closer. Iri? Izumi screamed as she hugged Iri. But then, reality came crashing down on her. Izumi felt something warm yet wet while she hugged the little girl. Izumi breathing hitched. Heart pounded faster and tears poured, and she lifted Iri up her body to look at the girl. What Izumi saw caused to sob soundly. Even though she's crying, her eyes are fixated on something. Iri body covered in dirt and grime. Her hair lost its shine. Sweat on her body is mixing with the dirt on her body. Bruises everywhere, but what made Izumi cry out is none of them. Blood was flowing down her torso. A horrifying sight. Iri's neck was slit open because of a sharp rubble sliced her neck, which caused the blood loss even more unstoppable. Iri! Izumi screamed at the top of her lungs. Iri wasn't moving, even when Izumi's eyes staring at her widely. Izumi wanted it all go to be a nightmare. Iri can't go. She won't. Iri will come back, right? I love that music. Come on. We'll listen more of it. Muscular screamed in joy. Izumi flinched, and all she could do is hug both kids closer and cry. She can't believe it. Iri. Is she? No, she can't. Izumi sobbed and tried to keep both kids safely tucked into her, except one of them is already hurt. Izumi stared as she sobbed and saw Muscular running towards them for another strike. Except this time, Izumi don't know what to do. Scream. Haha. Muscular shouted menacingly. Few more seconds and they're dead. But SWHish. The familiar sound hit her ears and her eyes picked up the sight of a green portal appearing to Muscular left side. Muscular looks at the way and couldn't dodge as the fire bike comes out and hit his side so violently with a shockwave that sends the muscle man across the cliff and onto the wall, creating a huge hole where he hit. Izumi was already in shock, and her sobs still haven't ceased yet. First, she was eyeing Muscular under the rubble, and when she looks at the rider on the bike, he was already looking at Iri. Two green looks at Iri, and even though she's crying and tearing up, she could see the pain in those green orbs. Iri. The rider called the unmoving girl. His voice was so low, as if it doesn't belong to a murderer at all. Izumi, however, held Iri closer, and her sobbing never stopped. An angel fell. Demons rules the planet Earth, ruining lives, happiness, peace. Hell punished those who deserves it, but up at here on Earth, the ones who perished is the ones who yet have to achieve their dreams, and their lives taken away forcefully by the likes the so-called villains. But not just villains. Every human beings are worse. Does everything in their power to save their own selfish reason, even if they have to ruin someone else's well-being. That's why he was here in the first place. Get rid of those who takes too much freedom on their hands that lets themselves convince that murdering, stealing, hurting is all a forgivable and simple act. The laws aren't much of a help. Just investigates cases and comes up with pointless conclusions, or simply sweep the case under the rug, never to be surfaced again. The point of being the writer is to prevent all that. Mostly he succeeded. Mostly. Deku felt a familiar negativity outside the city when Kodachi informed him. That night Kodachi flew past the borders and eventually tracked down one of Deku's targets. An entire organization actually. The Black Lotus. Izuku already eliminated some of them and their bases. So the one Kodachi found was the last of them in Tokyo, or probably the entire Japan. They were at it again. Human trafficking, drug transportation, pedophile, and many more. Probably the worst part of the group was them. None of the other bases had blood everywhere. Many passed before his arrival. They died long ago, except another 70 or so victims. So he was there, slaughtered every single one of them, and opened a portal for the victims who finally could reunite with their families. However, the outside world didn't know it was him who is the savior, not the government. But he didn't care much. Fame always attracts the false heroes. He ain't one of them. Even though he didn't wait around for pointless things and rode back to his place. But things already happened. He was too late. Even Kodachi was far away to notice it. Deku was all of a sudden felt the pain in his chest, as if something is happening that's going to upset him. Sure, he knows what or why is it happening. Innocents are in danger. That's right. It took him a while to realize who those innocents are because how far he is. When he's far, he could only feel their aura slightly get big. That's it. His sensing abilities works differently with various circumstances. Here the thing was, he's far from the destination. Only he could have known. When he traveled in his hell cycle at the speed that cannot be matched by any other vehicles. That's when the distance shrinks, exposing the reality of who's the innocents he's about to save. UA students and teachers. But out of all of them, 3 of them stands out the most. Realization hit him. The identity of the 3 who in danger become clear. Izumi, Koda, and Eri. The child he protected and trusted her safety with them, and she's now in danger. Deku could feel the fear she's feeling. Helpless but tried to protect the other child, Koda. Thought of her alone made his mind command his hell cycle to go faster. Eri would be hurt. Also others who there in that camp. But the danger is about to take away everything from them. His mind was stressed. The one who's attacking her was a dangerous villain. A sick bastard finds pleasure in destroying others' lives. The same rat that killed Koda's parents. Deep down, Deku was panicking and concerned. First time in his life as the rider he's afraid. Afraid of losing someone who in short time started to trust him and made him feel like someone important. Eri is the person who is like a precious jewel appeared in his life and didn't hate him for what he is. That same child is, he can't imagine that something like that. Izuku then sensed the aura of the 3 weakened. One of them almost got transparent. Izumi and Koda survived. They're in pain, but they are breathing. Hurt but alive. A relief that was. But the said relief short-lived. Izuku's eyes widened when sensing one of them had just a string of aura. Soon realizing the low energy he's sensing belongs to none other than Eri. It's like the life of her almost drained. Her soul stuck between life and death. It's just a matter of moments before it's too late. That's when Deku realized he failed her. He told her he'll protect her no matter what. He said that she will no longer be in pain. Told that not even Overhaul Ghost could haunt her. But now, he failed for the first time as the rider. No, he failed to be a big brother Eri always feels safe around. Even though they're not related or the fact that he's a dead man, Izuku sees her as a little sister everyone would want. But when it comes the time where he keeps the promises, he ain't there in the first place. That's why his mind and heart was unstable when he came through the portal, sending Muscular out of the way by crashing his bike onto the giant. He was watching in pure agony as the child he swore to protect was not even moving. Eri was in Izumi's warm and shaking embrace, and the glow around her started to fade. His eyes are widened and focused on nothing but Eri's face and her closed eyes. The angel who's a sunshine is about to be consumed by the darkness. Her heartbeat is not as lively like it used to be. It's slowly stopping, and first time after his death. Izuku felt like crying. But he couldn't. Eri? He subconsciously said her name, not believing it's all true. It's like a worst nightmare comes to life, devouring everything he cares for. After his death, he didn't personally had anything or anyone to care for. His family was in the past, and they only knew a useless, pathetic Deku. But when he came back, only few ever tried to know him personally, even though some didn't know his identity. But one of the caring ones are Eri herself. Now seeing someone like that hurts. Even though others see you as a emotionless monster. Slowly and shakily he got off his bike and moving forward really slowly. Every step seemed heavy at this point. Even after he did all that, his eyes never left her. He didn't even look at Kota and Izumi, even though the three of them was glued together. Izuku wanted to crouch next to them and hold Eri in his arms and make sure she's gonna be alright. He so badly wanted Eri know that he will bring her back. He wants to pat her head to lessen her agony and do something about her wounds. And he so badly want to apologize for what happened. He let the heroes take care of her, and this happened. But truth to be told, he can't blame them, because he was late too. Izuku wanted to be there for her when she wakes up. But there's something else. He halted almost instantly when he heard the rubble move. Izuku stood there facing Izumi and both kids while his mind was raging inside as he heard the rubble move. He shouldn't forget why Eri life is holding on to a thread. His muscles worked automatically and his fist clenched make his finger crack. Izuku seeing all red thinking of the rat who hurted Eri. Deep down, hellfire came to life and Izuku started to breathe in heavy breaths. And before what he gotta do, he needs to make sure of something. Izumi noticed the aura around the rider change. She could only feel death. She witnessed his green-pained eyes slowly give into an intense glow that radiated a dangerous and threatening one, and she saw hell in those eyes. His breathing became audible and scary, and she saw black smoke rising from his body little by little. Sure, he looked terrifying, but it wasn't as scary when she noticed that his anger wasn't directed towards her. Izumi didn't even notice her tears stopped, because it's all too shocking for her and confusing on the top. Even though his anger was evident in his aura which screamed chaos, she didn't fail to notice the rider's eyes glowed more and out of nowhere bunch of green fire chains came out of the ground startling her and Kota. The rider didn't speak or made a sound as the chains took a shape of the circle, and soon the swish sound could be heard before the chains created a portal on top of the three. Izumi couldn't even move as the portal came down teleporting the three of them inside the camp building. Izuku stood and watched as his portal slowly teleporting them. His eyes glowed and teeth clenched more and more as little by little Eri and other two vanished. It seems Eri's face was keeping his emotions together. But when she's gone, the berserker in him got unleashed. If the rider himself losing his control means the end is near, few distance away, Muscular cleared all debris weighing him down with just standing up with a menacing smirk. So, you're the puny savior appeared out of nowhere, huh? Well, it's another unlisted name to slaughter. Now that was the last thing came out of his mouth. Things was moving in slow motion as he recalled what's going on. He's flying. What happened, he thought. Midair he remembered seeing the rider has his back on him. Then he only saw a blur. Up until now he did only knew that he's flying. But the next second there was a huge shockwave that disintegrated everything on its path. He clearly missed the part where the half of the top of the cave is gone, as if it never was there. The said shockwave did that. The shockwave was created when something hit his stomach so hard. Everything was still a slow motion for Muscular. Then he was throwing up blood midair, and a gargled and loud agonized scream left his mouth. That something which hit him was just blur. But eventually he saw it was a black smoky fist. The slow motion fastened up as he felt the rubble ground hit his back. The world spins in his vision as he rolled all the way across God knows how forsaken far away. His eyes rolled back in his head as he hit the rock wall of the mountain, creating a huge and deep hole. The first time in his life darkness threatened to overcome his senses. It's all because of a single punch. That's also low blow on his ego. He's Muscular. Nobody hurts him, let alone bring him to his knees. It's all new experience. Even when he got caught by officials, he wasn't beaten up. He was just waiting for the moment. But now, he's straight up getting his ass whooped by a tiny man. That's insulting. Deku stood afar with his arm still in a punching position, as the green flames covered both hands. His hood was down, revealing his white hair moving like flames as his body produces black smoke. His eyes are on fire, and the area of his eye socket cracked, revealing the green flames in them. Not just his eyes glowing, the eyes are gone, replaced with the green fire sockets. Veins glowed brightly as they came visible, and his jaw is clenched, and his gritted teeth are visible. This formation is something that has the quality of both his hell form and mortal form, but strong and deadly. Eerie closed eyes was a trigger. He wanted them open and shining, not lost in the world of darkness. Muscular world is crumbling down. Nothing makes sense to him anymore. He's just there, froze on the sharp rubble, gasping painful breaths. Only one punch, and he's already lost. The rider, however, wasn't fighting to win. He's fighting because of vengeance. Unlike before, he's taking it personally. And that's also why his punch is unforgiving. Without any second delayed, Deku was in front of him like a blur. Before Muscular knew it, he's dragged to his knees with an iron grip chalked his windpipe. The giant man struggled to breathe while he continuously coughed blood. Deku slowly tightened his grasp and raised Muscular up. Muscular saw those rage-dripping fire in those eye sockets. He saw the sinners being punished in those eyes. Fear was so foreign when he felt it first time in his life after he got his strength. Now he's at mercy someone or something. It's just that his attacker quirk is too overpowered than it should be. His guts saying that. While Deku, on the other hand, could sense the strength of the man pulse. It's throbbing with life, only to anger him more. Because Eri don't have left that much of a noticeable pulse. If she don't has it, then he won't have it either. Pain. You love causing pain, huh? Who? Deku screamed in pure rage, causing the ground and the surrounding to shake wildly. And the ground under him cracked and green hellfire glow emitted from it. His voice echoed all around the woods, letting out a frightening aura. The villains had to know that the death awaiting them is already on their doorstep. The demonic voice echoed, threatening to break Muscular eardrum. The voice was that much. But he have lot to worry than the rider voice. Like a blur, another punch connected with the big man's gut, causing his body throw backwards. But his neck was still in the iron grip, so his knees landed where it was a second ago. This time the agonized scream left his mouth was longer yet weaker than the last one. It's just that the rider could end him right there and then, but he won't stop it so easily for the big man. How does it feel now, being the receiving end of suffering? Huh, I don't see you're laughing now. What happened? Rider yelled again. His tone, his posture, his eyes, nothing is that of a savior now. All Muscular could see is a monster that he never could become. With his life is ending, he recalled what has he done. How many lives he ruined or stole. And he always thought of him being the monster. But now there this stranger who appeared out of green circle, radiating the aura of a demon of hell on earth. He's petrified is an understatement. He don't know what to feel. Well, how can he feel something else than the unbearable pain he's going through? You caused innocent soul suffering and eternal pain. Rider started bringing Muscular face closer, so that the big man closely looking at his hell like fire eyes. And now is your turn. That's the final nail in the coffin. Deku tossed Muscular away. Even though the toss didn't damage him, something else did. It took Muscular a lot to realize something. Fear was never leaving his heart. Rider did something to him. Something sickening, frightening, and gruesome. Also painfully agonizing. Muscular was laying there, but slowly and weakly looks down at his body at the same time. He's painfully started to scream. His eyes contained many emotions. Fear, pain, and confusion was the main three. It was his quirk. His manipulative muscle which moving on its own. And that's not even the worst part. His muscles are ignited with spreading green fire. Not only fire painting his exposed muscles, a texture of cracking lava formed on its surface. It wasn't just for show. The screams leaving his throat had the meaning. He's being cooked alive as the fire taking over his quirk muscles. Tears fell when writhing onto the ground and rolled around in hopes of putting out the ever-growing intensity of the green fire. They are not any regular burning. The pain it caused was so much that not even gods could endure. That's why Muscular pained cries echoed all over the beast woods. Who heard it was out of question when telling that nobody heard it is a big lie. Muscular straight up feeling the pain. He didn't even felt adrenaline numbing his pain. Adrenaline was non-existent. Ryder made sure of that. The writhing didn't help him put out the raging fire on him. He tried. Desperately tried, still trying with no success of survival. His pained cries never ceased, and was getting louder with the fire spreadsheet, every individual meat of his quirk muscles. He flailed his hands around scratching, slapping and rubbing all the muscles the fire is taking over. Eerie, you don't know what have you done. Kicking her back into darkness she was in all her life. Won't let her see the world she still haven't started to see properly. Now she is only seeing darkness. Ryder said. He wasn't yelling anymore. His voice was calm. Frighteningly calm. But his voice was clear as day, even though Muscular screams are loud. Ryder watched the big crying man on the floor, and said those words in spite. The Ryder is so calm all of a sudden, but his aura never changed. It still petrified everyone, including the sin souls wandering the earth. Ryder slowly sat down, never leaving his eyes off the big man. Whose fault is that? He finished his sentence, and the sight before him started to change. Muscular was doing something a human being never do. But the pain of the ever-growing burns made him do stuff that even he ain't processing. Muscular screamed as he used his own hands to rip apart his own muscles. The hellfire kind of controlled the muscles, and it was growing all over his body. That's the reason why he's ripping off everything meaty bits that comes in his palms. He ripped off his own muscles desperately, and so fast, yet the quirk muscles growing back with the fire in it. Which means the pain only growing, like a feline dropping fur. Muscular quirk muscles got violently detached, and they immediately disintegrated upon removal. He's destroying his own body. His muscles are ever growing. But there's a limit to everything, right? At some point of the carnage, his energy was dropping faster, reaching a stage where the healing factor or the cells don't regenerate. It was too much. The screams never lost the pain behind it. Only the sound is weakening. Little by little, his quirk muscles are no longer growing back. But the same cannot be said about the fire. It's still spreading all over him. Even the controllable muscles was ripped off his normal body. But he still haven't stopped yet. His fingers digs into every part where the fire is and ripped them off as well. Blood splattered all over the place and red meat part littered the ground. And still he wasn't stopping. Ryder watched it happen. He sat there until Muscular body lost the ability to move due to losing muscle flesh. He's halfway just a bloodied bone pile now. The pain was obviously worsened, but he wasn't screaming anymore. There's no power left in him to. Ryder slowly stood up and moved closer to the villain. The raging storm in the Ryder was unexplainable. He doesn't feel anything else. Almost as if a dying heart beat, taking away his ability to think. Maybe that's why his form changed again. He doesn't feel like talking again. So, as he got closer to Muscular, he's the Ghost Rider. The walking burnt bones. Through the pained, closing eyes, Muscular saw it. What his attacker really is. A ghost, literally. Ryder gloved hand reached down and got a hold of Muscular face, and the next thing came was quick. The Rider lifted Muscular head up and repeatedly bringing back them down, slamming his head onto the rubble, shattering both the ground and his skull. Each slam more brutal and powerful than the previous. Rubble around the shattered and sank as the force creating a crater deeper and deeper. It continued for the devil knows how long. But he's going full at it. Even though it could kill anyone, the hellfire kept the villain's soul trapped in him, which means that he's still alive after he lost 70% of flesh and brain on his head. It's just a matter of seconds that he's just a bundle of flesh. Alive flesh. However, there's a sudden stop in the Rider movement. He stopped almost instantly, not moving a bit, but still his grip on Muscular head never leaving. There's something else going on. Somebody else is in trouble. And somebody else is doing that. A familiar somebody. Ryder slowly turns his head towards the woods where he could sense all the troubled students and teachers. They're hurt and weak, but thankfully alive. Even though they're alive, some aren't all right. He slowly stood up with Muscular head in hand. Ryder overlooked the woods, reading the souls occupied it. Souls of innocence scattered across it, and was all over the place. They were all knocked out too because of a purple mist. Then he concentrated on the sinners. The fire raged as he read their souls. The villains who decided to attack the student. And the one he's folding right now is the part of them. And he's not even the one who's leading them. Shigaraki Tamura, the stupid villain he almost killed 2 times. And he's the mastermind of everything. The attack, the pain and suffering of the innocents, and the fault of Eri being hurt. The hell broke loose as that thought hit him. If only he would have just killed that handy turd, Eri would have been fine. But that doesn't mean those freaks won't get what they deserve. Hell, they'll get worse. He'll make sure of that. Black smoke and green flame intensified, and everything else except the villain doesn't matter anymore. They're the target, and with that thought he throws Muscular body up in the air, straight at the gathered villains. Ryder wasn't even putting any effort behind the throw. And still Muscular huge frame went fast and far. Meanwhile, the villain gathered at the exfil spot. It's just matter of seconds before all for one teleportation slime comes to pick them up. They pretty much did what they're here for. Except for Mustard and Muscular, everyone was there. Capture was a success. Bakugo is caught. But Izumi Midoriya was nowhere to be found. Well, things gone as planned to an extent. Toga has the blood sample she was told to collect. Not much, but still she has them. Compress has a marble containing Bakugo, and that's it. They were waiting for pickup. But things grew terrifying. They felt ground shake and saw shockwaves flying by, destroying everything in its path. Mainly trees, as far as they can see. Things was like that for a few minutes. And the atmosphere around them creeped them out, and they didn't know why. But 2 minutes they heard screams that send shivers down their spine. The origin of it still remains unknown for them, and what are they still doing here? Muscular and Mustard is 2 great assets. Losing them doesn't make sense because how far they come and succeeded the mission at hand. And now things are going worse. They're mentally freaking out. The shift in the past few minutes, kind of affecting them for all the different reasons. Aren't we going shiggy? I'm kind of feeling funny here. Toga nudges his shoulder. No. Wait for those 2. Every one of us leaving just like we came. Shigaraki said. If it was a month ago, he would be the first to suggest ditching those 2. But nowadays, it's difficult to live out here if you are a villain. A curtain fire freak is after everyone. We got what we came for. What's the point waiting for them anyway? Besides, the situation looks kinda weird here. Dabai said, looking around. He also feels something is about to happen. We're waiting because it's hard to recruit anyone these days. And muscular brute strength is the best thing we could have. Shigaraki said. That's a good reasoning. Compress agreed to Shigaraki. It is. Shigaraki muttered. It is not. Of course it is. Twice agreed as well. Moonfish just was there all the time, grumbling about flesh and blood. Every one of them retreated just as the mission is possibly done. And Mustard Quirk did the job. But his gas is no longer visible, meaning he's out. They don't want to run into any other complications and decided to wait for them instead. The Namu are gone back to lab because of their condition. Only they saw how underdeveloped those things were. They were in a hurry, so the Namu were just a temporary power. That's it. Should I go play with those 2 girl? I'm kinda bored. Toga whined. I think we have enough to worry about. Like, what are those disturbances? I literally heard screams. God knows whose that belongs to. Compress said. Keep your mouth shut. My brain is hurting. Shigaraki said. However, the least they expected was what happened next. Sure, they felt the atmosphere changed that of an intense one, but they had no idea of the object descending real quickly. It has no sound except the one of blowing wind, and that's not something loud to hear as well. The said object wasn't just any object. It was a bloody, crushed form of someone they were waiting for. Well, he's getting near though. Muscular, bloody, smashed body came down, and unfortunately some of his allies happened to be under his crushing weight. With a loud exploding thud, he landed directly on top of Twice Moonfish. His bony hand hit Dabai back along with Toga as he landed, causing them to fall as well. And Shigaraki also was under Muscular as the heavy shoulders and head landed on his back. The fall was so devastating that it really crushed the three and broke dozens of bones of Dabai, Toga, and Shigaraki. They couldn't even scream because they're blacked out. Twice and Compress straight up died when their head and spine was crushed. Moonfish and the other four, including Muscular, is knocked out, but they are alive and broken. The fall was so devastating that a huge dust clouds kicked up and a small crater formed, creating bunch of cracks all around. The marble containing Bakugo slipped off Compress possession when it happened. Due to the user of the quirk out of picture, the effects of it wore off. He got caught when Moonfish ambushed him and Todoroki. With the double quirk user wasn't as energetic as he should be, Bakugo had to deal with a tooth-quirked villain. Maybe that's the whole point. Moonfish was the big distraction, and both boys didn't see a marble coming and imprison him. The last thing happened was a purple mist before he got trapped in the tiny ball. That's why nobody followed them. But now something else is coming after them. And that's the first thing he realized as the marble popped with bunch of smoke. Bakugo is released, and he felt relief when the fresh air hit him. Things are weird in that marble, and he hate go back in there. He breathed in some fresh air and sighed. He didn't notice anything almost instantly, because he's busy with keeping his breathing still. His eyesight was towards someone else that point, and he missed the state of his captors. Maybe that's the same reason why he's back on his senses. Where are they? Was the question made him look around. But when he did, his heart almost stopped and eyes almost popped off its sockets. What he first saw wasn't the bodies. First, the barely present dust cloud blocked his view. But eventually the wet red color painted on the debris was visible. Then as he looks up, the mess is completely clear to him. Blood was everywhere, and their crushed bodies radiated a feeling dread and horror. It's that watching things like these on news or movies, and watching it up close and genuine is completely different experience. The reality always is horrifying than the fiction, and that's why he can't describe what he's seeing. A huge man whose bones his hands and chest, laying on top of his captors. And he recognized some of them, and he even shocked to see the blade teeth quirk villain with them, under the weight of the big man. Their body proportions clearly shows that how messed up their bones are, and the one villain with black and white outfit is the definition of crushed than the rest. Bakugo crawled back in surprise and stumbled back onto his feet. He didn't realize he's now sweating as he watched them lay unconscious or probably dead on the floor. And watching dead bodies are just straight up disturbing. One may have PTSD from such experience, and Bakugo probably won't be an exception. But he was forgetting something important. Escape while he still can. It's just that he's too shocked to even do anything. Swoois. That's when he heard that sound. With his troubled concentration was on the villain. The sudden noise startled and causing him to flinch. Bakugo didn't know what to expect and looks at the way the sound came. His already shocked mind cannot handle another shocker, as he saw the familiar green fire surrounding some chains that spinning and round. He read a lot of comic books to put two and two together about the logic of portals. Sci-fi always has those, and now there's really one appeared in front of him. But eventually he released that he should be worried about something other than the portal. Metal footsteps came out of the portal and Bakugo saw a foot emerges from the portal followed by the rest of the body. Deku was back to his mortal form and had his hood up. He didn't care at first, but showing up with his face showing could create something unpredictable when its Bakugo is the one who's here. But it's true that he no longer cares if his identity is revealed or not. What's the point anyway? He's a dead man. Nobody won't believe it anyways. Like how often a dude comes back from dead. Well, the possibility of them thinking you're a ghost is high. And it's practically true anyways. He's dead but living. When he's out of the portal, Bakugo was standing there troubled and not knowing what to do. Deku, however, is about to murder someone and don't want Bakugo getting on his way. He also sensed the knocked out students across the woods and decided to do one thing. Concentrate on every one of them and create portal on top of each of them and transport them back to the camp. It wasn't difficult though. He felt the chains appeared out of the ground doing its job. He also summoned a bunch of fire chains and created a portal as well for Bakugo, who flinched again. I want you out of here, Katsuki. Don't say no if you don't want to be on my bad side, Deku threateningly said, knowing the blonde. Bakugo never listens to anyone so easily, so he took a threatening approach. Well, he could only keep cool this much because of his anger is overpowering his senses. But before the blonde could do anything, the portal moved on its own and instantly sucked him and transporting him as well. As the portal closed, Deku's attention was back on them. 2 of them are dead already, even though the main one he tortured still alive. Well, they're back at hell anyways. What's the difference? It's just a matter of moments before their friends join them as well. Deku dropped his hood and walked closer to them. He just want the alive one open their eyes. Before they die, he really want to see hell in their eyes. Bunch of misled fools who's a puppet of their foul morals. Some are out here because of revenge and all, but they come too fat to justify their actions. What matters is whether or not they enjoy what they're doing. And for them, they're basically forged to be the sinners forever. Eerie condition is the proof that these sinners are beyond saving from their wrongdoings. So bunch of fire chains erupts from the ground, coiling around their crushed bodies, and send enough heat into their bloodstream to wake them up. And they did wake, screaming in pain. Every one of their bones are shattered in various places. The fire chains also melting their flesh, which was the double pain they're normally feeling. It's disturbing, like bunch of corpses suddenly start to scream. But while they were in pain, Deku was watching them closely. Their fate is written. Or better say that he changed their fate. Just like he did with everyone else, the ones who would have died as the most known and feared villains, dies in his hands pathetically. In their cries, a feeling in their hearts made them stop screaming, and their pain got temporarily subsided. The feeling where you see death so close and so afraid that forget all pain and remember the past. The exception here is they're not remembering anything. Their struggling mind was focusing on the death himself standing before them. Their personalities are now the same as they fearfully watched the unmasked vigilante who radiated the aura of something huge and powerful. Before taking the last breath, Shigaraki and his gang seeing the Ghost Rider real face. You're in pain. I know. And that's what all those people felt too when you took the freedom to take their lives. He started speaking and moved closer. His voice creeped them out, and it had that demonic tone to it. His eyes are glowing so bright that they could see the raging flames in them. Souls talks to me, saying how they miss their loved ones. Most of them are the ones who was murdered by the likes of you. Deku continued, and his voice eyes are only showing pure disgust and hatred. If you only have chose the good ways. I'm saying this to you, Dabai. Your old man learned his lesson, and your hatred towards him don't justify your actions. Deku calmly said, even though the feeling of death around him was getting bigger. Dabai couldn't even get shocked any more than he's already is. He can't even think anything straight anymore. I can individually point out your mistakes, but at this point things won't change. Like your mental illness aren't a license of what you do, Toga. If hardships of life turns you into bunch of mindless freaks, I would have been on top of the food chain feasting on your sorry excuse of lives. Deku said, and his horrifying calm state remains the same, which scared the villain surprisingly. His ways of intimidation is genuinely different than they experienced. Even All Might don't scare them at all, but him just standing there does. That's the weirdest thing ever. None of them could hide the fear on their faces. They are so scared that the screams of pain won't come out. His face is clear as day, and the way he's looking at them scared them more. Trusting those who you shouldn't and setting the rules they built up for you. Shigaraki, you are the fool to trust the man who ruined your life, lied about everything, and turned you into a brainless puppet. Deku's voice was dripping with venom when he's looking at Shigaraki and his anger about to take over his mind once more. The villain heard everything, but nothing came out of their mouths. They're just waiting for death, which is basically facing them. It's just a matter of seconds before they'll reach hell. Deku rubbed his temples and his jaw clenched and nose flared. Eerie closed eyes are haunting, and he's blaming the ones who are responsible for her condition. Her dying heartbeat still drumming in his maid, reminding him that it's getting weaker than before. And basically every one of you, Rats thought. It's fine to not only cause destruction and suffering, but you thought of hurting children was fine as well. And that child your friend hurt wasn't even 10. And her heartbeat stopping before she could enjoy her freedom. Deku shouted while finishing his line. His voice turned heavy and demonic as black smoke came out of his body. His outburst made them flinch violently, and the fear they're feeling now is uncomfortable. He was about to change, but calmed down a little and decided to tell them something. So he moved closer and looks down at the pained eyes looking up at him. So, here's something I want you to know about the monster who's hunting you down and eliminated every single one of your disgusting kind. He started with a small yet chilling voice. The villain looks at him without any other options. His presence promising nothing but death, which is now 100% confirmed. I'm a dead man, got killed because of the likes of you. A weak, pathetic, quirkless nobody died that day, and you know what happened. Deku continued, and the black smoke was coming out of every part of his body little by little. The villain was in disbelief, and they couldn't even not believe what he's saying. The way he's saying it is so believable. And they fearfully watched as his eyes glowed and smoke rising. I met the demon and became the Ghost Rider. He finished his words, and soon they are watching as his skin started to get dark, and they cracked, exposing the green flame under. Then the charred skin on his face disintegrated little by little, and his hair burnt off, followed by the chunks of flesh, and at some point his eyes popped, leaving the socket empty and fiery. The skull slowly became visible, and soon there's no skin or flesh left. The villain are now looking up at the fire skeleton, who's froze on the spot, not moving. But he's clearly looking at them. They thought there's no way they could be more scared of the man in front of them. The vigilante who murdering everyone on the way, and they're at their last moments seeing his true form. A sight that will cause fear in their next incarnation, and that's a guarantee. No words to describe their feelings. What's there to feel when something like this is what you're looking at? It's a miracle that nobody dies out of heart attack when seeing this ghost, demon, devil. They don't know what they are seeing. But in the raging flames of the rider, airy face was visible as the rider slowly grew in size. Little by little, his structure was doubling in size. He's getting taller and tall until they're a point where he's overlooking the top part of the trees around him. The nightmare is real, and they watched it happen, and soon his right leg was lifted into the air, and soon the whole huge boot came back down directly on top of them. There's only the tremors others could experience. The thing happened in middle of the woods, gone unnoticed by everyone else. But it happened. They felt the earth shake that night, as the students woke up to experience it as well. It's been few minutes since every last one of them got here through the portal. Half of them was in direct contact with the purple gas, and was knocked out. But still, they are awake now and experiencing thing that's going on outside. It was like earthquake. The camp shook wildly, followed with booming sounds of something loud. But before the teachers take any action, the tremors have ceased. They gathered up in all sides of the hall, but they left the middle room free for teachers and Izumi, who surrounded a table. Mandalay and Pixie Bob gone through band-aids and cotton as Izumi and Aizawa did their best to add some pressure on Eri wound. Eri's skin is pale, and her breathing and pulse barely noticeable. The angel who was fine few hours ago, now laying on top of the wooden table, with no physical movements. The moment the three of them appeared through the portal, they were doing their best to keep Eri warm and patched up. They have to wait for the ambulance and meanwhile keep her pulse alive. But sadly, little by little the angel losing its glow and her innocent heart beating weaker and weaker. The students were aware of the situation, and they are dead silent. It heartbreaking to watch a sobbing Izumi who's shaking like a leaf as she did her best to stop the bleeding. Aizawa has that lost look in his eyes that shows his disbelief and guilt. Only if they let Midnight look after Eri, the child would have been fine. Izumi openly crying now. Every class one was the same as her, showing their own way of guilt and sadness. They are a lot in numbers, yet a child was harmed under their watch. The gas they inhaled drained any strength they had in store. And even Momo and Kendo, who used gas mask, is hurt and barely able to move. Only few of them standing. Todoroki, Bakugo, and Ibara was the three whose condition is better than the rest. But they stood there on the side so they won't disturb what they are doing. Ibara, on the other hand, is praying as usual. But the difference is, she's praying for Eri life. Uraraka and the girls really wanted to be near Eri and Izumi, but they could barely move. However, that didn't stop their tears the slightest. Over short time, Eri became their little sister, and seeing her like this is heartbreaking. Please, 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 hang in there. Please. Izu kept mumbling as she let Mandalay apply a band-aid on the wound. The only thing it's doing was preventing further blood loss. Only that it's not doing what it's supposed to. Please, I can't lose you too. Izumi begged. Last time she was saying those words, it was Izuku instead of Eri. Even though the doctors confirmed his death, she begged him the same way. Now the same events repeating, which she wished to prevent happening. Wasn't Izuku life enough? She questioned in her mind. But there's no answer. Eri will come back, right? She's too young to die. So the god won't take her away, right? Is she gonna be alright? Please say she's gonna be alright. Please. Izumi begged, looking at the teachers. Them being heroes, it's their fault Eri hurt. It was their duty to protect others, but now they failed to become the so-called heroes. The reality is, the murderer they are trying to hunt down is the reason everyone is safe. The teachers was shocked to see the vigilante help the students go unharmed when he transported them here. Like, he's a mystery that gets twisted every time they try to know more about him. A murderer who saves people. That line alone is weird and nonsense to speak out loud. A living question mark he is. Aizawa didn't know the answer, but he handed her a blanket. Izumi. We should try more so there's an answer to that question. Now, will you keep her warm and steady until the help arrives? She needs it. He replied. A long version to say, I don't know. Izumi shakily did as told. She tucked the small girl in the blanket. Even though Eri's sweating, her body needs the warmth. Izumi can't hold Eri without ruining the patched wound, so the only option was the desk. Why her? It's happening all over again. Izumi started subconsciously loud and everyone could hear her. Her voice alone is broken and the pain in it was evident. They sadly looks at her, especially Bakugo. He saw the same look on her face when the last day they saw Izuku. It makes clear that how much she cares about the little girl. Maybe because of Izuku's absence, she might have found a similarity in Eri and accepted her as her own. First my little brother life. Now Eri, I can't take it anymore. Izumi said, sounding defeated and tired. Those words shocked the students. Except for the girls and Bakugo. Nobody else knew that the little brother she always talked about is dead. She never mentioned it. All she had to tell about him was only good things, and maybe some of them was looking forward to meet the boy in person. But now they know it impossible. Out of the rest, those words hit differently for Bakugo. After all, who tormented the broccoli-haired boy. He did everything to hurt the poor boy, and even told him to take his own life. He's a part of the reason Izuku never opened his eyes again. It's all my fault. I should have been there sooner. Then she would have been fine. I did this to her. Izumi not only blamed herself, but she sounded more like convincing herself that she's at fault here. The way she said that was enough to understand that she's broken. Her tough exterior crumbled away. Now, instead of the Izumi they knows, they saw only a fragile soul whimpering and shell of her usual self. Hey, kid, don't blame yourself. It wasn't none of your fault those villain decided to attack again. Please, we should focus on keeping her heartbeat steady. Mandalay said and placed a hand on her shoulder. Izumi shook her head. If only I didn't have leave Koda and Eri alone. I was the one who's supposed to be on her place. Only if I took that punch or I used my quirk, Eri won't have got hurt. I did this, me. I couldn't even save my little brother. Now I know how pathetic I am when I did the same to Eri, she said. They knew that it's hopeless to convince her, and they didn't try to correct her again. Izumi longingly and painfully watched Eri closed eyes. If the gods do acknowledges her wishes, maybe Eri would have been awake and safe from the pain. She would have been smiling and laughing with them. She would have listened to the stories they have to tell. But even though the thought of the gods granting her wishes seems unrealistic, she did believe in miracles. Only if an angel descend from the heavens and heal her. They watched her sadly as she was thinking that. Izumi's eyes lost all the focus, and with wide teary eyes, she stood there on her side, helplessly holding Eri's hand. But then, they heard the creaking of the main entrance as it slowly opened. Speaking of miracles, the murderous savior was here. When the door opened, it was dark outside, and every set of eyes snapped their attention towards that way only to see two familiar green eyes. However, the glow of those orbs was lessened, and they also matches with the rest of theirs. His silhouette herself wasn't a posture of a positive and powerful person. It was a bit hunched and dead inside. Even though half of them was unaware of his presence at the woods, they're sure the tremors occurred few minutes ago was his doings. Even they heard faint, distant cries of someone. His reputation of annihilating the villain and heroes evenly. It's obvious that he dealt with the attackers. But what they're unaware of is how much damage caused before he finished them. It's unlikely of him to let the villains walk away. But they're not thinking of that either. But they are nervous and questioning why is he here. Only few others except Class 1 knows his relationship with Eri. Some of them are unaware of what he did at Shai Hasakai and the two people he rescued. The ones who knows it was so confused. Why is he the one who kills people only to save only some of them? That's why most of them was confused and scared of his presence. Deku's eyes roamed all over the place. He saw the crowded hall and the students sitting and laying exhausted. But he's looking for someone else. And it didn't take more than a second to notice the table in the middle. Izumi's hand never leaving Eri, and the teachers looks at his way and by their stance, he figured it was a defensive one. Even though he helped them to safety, they didn't want to risk it. The Ghost Rider is psycho with split personality. At least that's what they think of him. A pit in his stomach formed as his eyes landed on Eri. Her heartbeat was so unnoticeable that his troubled mind almost convinced him that she's dead. Even though he's the spirit of vengeance, maybe her situation played games with his mind. Nobody is perfect. That's the only explanation. But out of nowhere, a small wind rushed past Deku. It came from outside, and everyone flinched as it came so fast and landed next to Eri on the table. Kodachi was away from the area, but it may have sensed its master's troubled aura. Then realization must have hit him too. The only person other than his master who nice to him is about to pass away. Even though its heart is tiny, it a lot purer than any human's. Kodachi's sudden appearance was a shocker, because the bird was in his hell form when it arrived. But soon they watched it revert back to a normal raven. Other than Class 1A, Nobody else had no idea about Kodachi's normal appearance. They watched it amateur and a bit scared. Izumi didn't know what to do. She knows Eri loves it. And on top of all that, the Ghost Rider is the main reason they are alive. Even Eri. Maybe she would never make it without his portal. So she remained on her spot with Eri's tiny hand in hers. Teachers looks at the bird, and Aizawa instructed other teachers to remain calm. They watched both the bird and the rider, who's slowly and hesitantly moving closer to Eri. But surprisingly for Class B, Pussycats and Vlad King, Kodachi got closer to Eri and rubbed his head on her cheek, as if trying to wake her up. Kodachi made small noises that sounded like he's sad. For them, he's just a devil bird. But watching it desperately trying to wake up the little girl is unexpected, and no words to describe the surprise they are feeling. At this point, nothing makes sense to them. What's real, what's fake is well hidden, even though it's happening right before their eyes. While it happened, Deku walked closer. The hall was silent. They're holding breath, and it's obvious why. The Ghost Rider, the living nightmare of them all, is right here with his bird who could end them all in seconds. However, the aura around him no longer has that terrifying and powerful effect to it. They could only see someone sad and worried like rest of them. Maybe Eri is everyone's angel. Even his. Pussycats, however, only heard of him and smart enough to figure out who he is right away. Maybe that's why Ragdoll and Tiger was about to block his way. But Aizawa gave them the hint to stay put. It best if they let him see her. Or else they might be 6 feet underground already. Little by little her small, weak figure got revealed, and that caused him to feel dead inside, even though he nowhere near alive. Guilt was ever growing. He promised and couldn't keep it when time came. They watched both him and his bird closely, because they didn't want him to do something bad to Eri. Only half of them knew. Deku's guilt was so much, and as was right next to her, he fell on his knees and with his right hand, he reached out and placed his hand on top of her head. That gesture always seemed to have worked. It always calmed her down or keep her feel safe. He really hoped it works. But what could he do? Even the power to keep one alive is excruciating to perform on her. She's too fragile to keep her awake, and it needs her own strength, which she's lacking. Her soul is too pure to cleanse and somewhat heal her with. His knowledge was boundless, but a troubled mind always blocks the answer he's looking for. Maybe something in him is enough, but it may take a lot of time to try out his theories. Every time is so close. Maybe it's gonna be a lot late if they wait around. With her heartbeat this low, taking her to hospital would only delay the worst-case scenario. He looks at Eri closed eyes, and it encourages him to do something. "I'm sorry, Eri. Please forgive me." He pleads and leaned down and kissed her forehead. His voice was full of regret and sorrow. His words surprised them, and they looked at each other. Deku sighed and shook his head. "But I will make you listen those words properly. You'll open your eyes and I swear you will see the world again. Unlike before, I'll keep the promise." Deku said, and others suddenly felt it believable. Even though his voice was sorrowful, he may have something in mind. Izumi and the teachers was the closest, and their eyes landed on a water droplet on Eri's cheek. It doesn't take a genius to realize what that droplet is. But someone like the Ghost Rider doing it is unavailable. They saw tears. Ghost Rider tears. Maybe his concern is genuine. When Deku closed his eyes few moments prior, he entered a realm that's only could be described as a dream or some sort. The reality is vast, and the explanation of this state is still unclear, or better say indescribable. Even for the gods who's responsible for each realm. But it's there, and he's experiencing it or traveling it. But Deku could sense his hands on Eri, even after he broke the realities and entered the realm of the unknown. It lasted for a minute before he was separated from the reality and fully started to sink into the abyss of the realm, and Eri's final touch left his fingertips. The answers he wanted cannot be achieved without risking this. It's not like there's any danger awaiting him. But entering randomly on every realms or realities may have its own consequences. Life of those realms will be in trouble if he invaded their realities. Why that happens is unknown, but he knows that there is danger for him or them. It just shows how much knowledge out there that can be learnt, but can't see through. The suffocating environment of the camp hall left him only to replaced with open air and cool breeze. Maybe the movement causing it. Whatever it was, he only mined a particular thing. The energy of the provider. The man who's responsible for his strength. Just as he drifted here and there, his eyes were closed all the while and his mind was focusing. The tragedy struck was mighty and distracting, and that's why he realized how much a relationship or feelings for another person might drive you in paths that may be forbidden or foreign, or most importantly unrealistic. But Eri is much more than a simple human girl in his heart. She's his little sister who doesn't mind his differences and accepted him as a guardian or big brother. It's not like he doesn't see his family such ways. It's just that he is dead for them. Why bother them with his presence? The possibility of seeing a dead man ends up horrendous, and that's another reason he never gone back. Now that little sister state fueled his urgency and made him drift into the unknown. Not unknown for a writer, but it's too much to explore. You'll open your eyes and I swear you will see the world again. Unlike before, I'll keep the promise. His own words ringed in his brain, and that's why he knows that he have to do more than he could do. So he finally opened his green eyes, which immediately focused on to the dark abyss ahead. But the abyss wasn't the only sight. He found himself drifting inside of a tunnel-like formation. It consists of every vibrant colors which was in the form of aurora, and they elegantly dances around as he moved forward. But they aren't simple formation of aurora, but various realities moving opposite or close by one another. The realm gates the small purple or pink dots scattered across the aurora, and they are possibly over trillions. Trillions are just a mathematical explanation. Deku knowledge somehow proved that numbers are not even a single percentage of what's out there. Maybe there's another dot of reality where everything he's seen experienced would fit in, and there's probably another trillion numbers of them outside that reality. Brain won't process that much process. Maybe a human brain would burst because of the knowledge that they aren't supposed to know. Deku, however, wasn't brainstorming on anything. He's just keeping on pursuing his mission. Sure, he was in fantasy realm once, but the realities drifts around, and maybe that reality also shifted or its entrance was lost with other infinite numbers. Thankfully, Izuku has a part of the source he seek inside him, and let that energy somewhat guide him. So he did just that, keeping his senses sharp and eyes peeled. There's another knowledge of his own reality, and that's why he's breathing in relief. His time here won't affect his reality the slightest, so he can wait around for how longer it requires. So he did. For Eri's sake, he tried to see through all the possibilities. He may have wandered long enough, because there is something other than what he's looking for. He could sense from afar. But he needs a lot of concentration to pinpoint the exact direction, the source of the energy. It felt like something familiar and belongs to him. But just like the answer he's seeking, the source also remained unknown. Unknown in a sense that he knows what it is but can't tell exactly what. Just like that, his distance lessened with his journey forward, and that familiar energy never ceased to lose its strength and rang like a bell in his mind. Somehow he's attracted towards it, even though he's in search of someone else. Countless realities passed by him, but turned out none of them consists of the two energies he's searching for. Maybe it's far. Maybe the journey might take a lot of time. Maybe eons. Even if a century passes, there's probably no way he's too late to re-enter his own world. That's a relief. Just as accepted. It did took him a while, but didn't took centuries to come across the white blinding hole onto his left. Deku floated in front of it, and it didn't take a while to figure out that he's here. The place fascinated him the most. Or better say attracted his curiosity. All the way across the tunnel, he don't recall seeing another identical color to the portals. They were all black, purple or pinkish, except this one. It's almost like the light of sun in disguise of white flames. Whatever the odd behavior of the portal is, Deku slowly reached for the entrance. As the white light slightly grazed him, the familiar feeling overcome his senses. It's almost like he remembered where he experienced it, but somehow could not recall. Taking a deep breath, Deku dived into the white unknown. The colors of the tunnels disappeared due to the intensity of the light, and the suction of the portal had even more bigger vacuum than the tunnel he of realities. But the suction wasn't capable of causing any damages like a black hole. It was just strong enough to knock someone out. But he ain't a man with weak physique or willpower, so it did him nothing. White. Everything and all around. Pure blinding white. At least for a minute he entered the portal. But soon enough the vacuum seemed losing its strength, and eventually it ceases with a sudden halt as he managed out of it. Whatever the place was, it took him some time to regain his senses. As he did recovered, he saw the opposite of what he saw before. Instead of an even white space, he could only see darkness spreading as far as he could see. Well, he could only see darkness and cannot scale its size. But that doesn't mean it consists of nothing. The air was fresh, and the place was warm and welcoming. Well, if he was a mere human, maybe this place would be the definition of deafening silence. Or the vastness of nothingness. No, Deku, no longer a weak soul, comes under the list of humanity. He's the spirit of vengeance, whose scale won innocence, so he could see through even the nothingness. And so he did reached out for the source which dragged him all the way here. But unlike before, the energy was all over the place, scattered almost. So all he could do is look out for something unusual. In the darkness, his green glowing eyes searched for anything. As far as the progress goes, there's only darkness in the results. Even though he's looking out for something that attracted him, the urgency in him was still there. Eerie, she cannot die under his watch. If she does, even though he hate to think that way, he sure will hunt down every sinners in the universe and murder them savagely. His anger is the definition of infinite. The more he loose it, the scarier his domination will be. But he likes to think positive. He always did manage to do something. Even though he was a weakling before, he survived the torments that hurted him. If he doesn't give up like that, sure will Eri open her eyes. In order to do just that, he will dig out the answers he's looking for. Deku nodded at his own thoughts, cementing them solid. His spirit has to be tough enough. How long he could just keep mourning, when he could find a way to save her with that time. So he did the obvious, breathed in and out, finally letting go the negativity in his heart. He's thinking like the Ghost Rider once more. And soon that turned out to be the wisest thing ever. Maybe it was the key. Because he spotted something in the darkness out of the corner of his eyes, and it sure was white. Deku slowly looks around, and soon he's facing the energy that attracted him. The powerful aura, it had mirrored his own. Deku didn't waste a tiniest amount of time before he was sprinting straight towards it. The white energy was a ball, and it was getting bigger in a perspective that tells it was already were the same size, but getting closer. But either way Deku was running to it. But things seemed difficult when the sphere moved away from his reach, real fast. For his mortal form, running as fast as a moving car is the limit. Sadly, the sphere was faster, and the distance between it and him grew bigger. He could try his best only to fail. And that's a no-go. He needs to be near it, and for that he has to be faster just like it. Black smoke rising again. Skin charring, exposing the dark skull and green fire inside. And little by little he was getting faster and faster as his transformation progressed. Even the rider was awakened, chasing after the white energy with the speed which helped him get closer. Nothing could stand a chance when he is the rider. Even the globe could not outrun him. Just in a few seconds, Ryder reached out for the globe with his right hand, and he sure was about to catch it. Nothing could stop him now. He thought at least. The sphere soon let out the familiar blinding white light he experienced in the portal a minute ago. The dark surroundings lightened up and vanished. He didn't even got a hold of it. Before it just did that. What did it did? What even it? But one thing was sure. There is a vacuum in it as well, and revealing it to be another portal. However, something strange about the portal. It produced the same energy as himself. And the portal itself seems to be fire. White fire. Eventually the suction lost its strength, and the white light grew less blinding. Almost as if it lost that glow or light, whatever it is. It was just a few seconds before the fire portal exit was visible ahead. The rider could see something blue outside, and it didn't took any time to wonder. Before he was thrown out of the portal, and he sure was few feet high up in the air. Before landed, Ryder looks around only see the vast sea horizon. White clouds and blue wavy water, and looking down there was an island, and he's just falling onto it from 100 feet or so. This reality was identical to the one he's from. It looks a lot like the Earth he's familiar with, but it sure was someplace else. Another Earth, probably in another universe. But that doesn't change the fact that he's falling from insane heights. One could die from the fall, and there won't be much of the dead body to carry. However, that's not a concern here though. The rider can easily survive a fall from the sky. 100 or so height is just a child's play. Deku came down and eventually landed on his 2 legs, kicking up sand upon impact. The fire skeleton slowly looks around to sense the source, and what he found was surprising. Soon he reverted back normal and looks around. The answer he's looking for is finally here. Just few meters away, and he could sense the he was looking for. It's surprising, though. An energy he discovered midway guided him here, the place he wanted to be. Deku didn't wait around to soak in the beauty of the ocean and the greenery of the island. He had one goal in mind, one target, and that goal is in arm's reach. His footsteps was fast and didn't let the sand slow him down. He walked over the sand and entered a tree line which wasn't dense or dark. He could see across it, and that's how he spotted something bluish on the other side. Time skip 5 minutes later. Deku looks at the beach house just few feet away, and he didn't miss the presence of the man he's looking for. Deku can't believe the man lives here. Last time he saw Blaze, the man was inside a dark area. But now, it's opposite. So, I finally found you, Izuku muttered. The house itself wasn't huge or small. It was decent. Blue and white paint gave it a beaky look, and Izuku could only imagine how comfortable the place is. As he was looking up at the house, something bouncy hit his leg, which attracted his attention, and he looks down. It's a yellow beach ball. He heard faint sounds of something digging continuous on the sand. It wasn't hard to realize. They are footsteps and belongs to multiple people. Some fast-paced while other few walking. Oh, come on. I love kayaking. A female voice whined. Lillian, stop. It's just way too dangerous out there. It's just a matter of moments before those creatures curious about your kayak. Another matured feminine voice said. Oh please, the orca are wholesome. They're just vibing out there. Stop being scared, Mom. The girl said once again. Izuku slowly looks the way the voices come from, and he picked up the sight of a family approach him. They still haven't noticed him though. Deku then saw the man he was searching for, and he was walking on the left of other 2 females, one in her teens and other an adult. They wore beach outfits, girl bikini and the man shorts. The man held a sleeping boy on his hand, while a little girl was in front of them and searching for something. She's probably searching for the beach ball, and eventually her round glistening eyes landed on the ball, and a bright smile appeared on her face. She wasn't even paying anything other than the ball any attention, and that's why she didn't see Deku standing there. She quickly scurried over and crouched next to the ball, and was about to pick it up before her eyes caught a glimpse of his metal underside boots. The small girl stiffened and slowly and fearfully looks up at Deku. Meanwhile, the 2 females kept arguing. Oh yeah, is that it? They're wholesome, really. of just see through their tricks. Bunch of brainless creatures. I'm pretty sure they aren't as friendly if provoked. The old female said. Oh sure. Just admit you're scared of them. I'm pretty much happy hanging around with a shark. A small jelly zapped you doesn't mean I too have to be afraid, or every existing creature out there is dangerous. Grow up. The teen said. The woman dramatically gasped. Oh, you're so grounded, young woman. No surfing for a week, and forget about the kayak. I'm gonna shred them. The woman said, making the girl huff and groan. Yeah, whatever. The girl muttered and looks ahead. But then her eyes picked up the sight before their eyes. A man clad in dark outfit staring down at her little sister, and the said girl is froze on the spot. Lillian's eyes widened in shock, and her expression change was noticed by her parents, and they looked the way she's looking at. Blaze's eyes widened also. Realization hit him, and before he could do anything, Lillian bolted straight towards the boy he recognized. Lillian, wait. Blaze called out, but it only stopped his wife from running after her. The small boy woke up hearing him and started to cry as well. Deku raised a brow looking down at the panicking girl. He doesn't know why she's acting such a way. Get off of her, you. He heard a female scream and looked up only to see a fist about to make contact. Deku's seen better swings, so he just caught it in his gloved hand. Lillian's strong fist got caught in a stronger palm, which cannot be break free. Lillian breathed in and out, and her blonde hair fell in front of her face, and that didn't help her hide the shock appeared on her face. Lillian jumped back, freeing her hand, and stood in front of her little sister protectively. Don't you dare look at my sister. Fight me if you want, Lillian said protectively and aggressively. Deku raised a brow and raised both his hands. If I'm supposed to attack any of you, I would have, he said. Lillian slowly eased her posture, but still not dropping her guards. Then why are you even here? I'm sure it's not easy to wander into an isolated island in the middle of the sea. It's far away from land, Lillian said. I'm not lost. I'm in the right place, Deku said and looks behind her. Blaze and his wife, who now holding the child, came and stood next to Lillian. His wife looks at the both males, and she couldn't pinpoint who the stranger is. Hey, kid. Been a while, huh? Blaze greeted. His children and wife looks at him, and then Deku. They never seen this boy before. He never mentioned about a young friend he got. So they don't even know if they are looking at a bad guy or not. They seen bad guys who acts like a good guy in stories or in TV, and they sure want to know which category he belongs in. You know this guy? Lillian asked, looking at her father and mother. The woman shrugged, saying that she doesn't know. Blaze smiled at them and nodded. Sure, I know. But that's a tea time story if you ask me, Blaze said, not losing his enthusiasm, and that calmed them down slightly. Come on, kid. I'm sure you are confused just like them, Blaze said and put a hand on his shoulder. Blaze is still taller than him or them. The tallest human in their group. Deku is the second tallest. Come on, Sam. Our guest's staying for a tea break. Possibly dinner, Blaze announced. Wait, what? Before Deku could argue, Blaze patted his shoulder. No concerns. It all right, Blaze reassured. Half an hour later, Deku sat on the couch facing Blaze, who sat opposite. It's awkward here. Only Blaze is acting comfortable. Deku could sense the females literally brainstorming in the kitchen. They are just discussing who he really is. They're curious. It took a while for us to settle down. Bad folks exists everywhere if you ask me, Blaze explained. But I thought you were always alone, Deku said. He's asking it because he cannot see through the soul of Blaze and read him. I was alone. But I thought it's worth going for some happiness, Blaze said. Okay. But are they were with you when we met for the first time? Or the time played games? Deku wondered. Blaze nodded. It'd been almost 17 years since I last saw you, But I'm not surprised that you only saw a few months ago according to your time. You haven't changed one bit. Blaze said. Deku heard it and recalled one more thing. And that is, Blaze looks younger than before. But you're younger than I remember. How? Deku asked. Blaze chuckled. I just wanted to live again, so I wished it before I gave up my powers to you. Blaze said. Deku nodded. Well, he knew again backwards is common between the multiverse, but he wasn't aware of what Blaze said. That means he still haven't learned everything. Do they know? Deku asked. Blaze know what he's talking about though. They knows about the legends of the rider. They only knows I had powers, but not specific. He replied. Before their conversation continued, Samantha, Lillian, and the small girl entered the room. The boy wasn't with them though. Samantha placed the tray of 5 cups of coffee on the table and looks at Blaze, who nodded them to sit down. But none of the girls sat next to Deku, and they chose their seats next to Blaze. Deku didn't mind it though. He understands that type of mentality. Like, imagine a dude showing up all of a sudden who immediately welcomed by someone of your family, and you don't even know the person. So, John, you never mentioned you had a young friend. Samantha started the conversation. Sam, I'll let him do the honors of introducing himself. Blaze said and took a cup from the tray. Soon 3 pairs of eyes looks at him. Deku wasn't nervous or anything, just lost with all the information. So, I met Mr. Blaze a long time ago. I'm Deku. It's pleasure meeting you all. Deku introduced himself. Deku. Such a strange name. No offense. Lillian comments out of nowhere. She also took a cup of coffee and sipped. His first impression wasn't the best, so she's a bit cold. None taken. And actually, Deku means useless if you're wondering. He replied. What's the point of hiding anything? Useless. Why is your name like that? Samantha wondered. Deku shrugged. I got that name when I was a kid. My friend gave it when he figured out I'm just a weakling. Deku said. That sucks if you ask me. Lillian said. Okay. Just continue with the introduction, shall we? Now do the same for Izuku, will ya? Blaze said. Izuku, who? Lillian asked. My real name before I chose to keep my name Deku. He explained. They nodded. Okay, I'm Samantha Blaze, his wife, and these 2 are Lillian and Bonnie. Samantha introduced herself and them. Deku nodded and took a sip of the coffee. It tasted good though. Now, say, how do you know this kid, John? Samantha asked. Blaze sighed and emptied his cup in one go. It's just something you won't believe. Blaze said. Lillian's eyes twitched. At least you could try, she snapped. She got a point. You never told us anything about this kid. At least make things less confusing for us, Samantha said. Blaze looks at both of them and nodded. Before I've been out here in this world, I used to be around other realities and I had a duty. Blaze started. Before any of them could ask anything, Blaze continued. The legend of the Ghost Rider ain't limited to myths or fiction, as people believe. Like you believe. He continued. Lillian and Samantha stared at him as he said that. They had that don't bullshit look on their faces. Yeah, the aliens are real. And Thanos wiped out the universe. Now what other bullshit you're gonna say? Lillian doubted him. I'm gonna say it's real, Blaze said confidently. But he didn't let her speak before he started again. I was one of the rider, and I've been one for a long time, and I don't know why I forgot everything. Even my name. He said, and this time they are listening him closer. Even Deku did the same. But I couldn't find anyone else who could become the rider, and it took a lot of time. But I eventually found another reality, and during my stay there, I sensed a weak soul. A dead soul who had a lot to accomplish, but couldn't because of the circumstances. That soul wanted to be a hero, and I saw how pure he was. His name was Izuku Midoriya, and I chose him. First he was against it, But eventually he realized how messed up the world really is. Blaze finished, and there was a silence. There, the long story short, Deku is the same boy I chose and turned him. Blaze added. Samantha, Lillian and Bonnie stared him with mouth wide open and looks at Deku, who nodded in confirmation. Lillian shook her head and rubbed her temples. Which side I woke up on, she groaned. What did I said about you won't believe me? Blaze said. Samantha looks at Blaze, and even though he's smiling, he sure is not joking. Well, how could someone come up with them stories if it never happened? So she decided to trust his words. Her John never lies, and she hope it doesn't get proven otherwise. Yeah, if you say so. But I want some proof. If the legend says the rider is a fire humanoid, turn into one, then I'll believe you. Lillian said. You sure don't fall into tricks. But trust me. This time things are different. I can promise. The Ghost Rider is scary-looking figure. Blaze said, eyeing Bonnie, who wasn't as bold as her big sister. Lillian scoffed. And I take that as a cover-up. I believe things I see. Lillian stubbornly said. Have you heard the rider is capable of diving deep into someone's mind? Deku interrupted them. He was serious, and Blaze knew what he's trying to do. Lillian looks at the white-haired boy, and she saw his green eyes glow. That alone shook her. The three females looks at the glow amazed and stunned. It's not normal for a human to do all that. Bonnie scooted closer to her big sister and hid her face nervously. Isn't it true that you ventured deepest area of the ocean one day, and your parents don't have a slight clue of what you saw back there? The thing that keeps you closer to the tides? Deku asked, and Lillian's whole demeanor changed and her eyes widened in shock. The secret she hid very well. How does this boy knows that? What time? What are you talking about? She stuttered, and Blaze and Samantha looks at her and figured she's definitely hiding something. You know what you saw. And isn't that enough to prove who I am, or you turn into the rider right here and now? He asked. Lillian shook her head. Okay, I believe you. But didn't you dare say it out loud? Lillian shouted, flailing her arms. Lillian saw Samantha look and looked away. Don't ask me. I'll tell you eventually, she said. To divert attention, Lillian decided to start another conversation. So you being the rider and all, why are you here anyway? What's the reason? She asked. Deku sighed and looks at Blaze. I need answers.